Chapter 600 Hellish Landscape. The powerful pressure pressed down on John, seeking to push him out of the tunnel. However, John was able to resist the pressure with relative ease, as he didn't even have to use anything other than his natural body strength to push forward. The tunnel before him was hundreds of yards high and wide, while the walls were smooth and polished. Nothing other than the endless expanse of tunnel before him was visible, and so John's footsteps remained steady as he progressed forward. The pressure is increasing the further I go into this tunnel, John mused as he continued to walk. It must be another filter, meant to let through only those who are worthy in the eyes of the Jade Dragon Empire. After all, only 50 points were required to enter this tunnel, so anyone doing trials every day could eventually enter it, regardless of their strength. Although the tunnel seemed to be another filter, the pressure was not anything worth noting. John's progress remained unhindered as he steadily moved forward, and eventually he spotted other youths in the tunnel before him. He quickly caught up to them and passed by them with ease, shocking the youths who were struggling. These youths were all in the Heaven Tribulation realm, and John could tell the pressure on them was greater than it was on himself. This pressure seems to be scaled based on cultivation level, as were many of the previous trials. I imagine the Jade Dragon Empire let a wide range of ages enter this trial land whenever it opened, so scaling it based on cultivation is the most logical thing to do. While it was logical, John was slightly disappointed as he came to this realization. This means that the trials won't be challenging for me at all, at least not until the very end of this realm. My greatest challenges will be the other geniuses of this land, particularly those in the top 20 on the Jade Dragon list. John's progress remained steady as he moved forward, while he passed dozens of other youths that were struggling to progress forward. The youths all had their auras flared to the maximum as they exerted all their power, while John only used his natural body strength to move forward. His ease through the tunnels shocked the other youths, who could only watch on enviously as he raced past them. The tunnel stretched for over a dozen miles, and John finally saw light appear on the other side after an hour of walking through it. He quickly reached the end, and a blazing red landscape came into his view. Before him, a land filled with roiling magma stretched as far as the eye could see. A scorching heat washed over him, although his durable body was easily able to resist the heat. Mountainous terrain, barren earth, and sharp rocks filled the land as well, making it look quite troublesome to navigate for the average youth. Visible 100 miles to each side was a mountain range that stretched high into the sky and into the distance. Those mountains must be the border of this next area, which also separates the warriors from the other groups. That means this next area is just over 200 miles wide, although with this hard-to-navigate terrain, it probably seems even wider. A small group of youths came into John's view as well. There were roughly a dozen of them recovering at the exit from their arduous journey through the tunnel. John ignored these youths as he took out his jade map and inspected it for a moment. The map revealed some of the magma-filled land before him, but not all of it. There were areas that were still undiscovered, or at least not recorded in the map. These unrecorded areas could be due to two reasons. Either they're too hard to traverse, and no one has been able to do so, or they're not worth exploring. I'd guess it's the former, so I'll set off down one of these unrecorded areas and see if there's anything worth discovering. With no further hesitation, John sped forward, his actions surprising the other youths. Everyone who left the tunnel felt fatigue and needed to rest for some time to recuperate their chi. John's body flashed forward, his powerful legs propelling him from one island to the next. The flight restrictions from the previous area were present here, although much more restrictive. John could not take flight at all anymore, which slightly surprised him. The previous area at least allowed me to fly a few dozen yards off the ground, but here I can't fly at all. I suppose that's part of the difficulty of this particular warrior trial area. The landscape itself, if a trial, as flying over it would invalidate it completely. The barren islands dotted the ocean of lava, making a navigable pathway forward for youths who could not resist the lava itself. His speed was incredibly quick as he jumped from one island to the next without caution, as even if he fell into the lava, he was confident in being able to resist its incredible heat. Many of the islands were several hundred yards to a mile wide and were separated by similar distances from one another. The other youths watched as John's body flashed forward, and before long disappeared behind a nearby mountain, his progress shocking to them. John sped forward for 15 minutes, not encountering anything of note other than lava, scorched islands, and mountainous terrain. Lava flooded down from the tops of many of the mountains, making the land look like a brutal hellscape. Boom! The lava to John's right suddenly exploded outwards, while a thick column of lava shot towards him. Reacting in an instant, he pointed his finger towards the column of lava. Lightning disintegration. A powerful beam of lightning blasted against the lava, causing it to explode and shower the nearby area with lava. John stopped his forward progress as he gazed at the mass of lava that continued to grow larger, until a figure appeared before him. It towered over him at 30 yards tall and was made of pure lava. 2 flaming eyes stared at him, while a gaping maw in the lava below the eyes appeared like a mouth. 2 arms stretched out to each side as well, while John raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. A flame elemental. No, a lava elemental. He had not been expecting to see such an opponent here, but there was no doubt that the creature that stood before him was lava elemental. Elementals are natural-born entities, formed when enough of one type of elemental chi is gathered in one spot for a long enough period of time. With this lava existing here undisturbed for over 100,000 years, I suppose it's only natural that a lava elemental would appear. The lava elemental slammed down its right arm at John again, while his body flashed to the side, dodging the attack. His finger pointed towards the creature once more, as he unleashed a barrage of lightning disintegrations. Bang! 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 Several explosions blanketed the nearby area as the lava elemental was blasted again and again by John's lightning attacks. Its body made of lava was pierced through and scattered all throughout the area, but its injuries were quickly healed as it absorbed more lava through from the nearby area, restoring itself once more. How troublesome, John scoffed as he sped away, no longer interested in fighting this opponent. The lava elemental was not strong enough to provide him any challenge, but was also not able to be defeated easily due to its regenerative nature. Elementals typically have a central core, or an elemental seed I believe it's called, which acts as the heart and brains of the elemental. It's the first thing to form when an elemental takes form, at which point the rest is built around it as it grows in power. I could fight it and find the seed to defeat it, but it's not worth the hassle. Some elemental seeds are quite valuable if obtained and sold, but this elemental is quite a low-level 1A pity. The lava elemental roared as it tried to unleash another attack on John, but his speed was too quick as he disappeared from sight in an instant. After a moment of hesitation, the lava elemental returned to the lava below once more, ready to attack the next unsuspecting victim. John sped through the land for quite some time, seeing nothing but scorched earth, jagged terrain, and seas of lava. Boom! 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 The sound of several explosions appeared off in the distance, catching his attention. He veered his direction slightly as he sped towards the commotion, at which point he spotted what the source of the explosions were. Several hundred yards away were 2 groups of disciples, who were battling it out against each other. One of the groups wore red robes that danced in the air like flames, while a flaming sun was embroidered on their clothes. They numbered at 6 youths, with their cultivations all in the early heaven tribulation realm. The other sect was none other than the heavenly lightning sect, consisting of a group of 5 disciples of the sect, also all in the early heaven tribulation realm. The 2 groups were battling it out with great intensity, surprising John slightly. His gaze scanned over the nearby area, at which point he spotted something that made his eyes widen and excitement rise. Sitting in the middle of the lake of lava half a mile away, a blooming red lotus floated atop the lava, its body 2 feet wide. A strong yang aura radiated off of it, while strong golden flames billowed up from the flower petals, scorching the nearby area. A golden flame magma lotus. Chapter 601, slap thanks to both his interest in reading books, as well as having Chase as a friend, John had rather extensive knowledge on valuable vegetation and medicinal ingredients. The golden flame magma lotus was one of these valuable flowers. The flower was quite rare, as it could only grow in places of intense heat and yang energy. A sea of lava was one such place, and so its appearance here was not too shocking. However, it also required hundreds or even thousands of years to grow, resulting in finding one to be quite a rare experience. The golden flame magma lotus can be used for many things, one of those uses being to upgrade one's body to become more yang-aligned. If I directly ingest some of those lotus petals and absorb their yang essence, my body should not only be strengthened, but it will also heighten my yang insights, which includes lightning. John desired to obtain the flower, as one of his current goals was to strengthen his body as much as possible to be able to use his bloodline ability and Asura transformation as much as possible with the least amount of side effects. While the golden flame magma lotus would not be a massive increase in body strength, every little bit helped towards this goal. Augmenting his lightning powers was another bonus, making the flower all the more enticing. His gaze shifted from the lotus back to the battlefield. He could tell his fellow sect members were slowly losing the battle, as they were outnumbered slightly. John decided to deal with the battlefield first, as he didn't want any further disturbances to potentially harm the lotus. His body flashed forward, and a small explosion of lightning blasted out between the two groups, halting their battle. The gazes of both groups locked onto John, who had just appeared between them. The Heavenly Lightning Sect youths lit up in excitement as they saw who it was, while the other group frowned or scoffed at his arrival. Seeing his late meridian forging cultivation, their natural reaction was to look down on him. "General," one of the youths, a girl who was in her second year, exclaimed. She had long brown hair and a dazzling blue hair clip on the side of her head. Her aura was quite weak at the moment, as the battle had clearly exhausted her. However, she didn't have any injuries, as her opponents were clearly not looking to injure or kill any of the Heavenly Lightning Sect members. "General," one of the red-robed youths started laughing, as the title for someone so low in cultivation was quite pitiable. John's gaze shifted towards the youth, as well as the others, and saw no fear or hesitation in their gazes. It seems as though not everyone has a jade dragon list or has kept up with it. I suppose that's only natural. The list is quite expensive, and these youths might not have come across a Heaven Scrying Sect member or others discussing the list. "What's going on?" John asked as he turned to the girl who had spoken up. The girl breathed in and out a few times, catching her breath before replying. "We were exploring this land a few hours ago, when we spotted the golden flame magma lotus," the girl started explaining. "We tried to retrieve it, but the golden flames it emits are far too strong to just walk up and take it. While we were thinking of a way to retrieve it, this other group showed up and tried to claim the flower for themselves, and this battle is them trying to force us away." The girl explained the situation fully. "Is that so?" John replied as his gaze shifted to the other group. "Yeah, that's right," one of the youths, the strongest of the group, replied without hiding anything. "What are you, a late meridian forging weakling, going to do about it?" The youth's words sent a wave of laughter through his group, while the Heavenly Lightning Sect youths looked at him with a look of pity. They knew John's strength, and that such words would only invite misery upon themselves. John's gaze scanned the 5 Heavenly Lightning Sect members, noticing that none were injured, just fatigued. His gaze shifted back to the red-robed youths, his gaze calm. "I can tell that you 6 were not trying to injure my fellow sect members, and were just trying to force them away from this area. I suppose I should thank you for your act of kindness, and so I will return the favor. If you leave now, I'll take no further action," John said to the 6 youths. His words caused the 6 to instantly erupt into a fit of laughter, as if it were the funniest thing they had ever heard. John's gaze remained calm, as he had been expecting such a reaction, but at least wanted to give the youths a chance to retreat. I suppose the Jade Dragon list does have its uses after all, John mumbled out loud as he began to walk towards the 6 youths. It's just a shame that not everyone has it, or it would resolve situations like this instantly. The youths all heard John's words and broke out into laughter once more. The Jade Dragon list. You're right, we don't have it, but what use would that do you? Are you trying to claim you're on the lees? Bang! John appeared before the youth in an instant, his body appearing like a blur to the other youths. His open hand smacked against the cheek of the youth who had been speaking, who was propelled through the air, unprepared for the attack and unable to resist its power. A small trail of blood followed behind the youth as he sailed through the air. Boom! The youth slammed into the side of a nearby rocky hill, his body disappearing from sight as it tunneled into the hill. The other youths stared with eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to process what had happened. John's calm gaze shifted from the hill to the other youths as he lowered his hand. Your friend is fine, just a bit dazed is all. I made sure not to kill him with that slap, John said, his voice calm and genial as if he had not just slapped the soul out of one of their friends. They stared at him with frightful expressions, not sure of what to do. John gestured towards the nearby hill, his gaze still lingering on the 5 youths before him. Go get your friend and leave, he said to the group, who quickly came to their senses and dashed towards the nearby hill. Just from John's speed and powerful slap alone, they could tell that they were no match for him. One of them went into the tunnel and quickly retrieved their friend, who had a large red handprint on his cheek and a small amount of blood on his lips. Where am I? The youth mumbled groggily, his mind in a daze. The 5 others breathed a sigh of relief at seeing their friend still alive from taking such a monstrous slap head-on, before they sped off without looking back, not wanting to be next on the list to be slapped. John watched the group leave, before his gaze shifted towards the distant Golden Flame Magma Lotus. Chapter 602, Retrieving the Golden Flame Magma Lotus. Its golden flames raged with great power, scorching the land and heating up the nearby lava. John's excitement rose as he prepared to retrieve the lotus, when the other Heavenly Lightning Sect youths suddenly rushed up to him. That was awesome, one of the youths, a boy also in his 2nd year, exclaimed. Despite being older than John by a year, he and the others acted like children swarming around an adult. Thank you for the help, General, the girl said, a smile of gratitude on her weary face. The others expressed their gratitude as well, while John raised his hand dismissively at their words. It's only natural that I help out my fellow sect members, John said to them, not feeling like he deserved any particular praise for his actions. He had come mostly for the Golden Flame Lotus anyways, and so his actions were not completely selfless. The others noticed John's gaze, their expressions turning more serious. As I said before, we tried to retrieve the lotus, but its heat is unbearable for us. We were not able to get close enough to retrieve it, the girl said to John. She noticed his calm gaze and perked up slightly at the sight. Do you have an idea of how to retrieve it? The girl asked, slight hopefulness in her voice. I do, John replied as he suddenly sped toward. His actions surprised the others, as they were standing on an island of rocky earth at the moment. But the lotus was in the middle of a sea of lava. They had grouped up together and combined their protective chis to resist the lava, but still just barely managed to do so. When they approached the flower, they were unable to get within 100 yards, as its heat was just too unbearable. As such, the 5 youths felt shock as they saw John speed directly into the lava, his protective chi not felt at all. The 5 of them gasped in fright as they half expected John to die right then and there. John entered the sea of lava, his feet landing on the lava, while his body toughness fully resisted the heat. While it felt like he was standing in the middle of a hellish furnace, John was able to ignore the heat for the most part. His body was not only incredibly durable, but also very resistant to yang energies thanks to his lightning attribute body. While it was most effective against lightning, it also provided him resistance to other yang elements such as fire and lava. Thanks to his fast footsteps, John sped across the surface of the lava thanks to its thick viscosity. While he could use his essence chi to form a pseudofloor to stand on the lava as well, such a thing was not needed at the moment. John's gaze shifted down as he noticed smoke rising from below. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed the bottom of his robes had caught fire, as they had been dragged through the lava. "Oops," John muttered as his essence chi suddenly flared, protecting his body. "I suppose I've got to get more durable clothing in the future," John muttered as he sped forward. With his protective chi coating his body, he no longer felt the heat of the lava below at all. His speed was incredibly quick, and he quickly arrived 100 yards away from the lotus, which was where the others had to stop. The scorching heat of the lotus washed over him, and John couldn't help but be impressed by its power. No wonder they stopped here. This lotus is fully mature, and must have been growing here for thousands and thousands of years. His excitement rose as he realized the lotus was even better than he imagined, and he sped forward once more without hesitation. The heat of the lotus grew with every step he took, although it still was not enough to pierce through his protective chi layer. With his 20 times compressed danshin, John's essence chi was as powerful as a late heaven tribulation cultivator, making him far more resistant than the other youths who had attempted to retrieve the lotus. When he was within 5 yards, however, of the flower, John raised an eyebrow in surprise as he felt the heat seep through his protective chi layer and attempt to burn his body. He activated his limiter of pain and supreme battle art to resist the heat, allowing him to progress the last 5 yards. John stood directly before the flower, its golden flames directly washing over him. The heat was incredible, as it was almost enough to overwhelm him despite his protective measures being taken. However, this only made John's excitement rise again, as the stronger the flower was, the more beneficial it would be to his body. With no further hesitation, John reached out and placed his hand on the golden flame magma lotus. His hand began to turn red from the scorching heat, but John ignored the pain as he wrapped it with his chi and divine sense. His mind and soul felt like they were set aflame as he did so, but John resisted the pain which he had become quite used to over the last few years. Compared to the pain he felt during his lightning cultivations and tribulations, this was almost nothing. The magma lotus instantly disappeared, as John transported it to his spatial realm, as his spatial ring could not store anything living, and would be destroyed from within by the lotus's power anyways. The magma lotus appeared within the garden area of the spatial realm, much to John's surprise. He had wanted to transport it to one of the empty rooms, so its raging flames did not destroy anything nearby. However, it seemed as though his spatial realm had a mind of its own, as it transported the flower to the garden containing his mystical tea plants. "Shit," John cursed as he noticed this. The tea leaves were worth a fortune, and if they were destroyed by the flames, he would no doubt cry from the loss. However, his panic quickly abated as he noticed the artificial sun hanging high above in the room unleash a beam of mysterious energy which slammed onto the lotus. A protective barrier formed around the flame lotus, containing its heat to one area and protecting the rest of the large garden. John had not been expecting such a thing to happen, but he breathed a sigh of relief as he realized the situation had turned out quite well. "I suppose it's only natural that a garden in a place as profound as this would have some measures to protect the garden in case something like this happens," John mused. His consciousness left the palace realm and returned to the real world, which was now far less hot than before. With the lotus gone, all John had to do was resist the lava beneath him, which was simple. Having accomplished his goal, John turned to leave. Boom! The lava beneath his feet exploded outwards, while a massive figure slowly emerged from beneath the sea of lava. John's eyes widened as a creature appeared before him, one whose power was not something he could contend with. A peak heaven tribulation lava elemental. Chapter 603, True Warrior Trial. The peak heaven tribulation lava elemental exploded from beneath the lava, its power raining lava all over the surrounding area. John dodged to the side rapidly to avoid the lava, while his cautioned gaze stayed focused on the foe before him. The lava elemental inspected the area, and its rage was instantly ignited. It noticed John, who appeared like an ant before him, and it exploded with a fiery aura of rage and anger. Shit, I didn't notice this elemental due to it being made of lava and blending in with the lava beneath my feet. But more importantly, how the hell is something so strong just slumbering here? John thought over the issue and came to a quick realization as to what was happening. The Jade Dragon Empire realm had been unoccupied for over 100,000 years, allowing things like the golden flame magma lotus to appear. The lotus was a flower of yang energy, and it would naturally attract the attention of any lava elementals as well. This one must have been sleeping beneath the lotus for who knows how long, absorbing some of its power and growing nonstop. I'm sure the Jade Dragon Empire would have cleared out something like this when it existed, but that's no longer the case. The lava elemental roared with rage as one of its arms slammed down towards John below. Its power was beyond terrifying, and John knew he would only be able to block such an attack if he was utilizing his Asura transformation. While he could contest with the elemental at his full power, he would not be able to defeat it due to its regenerative nature. Such a battle was not worth the cost, and so John had no choice but to retreat. With no hesitation at all, John activated his limiter of speed and Thunderbody Flash. He sped away from the lava elemental, whose hand slammed into the lava where John had been, causing a massive explosion of lava and earth to erupt. A massive wave of lava spread outwards, traveling towards John and the other youths, who stood there, frightened stiff by the lava elemental's power. "Run!" John yelled angrily, rousing them from their frightened state. The youths all realized the stupidity of their actions, and each activated their fastest movement techniques as they sped into the distance. At the same time, he turned towards the oncoming explosion of lava and took out his battle axe. Sky-sundering axe. A brilliant gold axe image slashed forward, slamming against the wave of lava. The axe attack cleaved a pathway through the lava, although it looked quite insignificant in comparison to the massive wave. However, this was all John needed, as the wave of lava passed by him, while he slipped through the path he had created. How frightening! Just the remnant explosion from this creature's attack was enough to injure me if I had not acted in time. Roar! The lava elemental roared in frustration as it saw John live through its attack. Its other arm stretched forward towards him, the speed of its attack too fast to dodge. John's eyes narrowed as he activated his peak body state. Limiter of pain. Limiter of power. Supreme battle art. His battle axe cleaved forward once more, slamming against the massive hand of lava that appeared before him. His axe turned golden as he once again utilized the sky-sundering axe, although he used the melee version of the attack this time. Boom! The monstrous power of the lava elemental slammed against John's battle axe. He felt a horrifying force course through his arms and into his body, as his arms creaked in protest, barely able to withstand the force of the attack. John's body shot backwards like a blur, his speed causing the nearby air to ripple and boom. His body felt like a mountain had just landed on top of him, but he resisted the pain as he focused on the task at hand, retreating. Using the backwards momentum of blocking the attack, John stabilized his body and sped forward once more, his speed even faster than what he was capable of on his own. He was like a flash of lightning as he sped forward, appearing miles away in almost an instant. John sped off in a different direction than the youths, as he knew that only he was fast enough to escape the lava elemental. If he fled in their direction, they were as good as dead. Roar! The lava elemental roared once again as it saw John had used its own attack against him and sped forward towards him. Despite its gargantuan body, in the sea of lava, its speed was just as fast as John's. John reached a massive stretch of land and landed upon it, at which point he activated his Thunderbody Flash. He continued his momentum as he flashed over the land. The lava elemental roared in rage as it watched John arrive at the large stretch of land and disappear into the distance. However, its massive body was a detriment as it could only move freely within the lava itself. It eventually came to a rage-filled stop as it watched John's speed out of sight into the distance, unable to contend with his incredible speed. The enraged lava elemental slammed its fist onto the patch of rocky earth, easily breaking it apart before it eventually returned to the area where it had been slumbering, its massive body disappearing beneath the lava once more. "Hugh, that was a close one." John breathed out a sigh of relief as he noticed the lava elemental had finally stopped chasing him. Were he able to use his Asura transformation or bloodline ability, he would have loved to contest against the monster and test his might. However, without being able to use either, he had almost no chance of defeating the lava elemental. Not only that, but if he took grave damage in his battle, he would be susceptible to other youths, as well as hinder his progress through these lands. Despite the fact that he yearned for such a battle, John knew he was not able to take part in it this time. He remained in place for a moment to recover his energy, and after doing so, checked his surroundings. Ahem. Before him in the distance, a medium-sized cave in a distant mountain appeared in his vision. His body sped forward towards the cave, and he stopped before it. His eyes locked onto the words that were etched above the cave. "True warrior trial." "True warrior trial," John mused. The other trials were just called warrior trials, while this one is a true warrior trial. I wonder what the difference is. He thought about it for a moment, but couldn't conclusively determine anything based on the words alone. Well, it seems like the only way to find out the truth is to enter the trial, so that's just what I'll do. Without further hesitation, John entered the cave. The cave had a thin stretch of land to walk on, while lava flowed on both sides of the strip of land. Lava waterfalls from above would occasionally fall down on the strip of land, forcing him to resist it. However, it was nothing to concern him, and before long John arrived at the end of the cave. He stopped for a moment as his eyes locked onto a glowing green formation entrance before him. It was a formation barrier similar to the previous ones he had entered in these lands, although he didn't know if this one had any score requirements. John studied the formation for a moment, but didn't find anything suspicious about it. He felt no danger from the formation barrier itself, and so, after a moment of studying the barrier, he stepped forward and into it. His body passed through the formation without trouble, and he soon found himself on the other side. He turned and placed his hand back on the barrier, while his eyebrows rose slightly in realization. This barrier is a one-way barrier. I can enter, but cannot leave. I suppose that's the meaning of the true portion. I can only progress forward, and retreat is not possible. That means if I can't progress forward, death is most likely the only alternative. After thinking through this, a confident smile appeared on John's face as he felt his blood begin to boil. Now this is more like it. Victory or death. I just hope this trial doesn't disappoint me. Roar. A booming roar bellowed out behind John, causing him to turn towards the source. A sprawling cavern appeared before him, several hundred yards tall and almost a mile wide. The walls and floor were covered by reinforcing formation runes, while in the middle of the arena stood a hulking figure. "An ice troll, huh?" John said as he spotted his opponent, although a slight frown appeared on his face as he noticed his opponent's cultivation. "Late meridian forging. How disappointing," John muttered, once again disappointed by the trial before him. As if listening to his words, a few of the formation runes on the ground before him lit up, while floating text suddenly appeared in the air before him. John's eyes lit up in both surprise and excitement as a list appeared before him. Opponent, Ice Troll. Pick the difficulty. Late Meridian Forging. Early Heaven Tribulation. Middle Heaven Tribulation. Now this is more like it, John said with excitement as his hand stretched out, tapping the Middle Heaven Tribulation prompt. Chapter 604 almost timely arrival. After tapping the prompt before him, John's gaze shifted back to the ice troll. Its aura began to climb, and soon it exuded the aura of a Middle Heaven Tribulation beast. John's eyes lit up in excitement, while his appreciation of the Jade Dragon Empire grew even further. I wonder why I'm allowed to select the difficulty of the trial, John mused out loud. Although he was able to fight above his cultivation level, He was a complete anomaly in the cultivation world. While there were some gifted geniuses who could fight one realm above their rank, going 2 or even 3 realms above their cultivation level was unheard of. However, the prompt had allowed him to go to the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm, which was effectively 3 minor realms above his cultivation level. I doubt that even the geniuses of the Jade Dragon Empire were so gifted. I wonder what the reason for this option is, John mused as he closely studied the beast. This ice troll is clearly a fake beast made up by the formations surrounding this arena, but even I can't tell the difference between it being fake and real. The formation experts of the Jade Dragon Empire must have been beyond impressive. John took out his battle axe as he slowly began to walk towards the ice troll. The ice troll roared loudly as it watched John approach, before it suddenly charged towards him. Each step shook the massive cavernous arena with its weight and power, as it arrived before him in an instant. After a moment of thought, John smiled as he put away his battle axe. The ice troll slammed its closed fist down on John, the force of his attack equivalent to a small mountain slamming down onto the ground. John's body aura skyrocketed as he punched out to meet the attack, his battle-lusted smile growing by the second. Bang! The ice troll's body fell to the ground as the arena shook from its weight. Its body was riddled with wounds, as blood flowed all over its white fur. However, none of the wounds were made from sharp blades, and instead looked to be done by brute force. One of the arms of the ice troll had been ripped off at the elbow, while one ankle was shattered with the foot facing the wrong direction. Both of its eyes had been gouged out, while several circular holes were visible on its stomach and chest. Lastly, a large, gaping hole was visible in the left center of its chest. The ice troll slowly faded away, while John's gaze shifted to the beating heart he held in his right hand. The heart faded away as well, as the room became empty aside from himself. John's body was covered in blood from head to toe, the blood both his and the ice troll's. His breathing was heavy, but the satisfied smile on his face continued to linger as he watched the ice troll vanish. His body also cleaned up a bit as the ice troll's blood vanished as well. That might have been the most fun I've ever had in a fight, John couldn't help but say out loud. He had been able to fight purely with his body against a strong beast, undisturbed by anyone else. John felt a tingling sensation on his upper chest and knew it was his jade marks being updated. A quick inspection revealed he had received 200 points, a figure that caused slight surprise to appear on his face. 200 jade marks. That's more than I've received up to this point, John mumbled, although after quick consideration it made sense. He had single-handedly defeated an opponent 3 minor cultivation realms higher than him, which was most likely factored into the score. Flash. On the other side of the arena, John saw a flash of green light as another formation barrier appeared. Without hesitation, he walked over towards the formation barrier and entered it. Bang! An earthen fist slammed into the ground, while the force of its attack sent out a powerful shockwave. Ugh! A cry of pain and panic rang out as a young girl was flung across the arena, while her body eventually slammed into the far wall of the cavern. She landed on the ground, her footing unsteady as she struggled to push through the battered state of her body. Blood flowed down her face and arms, while her aura seemed shaky and fragile. The girl wore a blue dress which looked quite pretty. She had long green hair and bright green eyes which suddenly widened in panic. "Grayson!" she yelled in a panic, but it was too late to do anything. The girl helplessly watched as a massive earthen fist slammed onto her friend, who was lying on the ground and was struggling to get up. The boy's fearful eyes gazed back at his friend as the fist slammed into his back, shattering his spine and crushing his body. "Grayson!" the girl called out, her voice hoarse and chill. Tears formed in her eyes as she watched the earthen fist lift up from Grayson's body, which was now no more than a smear on the floor. Grayson no longer contained any aura of life. The girl's gaze lingered on her friend while the earthen creature approached her. The girl shifted her gaze towards the earthen creature as it arrived before her, fear and agony entrenched within her. She watched as the earthen fist punched out towards her with incredible might, and knew she did not have the power to resist it. Her regretful eyes slowly closed as she embraced her soon-to-arrive death. Bang! A loud sound boomed out within the large, cavernous arena, as the earthen first collided with a solid object. The girl's tearful and confused eyes slowly opened as she gazed forward, not expecting to ever open her eyes again. Two figures immediately came into her view, one towering, while the other seemed no more than an ant compared to the lumbering earthen creature. However, the figure before her held back the earthen creature's punch with a single arm, as if such a thing was no more than a trivial matter to him. "You really shouldn't just give up on life like that," John said to the girl, who was clearly on the edge of collapse. "You only have one life to live, so you should fight until your last breath." The girl's confused expression turned into one of shock, before tears once again began to stream down her face. "But Grayson," the girl muttered as her tearful gaze shifted to her dead friend in the distance. John followed her gaze and quickly saw her friend dead on the floor. He sighed in pity, as it seemed as though he had arrived just a fraction late to assist the dead youth. "That's all the more reason to fight to your last breath," John said to the girl. "Your friend died fighting alongside you, and so your survival is all the more important. Otherwise, who will carry on his memory?" John's words caused the girl's tearful eyes to widen slightly, before more tears began to fall. She quickly wiped the tears away, as her fearful expression slowly firmed up. You're right," the girl replied, realizing the truth of John's words. If both of them died down here, no one would have ever known what happened to them, or the brave last stand they had against the monstrous creature. Roar! The earthen creature roared as it saw John had blocked its attack, and it withdrew its fist for a moment before unleashing another devastating attack. "Motherfucker, do you mind?" John cursed at the creature. "We're having a conversation here, so piss off." Bang! His fist punched out to meet the earthen creature's first attack, the collisions of fists creating a thunderous force that shook the large, cavernous arena. The girl watched in stunned surprise as the massive earthen creature was launched backwards into the distance, its body slamming violently into the far wall of the cavern. Chapter 605, impressive sword attack. Her eyes shifted from John to the creature, and then back to John. Her shocked expression increased as she finally noticed his cultivation, and she was almost unable to believe her eyes. Who are you?" "You can call me John," John replied, before his gaze shifted back towards the massive earthen golem that was making its way over to him again. "So what happened here?" John asked, trying to get a picture of how the two had killed the ice troll, but fell against the earthen golem. He could tell that the earthen golem was stronger than the ice troll, but not by a massive margin. Grayson and I defeated the ice troll, but we were both quite injured in the battle. We wanted to rest up, but after just a few minutes we were forced to enter this next arena. We fought against the golem, but were overwhelmed in the end," the girl explained, her words getting hastier as she noticed the earth golem almost upon them again. "So that's how it is," John replied, his gaze focusing on the girl before him. Her cultivation was in the early heaven tribulation realm, and based on her age and aura, she was one of the less talented youths in these lands. She most likely entered the warrior tunnel in the ancient city just a day or two before John did, meaning that her talent was quite poor when compared to the true geniuses of the Honorable Alliance. Her and her friend falling to this earth golem after fighting the ice troll makes sense, as neither of them are particularly strong. But the Jade Dragon Empire sure is brutal. They'd send their youths into trials like these, with either victory or death as the result. No wonder they stood at the forefront of the ancient world. John's respect for both the Jade Dragon Empire and these trial lands grew as he came to this conclusion. The cultivation world was a brutal place, and only the strong could ensure their lives were theirs to control. At the same time, his expectations for the trial lands grew, as the dangerous fights were sure to continue, and also grow in power as he progressed deeper into the lands. "I guess I figured out why there are difficulty settings for these trials, though," John mused internally. "There doesn't seem to be a limit to how many youths can participate in the fight, so a group of youths could challenge a stronger creature, most likely to get more jade marks. "Watch out!" the girl exclaimed as the golem punched out towards John again, its fist carrying tremendous power. The earth golem had a cultivation level in the early heaven tribulation realm, causing John to frown slightly at his opponent's power. He slashed his axe out to meet the attack, the collision once again knocking back the earth golem. "Can we change the difficulty?" John suddenly said out loud, his words causing the girl to become confused. "Who are you talking to?" the girl asked, but her eyes quickly focused on a prompt of hovering text that suddenly appeared before John. Her eyes widened in panic as she noticed him select the middle heaven tribulation option, while the aura of the golem suddenly climbed to the next realm. "What are you doing?" the girl asked, her voice filled with confusion and panic. "Just wait in this corner. I'll be done soon," John said as he looked over his shoulder at the girl. Lightning coated his body, and his aura climbed massively as his body flashed forward, appearing before the earth golem. For the next 10 minutes, the girl watched on in a stunned stupor as John fought head-to-head against the golem. Golden battle axe battle arts were constantly unleashed, slamming against the golem with incredible power, while the physical force of his battle axe attacks were equally as monstrous. Boom! The earthen golem's body fell to the ground in a crumbled pile, its body shattered from the battle between itself and John. John's heavy breathing slowly calmed down as he once again watched his opponent vanish into nothingness, while the tingling sensation on his chest appeared again. 200 points, John said as he noticed the jade marks provided were the same as last time. He walked over to her, while the girl stared at John, her gaze appearing like she was staring at a monster. "How many jade marks did you get?" John asked, getting straight to the point. The girl snapped out of her stunned stupor and inspected her marks. 25. "Wow, the ice troll only gave 15, the girl exclaimed. 25. It seems like the points are awarded based on participation in the battle, as well as how much damage each person does. And lastly, the difference in cultivations. I suppose that is the best way to do it." John was happy to see that the girl's presence didn't lower the score he received, and his gaze shifted towards the end of the large cavern as another flash of green light appeared. He popped a healing pill as well as a chi recovery pill in his mouth, just in case, and turned to the girl once more. "Gather your friends' remains, and then we're moving to the next stage," John said to her. The girl nodded her head, fully following John's commands from here on out, as she knew he was her only hope of getting out of here alive. She collected her friend's remains as her face once again turned sad and teary, but followed John's instructions and returned to him quickly. "There will be time for mourning later. First, we focus on this trial," John said to the girl, who nodded her head as a serious expression appeared on her face. She followed behind him, and the two quickly stepped through the formation barrier as another cavernous arena appeared before them. Bang! Bang! A battle between man and beast, once again, appeared in John's vision as he saw a lone youth battling against a fiery creature. "Astral sword!" The youth yelled out loudly as a purple sword image, which seemed to glimmer in spots like stars in the void, slashed out. It landed on the already injured creature, which was a hellflame worm. The sword cleaved onto an already created injury, piercing deeper into the worm, which bisected it in two. The worm collapsed onto the ground, before it slowly vanished from sight. John raised an eyebrow as he saw the youth successfully kill his opponent single-handedly. The youth was an early heaven tribulation youth, but John could tell that he was almost ready to break through to the next minor realm. Not only that, but the astral sword that he had just unleashed was quite an impressive battle art, and John could easily tell that its origins were not simple. "Not bad," John said out loud, his words catching the attention of the youth. The youth inspected the two of them for a moment, pausing on John for a moment as he clearly did not expect someone with such a low cultivation to make it this far. However, since the trial was scaled to cultivation, his appearance wasn't impossible. "Not bad. It sounds like my attacks don't impress you much," the youth replied. Not at all, John replied calmly. If you were at the Middle Heaven Tribulation realm, I would have to take my battle with you quite seriously. Ha ha ha, you're quite an amusing one, the youth replied, not mad at John's words. The youth stared at John for a moment longer before he turned and left through the formation barrier that had appeared, which vanished after he entered. John watched him leave, before his gaze shifted to the hellflame worm, which again materialized in the center of the arena. Let's kick it up a notch again, John said as the prompt once again appeared before him. His body flashed forward towards the hellflame rim as his battle axe cleaved down towards it, as he started the next battle in the gauntlet of the true warrior trial. Chapter 606, Hellflame Worm. John's battle axe slashed outwards, slamming against the tail attack of the hellflame worm, which was like a fire whip from hell. The power and heat from its attacks were monstrous, and even John had to be careful to not be hit directly lest he suffer serious wounds. His battle had been raging for over 15 minutes, a testament to the hellflame worm's power. Each whip of its tail was equivalent to a battle art unleashed by a Middle Heaven Tribulation cultivator, while it also spat out beams of concentrated fire at John. The beams were even hotter than the lava that he had encountered before, and so John had to be careful to not take them directly head-on. At the same time, the hellflame worm had tough scales on its exterior, making its defense quite formidable and hard to pierce. Despite controlling the battle, he didn't know how many more stages there were to this true warrior trial. He could no longer afford to trade blows with his beastly opponents, and only focused on victory. However, without his bloodline ability or Asura transformation, a Middle Heaven Tribulation beast was as strong as he could fight against. Sky-sundering axe. A massive gold axe image slashed out from John's battle axe and slammed down onto the hellflame worm, who met the attack with its powerful fire breath. John's body flashed down and to the side of the hellflame worm as a tail attack slammed onto his position. His body flashed again, narrowly dodging the attack as he unleashed a lightning disintegration. Bang! The lightning beam slammed onto the side of the hellflame worm, where an injury had already been created. The lightning beam burrowed deeper into its body, causing it to seize up as it struggled against the rampaging lighting. John slashed out with his battle axe again, unleashing another sky-sundering axe while his opponent was recovering. The massive golden axe image slammed against the side of the worm, knocking it backwards and into the distant wall of the cavernous arena. It quickly recovered, but a shallow wound was opened up on its side where the battle art had landed. Blood seeped out, but the worm ignored its injuries as it was not a true, living creature, which made it much harder to fight. Only by truly defeating the worm would it finally stop attacking without regard for its injuries or life. John sped towards the worm, who opened its mouth to unleash another devastating fire attack. A small smirk appeared on John's face as he studied the worm's attacks long enough and was waiting for this opportunity. Heavenly Lightning Domain. Hundreds of lightning nodes sprung up in the air all around John, surrounding both him and the worm. They were spaced in varying distances from John, some close to his body, all the way to 100 yards away. 3 of the nodes appeared in the open maw of the massive worm, which John focused all his chi on. He ignored the other nodes as he only activated the nodes within the worm's mouth, as powerful lightning suddenly sprung out between the nodes. Bang! The worm unleashed a powerful flame attack, which John narrowly dodged. The lightning nodes were damaged from the attack, but John's essence chi flared out as he quickly rebuilt them, forming the lightning connections between the 3 nodes once more. The worm's mouth attempted to close, but it clamped down connected lightning nodes instead, which forced its mouth to remain open. It bit down harder to destroy the nodes, but was unable to fully do so, as John quickly reformed a node when it was broken. A fiery light began to form from within the worm's mouth, while John's smile only grew larger as he pointed his finger towards the worm. Too late. Lightning disintegration. John unleashed his most powerful lightning disintegration, which pierced directly into the open maw of the worm before it could unleash its fire breath to destroy the lightning nodes. With its flesh mouth the weakest part of its body, The lightning beam pierced right into the internals of the worm unhindered. A cry of pain bellowed out from the worm as if it were a real creature, while smoke and blood flowed out of its mouth. "Quick, hit it with an attack," John called out to the girl, who had been standing in the distance watching the battle take place. The girl quickly did as John said, as a blue staff appeared in her hands, and she unleashed a powerful water battle art at the creature. The water battle art looked like a bird made of water, which slammed against the creature, although it didn't do much damage. The worm struggled for a moment before it collapsed on its stomach. The internal injury coupled with all the previous ones had become too much to bear, and the worm finally ceased its movement. After a moment of pause, it slowly vanished into thin air, signaling the end of the battle. "Hugh," John sighed as he popped another chi recovery pill in his mouth. 3 successive battles between Middle Heaven Tribulation beasts had started to add up, as he felt his essence chi reserves halved. Although he still had a lot of fighting strength due to his remaining essence chi as well as massive reservoir of beast blood essence for his body chi, the battles had still been grueling and strenuous. John felt the strange sensation on his chest once again and confirmed that he had received another 200 jade marks. The girl, still stunned despite seeing John's power before, walked over to him, her staff in her hands. "Why did you ask me to attack it?" the girl asked. "You had already defeated the creature." "Do you not want jade marks?" John asked as he glanced at her. She had to have some contributions, no matter how tiny, in order to receive marks. "Ah," the girl made a noise, before a bashful expression appeared on her face. "Thank you," she said to John, feeling guilty at him doing all the hard work. "No need to thank me," John replied, as her getting a score did not lower his own. His gaze shifted towards the girl's staff as he thought of something. "A staff, are you a war mage?" John asked curiously. "I am," the girl replied. "Ah, so that's how it is," John said to her. The last war mage he had met was Ryan, who was still living on the Yuan Continent. War mages were relatively rare, as one needed to have the natural-born talent to become one. While they could unleash devastating attacks, they also had a massive weakness. "No wonder you struggled so much against the Earth Golem," John continued. "War mages can unleash powerful attacks after channeling them for some time, but require both time and distance to be able to do so safely. With the confined space of these cavernous arenas, you were unable to unleash your most powerful attacks." The girl stared at John for a moment as he came to the correct conclusion, and nodded her head silently after a moment, confirming his words. John could tell she still felt guilty about surviving while her friend died, and so he decided to change the subject. "That's right, you know my name, but I do not know yours," John said to the girl. "I'm Ziora," the girl replied, "from the Mistfall Academy." "Academy," John mused, but quickly recalled the term from one of the books he had read. Academies are like sects, but focused on channeled mage arts, instead of battle arts like normal sects. They're also more astute and scholarly, as they focus on more than just battles and cultivation. I believe they even offer to become advisors to powerful nations, clans, and sects, and also study the more arcane mysteries of the universe. "Well, Ziora, I think it's about time we pay advance to the next trial. What do you say?" John said to her. "Let's go," Ziora replied, her confidence in John's power firm after seeing his combat prowess on full display. John nodded his head and turned towards the green formation barrier that had appeared after the Hellflame worm had fallen. The two of them quickly entered and found themselves transported into near darkness, unable to see anything at all. John could tell that something was not right, as his instincts were flaring with warning. Chapter 607, Abyss Shadow Spider. His eyes strained to see before him, but couldn't see much. He instead spread out his divine sense as far as it could go, and the faintest of warnings flared in his mind as he flashed towards Ziora, his battle axe slashing outwards. Peng! Sparks flew off the blade of his battle axe, as a sharp object had pierced directly towards the back of Ziora's head. The sparks illuminated the nearby area for a brief instant, and John's eyes locked onto the creature that had been revealed. A spider, 10 yards across and as black as the darkest night, stared back at him with dozens of black, beady eyes, while it quickly retracted its stinger. Its body suddenly vanished, blending back into the darkness of the area around them. John's eyes narrowed and guard heightened as he knew the vanishing was not due to the spider's defeat, but its ability to blend into the shadows. An abyss shadow spider. An abyss shadow spider! Ziora exclaimed in shock as she reacted to what had happened. She had not even noticed the spider's presence or attack, and had only seen it after the sparks illuminated its body. Were it not for John, she would have no doubt been killed. However, her true shock was not due to the attack, but the creature that she had seen. Abyss shadow spiders were practically legends in terms of lethality. They were nature's perfect assassins, as their speed was incredibly fast, and they had the ability to meld into shadows and blend into darkness, becoming almost undetectable. The Jade Dragon Empire sure was cruel, John muttered, as he flared his divine sense to his maximum. His eyes narrowed as his divine sense washed over the arena, noticing what was contained within. Hundreds of skeletal human corpses were strewn about, some almost to the point of disintegration. Clearly these were youths from the Jade Dragon Empire who had died in the hundreds going through this deadly trial. John also spotted 5 fresh corpses, clearly belonging to some of the youths that had gone through this trial recently. His face turned serious as he grabbed Ziora's hand, while his body sped forward through the darkness. He guided himself using his divine sense and arrived before one of the fresh bodies on the floor. The youth he had seen previously leaned against the wall of the arena, blood oozing out of his stomach, while the aura of life around the youth was feeble and weak. The wound smelled foul, as John could clearly tell that the youth had been stung by the spider's stinger and afflicted by its venom. The venom itself was not lethal if treated, but it instantly paralyzed the victim, allowing the spider to consume them at their leisure. While the spider was a formation construct, such formations used the beast cores of animals to emulate both the actions and instincts of the creature. Beast cores were like dantians for beasts, which allowed them to raise their cultivations and grow stronger. As such, the spider acted as if it were a true living abyss shadow spider. Cough. The youth sprawled against the wall coughed, and his eyes locked onto John's face that he could hardly make out, despite only being 2 feet away. "It's you," the youth said before his eyes widened with clarity. "Be careful, there's an abyss shadow spider." John stared at the youth, his opinion of the youth rising. Despite his grievous state, he still warned John of the dangers within. "I know," John replied as a pill suddenly appeared in his hands. It was one of the antidote pills Chase had personally created for the group, and was one that was most effective against spider venoms. While it would fully neutralize the paralyzing venom, it was better than nothing, and would allow the youth to focus on healing himself. While doing all this, John's divine sense continued to scan for the spider at full power, although he was unable to lock onto it. He could detect faint movements here and there, but the spider's ability to blend into the darkness included obscuring not only vision, but divine senses as well. However, thanks to his incredibly powerful soul, he was able to lock onto the spider's movements much better than most other cultivators. Its body appeared in his divine sense at varying locations, like it teleported from one place to another in an instant. Such was the ability of the abyss shadow spider, which made it all the more lethal. Despite the fact that the spider was at the early heaven tribulation realm, it was still incredibly lethal. While John did think of raising its strength, he decided against it. He would not be able to ensure the safety of the 2 other youths if he did so. John's instincts flared in warning once again, and his finger raised upwards. Lightning disintegration. Lightning instantly blasted out of his finger, illuminating the nearby area. His gaze locked onto the spider that had appeared above him, ready to attack with its stinger. The spider's quick reactions dodged the lightning at the last moment and blended back into the shadows, disappearing from sight and divine sense once more. "HMPH, you can hide from others, but in front of me, such actions are futile," John said out loud as his body flashed forward. appearing like a blur of lightning as he activated his Thunder Flash body and limiter of speed. Zeora and the youth watched as John's figure flashed all throughout the darkness, appearing like a streak of lightning. His lightning attacks pierced out with incredible swiftness, each attack illuminating the spider and revealing a small hint of their battle. Shrieks from the spider filled the cavernous arena, while thunderous explosions from John's lightning attacks did the same. The battle continued for several minutes before. Shriek. An incredibly loud shriek bellowed out, followed by deafening silence. Zeora and the injured youth stared into the darkness in silence, unsure of what the outcome of the battle was. After what felt like an eternity, a figure appeared before them, startling them. However, they both breathed out a sigh of relief as their divine senses revealed the figure to be John. "The spider?" the injured youth asked. "Dead," John replied, his words indicating the lethal threat had finally ended. Both youths breathed out a sigh of relief when Zeora's eyes opened wide in panic as she stared at a wound on John's body. "You've been stung by the spider." Zeora's eyes instantly widened in panic as her divine sense revealed a wound on John's stomach, with the same foul-smelling venom lingering on the wound. "You're hurt," Zeora exclaimed as she appeared before John. John smiled as he spotted the worry on Zeora's face, but assuaged her concern. "I'm fine," John replied calmly. "I got stung on purpose." "You got stung on purpose? Why would you do such a thing?" Zeora asked, her tone still tinged with concern. John had done so for two reasons. One was to lock down the spider's movements, as it was quite a troublesome opponent. While he would no doubt defeat it after a while through normal means, he didn't want to leave the injured youth untended for too long. As the spider struck him, he grabbed the stinger, stopping it from retreating, which allowed him to land the finishing blow. The other was that he wanted to test out his body's resistance to venom. He already knew he was resistant to poison to some extent thanks to the poison room in the lightning realm, but didn't know the extent of it. This spider was the perfect opportunity to test that. While John did feel his body become a bit weaker due to the paralyzing poison, his Immortal Asura body was able to resist its effects. At the same time, John could tell that his blood was also naturally resistant to poison, perhaps due to his bloodline ability or unique lineage. Regardless of the reason, John was content with the outcome, although he couldn't tell Zeora the real reason for his actions. John ignored Zeora's question and instead kneeled before the injured youth. "Thank you," the youth said to John, as he had truly saved his life. "What happened?" John asked the youth. "Surely you could have managed against this spider." While John did not know much about the youth, he could tell from that one sword attack that he was very talented. Although the Abyss Shadow spider was incredibly dangerous, the youth should have been able to manage in the end. The youth was no more than a year older than John, and were he the same age as the top geniuses in these lands, he would no doubt be ranked amongst the top 50. The only disadvantage he had against them was time, as he was younger than most in the realm at age 18. "I did manage to kill the spider," the youth replied while smiling through the pain. "But that's when the second spider appeared, which I was not expecting." "A second spider?" John exclaimed, while his divine sense flared out again to check if there was a third spider lingering in the shadows. Chapter 608 Trial Rewards, however, after inspecting the dark arena for some time, he detected no movement at all. With his strong instincts, he was sure the threat was over. The Jade Dragon Empire sure is ruthless, having 2 Abyss Shadow spiders for this trial. Almost no one would be able to pass this trial on their own. Even he would have had a tough time fighting against 2 early Heaven Tribulation Abyss Shadow spiders. While he still would win in the end, the battle would be incredibly hard fought. However, when he thought about the fact that the Jade Dragon Empire youths would have been stronger and more talented than the Honorable Alliance youths, it made some sense as to the difficulty of the trial. Still, being able to kill one of them, "I knew I wasn't wrong in my judgment about you," John praised the youth. Flash. A flash of green light appeared in the distance, revealing the end of the current trial. A wry smile appeared on the youth's face as he gazed at the distant barrier. "At least we know there isn't a third spider," the youth said in a self-deprecating manner. "Haha, I suppose you're right," John replied with a small laugh. He reached out to help the youth to his feet, who took his helping hand. "Let's go." The youth popped a healing pill into his mouth, while the group made their way towards the formation barrier. "Should we wait?" Ziora asked as she glanced at the injured youth. For him to heal up." "No need," John replied, as he stepped through the barrier without hesitation. He was more than confident in his ability to protect the two of them, if need be. The two youths stared at each other for a moment before they both stepped through the barrier. John appeared in their vision once more, and they quickly gazed around the room, expecting to see another opponent. However, before them was not a battle arena, and instead they found themselves in the middle of a massive, well-illuminated room. The jade-green walls were ornately detailed with gold designs, while hundreds of translucent floating orbs hovered in the air above their heads. Many of the orbs were empty, but several dozen of them contained items, ranging from weapons to scrolls to other fantastic things. The auras each of the items gave off was beyond compare, making all three youths desire nothing else than to race into the air and grab the items. To the side of each item was a number, ranging from 5 for the lowest items and rising as the items got higher up off the ground. A voice suddenly filled the room, sounding artificial and lifeless. "Using the jade marks received from this true warrior trial, you may pick your rewards. Use your divine sense to interface with the item, and it will be retrieved." The youths were surprised to hear the voice, but quickly realized it was most likely some sort of ancient artifact spirit in charge of this trial. Their gazes heated up as they realized they would be able to claim some of the items above them, as all three gazes started scanning for what they wanted. Ziora had 65 points, as she had not helped with the Abyss Shadow Spider. However, this number was still quite high, and she quickly found something she desired. A large smile appeared on her face as she sent her divine sense out, locking onto one of the translucent orbs. The orb had the number 60 next to it, signifying the jade mark price. After touching the orb with her divine sense, it began to lower and arrived in front of her after a short moment. Her eyes lit up as she reached out and grabbed the item, which was a brilliant jade green and gold staff. The staff was perfect for use by war mages, and exuded the aura of a peak heaven tribulation grade weapon, if not better. The injured youth also spotted what he wanted, and sent out his divine sense towards an orb around the same area as Ziora. As he had not battled anything higher than his own cultivation, but had battled in all the trials, most alone, he had received 70 points. The orb he wanted lowered and arrived before him, and the youth's face lit up with excitement as a profound sword appeared in his hand. It was also jade green and gold, and too exuded the aura of a peak heaven tribulation grade weapon. It was much better than his own sword, and would allow him to unleash much stronger battle arts in the trials to come. The youth inspected his weapon, before he gazed at John with sincerity and thankfulness. "I must thank you," the youth said to John. "Were it not for you, not only would I not have this sword, but I would most likely be dead by now." "Don't mention it," John replied to the youth. "You would have done the same were the roles reversed." The youth smiled at John once again, as he was impressed by John's lack of arrogance despite his awe-inspiring combat prowess and talent. Most geniuses were completely arrogant and looked down on all weaker and less talented than them, but John was not like this. John's gaze shifted back towards the items above his head, and his eyes locked onto the item at the very top. It floated at the top alone, as if the other orbs were not worthy of approaching it. He inspected it, and quickly made up his mind. The item within the orb cost 400 jade marks, which was a terrifying number. While John had received 700 jade marks from this trial, that was from jumping 3 minor realms 3 times and 2 minor realms once with the Abyss Shadow Spider. One would need to jump 2 minor realms 4 times to achieve this score, which was a testament to its high requirement. While there was an element of team play which could factor into being able to accomplish such feats, it was still no easy task to defeat an opponent 2 minor realms above one's cultivation, regardless of how many teammates there were. He sent out his divine sense, which approached the orb at the top. A thunderous roar appeared in his mind as if warning him to stay away, like the roar of a dragon but within his mind and soul. Its power was awe-inspiring, but John ignored the roar of warning as he interfaced with the orb, which now slowly descended towards him. Chapter 609, Perfect Innate Variant Body. The orb slowly lowered and appeared before him, while an awe-inspiring aura flooded the entire room as he grabbed the item and withdrew it from the protective orb. All three youths felt their souls tremble as they heard a powerful roar in their minds. Ziora and the injured youth clutched their heads in pain, as the roar had inflicted pain on their souls, while John firmly ignored it. A smile appeared on his face as he held the object in his hand, which struggled against his grip as if it were sentient. His own power flared out as he focused on subduing the object in his hands. After a brief battle between the two, the object quieted down, seemingly accepting of John. The pain in Ziora's mind disappeared, and she gazed at John as if he truly were a monstrous monster. That's a dragon scale, and not just a regular dragon scale. That's a reverse scale, the first scale a dragon is born with, which is imbued with not only a portion of the dragon's power, but also its pride and some of sentience, Ziora exclaimed in shock. She paused for a while, trying to figure out what had happened, before she spoke up once more. Did you get the dragon's reverse scale to accept you? Such a thing is almost never heard of, Ziora exclaimed. Dragons are incredibly prideful creatures, and I can tell this one belonged to a very powerful dragon. No, it didn't accept me, John said, his words causing Ziora to breathe out in relief, as the shock would be too great to accept, even after everything she had seen him do before. However, his next words nearly caused her to collapse in shock. I didn't realize the scale was so special, John replied, his voice a bit bashful after what Ziora had revealed to him. And it gave me a lot of sass when I held it, so I just forcibly subdued it instead. Ziora almost couldn't believe her ears. She stared at John with a look of stunned disbelief, but the now calm scale that rested in his hands was a testament to the veracity of his words. How forget it, Ziora said after a long silence, coming to terms that John was a monstrous genius beyond anything she thought possible. With you, cultivation norms don't apply, it seems. The injured youth also stared at John with a strange expression, both at subduing the reverse dragon scale, as well as having enough points to buy it in the first place. How many jade marks did you obtain in this trial? The youth asked curiously. 700, John replied without hiding anything. 700, the injured youth exclaimed, almost unable to believe his ears. He had gone solo through all but the last trial and had only managed to get 70 points. He didn't know about the difficulty adjustments, but even if he did, he would not have done what John had done and fought above his level. I'm Oliver, the youth introduced himself after a moment of silence, as he realized he still hadn't done so. From the Astral Sword Sect. Astral Sword Sect, John repeated the name, the strongest sect in the Honorable Alliance. Although he had limited information about the Divine Martial Continent and Honorable Alliance, he did know that the Astral Sword Sect was the supposed strongest sect in the Alliance. Not only that, but they boasted the strongest Alliance disciple, as Luth Chaster was a disciple of the sect. That's the one, the youth replied. No wonder your sword attack was so profound, John said, as he recalled the sword attack he had seen the youth unleash before. He could tell it was not simple in origins, and most likely had some ancient lineage. Thanks, but my attack is still nothing compared to what Luth can unleash, the youth replied, downplaying himself and his power. John found himself approving of the youth's attitude, as most geniuses from the number 1 sect like that would be haughty and prideful, but Oliver was quite the opposite. Well, Oliver, I know who you are, Oliver said before John could finish his sentence. John raised an eyebrow, but then realized that Oliver most likely had a jade dragon list, and pieced together who he was that way. There's only one youth on the jade dragon list with your cultivation. I thought the Heaven Scrying sect had gone mad, but it seems as though I was the one who was mistaken. "There's no doubting your power, as unbelievable as it may seem," Oliver said. "You still have 300 points remaining." The temple's spirit voice spoke up once again. "Choose your rewards." "An impatient artifact spirit. That's a first," John mumbled as his focus shifted back towards the items above his head. He was disappointed there was no scythe amongst the items, and so he inspected the others with his divine sense, seeing if any were of interest to him. After searching for a while, he found two that interested him. The first was called Roar of the Jade Dragon, which was a body battle art, and cost 100 jade marks. It was a body battle art not because it strengthened the body, but because it required one be a body cultivator to use it. The battle art concentrated a massive amount of chi and air within one's lungs, before unleashing an incredibly powerful and devastating roar, akin to a dragon. Only a body cultivator could have lungs strong enough to withstand the pressure that built up inside the body. The other was called Advent of Annihilation, which was a battle axe battle art and cost 200 jade marks. I've been using the Sky Sundering axe to this point, but it's become quite weak when compared to my opponent's level. It's a meridian forging battle art, and so I think it's about time I upgrade to something more powerful. The timing couldn't be more perfect. His brief review of the Advent of Annihilation battle art revealed it to be a devastatingly powerful battle art, which focused on power above all else. With his initial grasp of the Tao of Power, this was a perfect battle art for him. His divine sense linked with two objects, both jade pieces. After linking with the jade pieces, they slowly began to lower towards him, eventually arriving before him. Roar of the Jade Dragon and Advent of Annihilation, the artifact spirit spoke out again. You have chosen two powerful battle arts. In fact, Advent of Annihilation is a battle art created by the Jade Dragon Emperor himself. The Jade Dragon Emperor, John exclaimed, as that name was beyond legendary. The Jade Dragon Emperor used a battle axe. That he did, the temple's spirit replied. The Jade Dragon Emperor was born with a perfect innate variant body, which allowed him to wield his heavy battle axe with awe-inspiring power. 610 peak meridian forging, perfect innate variant body. Ziora exclaimed in shock, while Oliver was also stunned to hear this. Even John was surprised, as he had only ever run into common innate variant bodies in his life. After common was the king variant, and after the king variant was the sovereign variant. The perfect innate variant body was after the sovereign body, and was so rare as to almost be considered a myth. In fact, there were no confirmed rumors of anyone having been born with such a body since the Jade Dragon Emperor. No wonder the Jade Dragon Empire was so terrifying. The Jade Dragon Emperor was practically a mythical existence from the moment he was born, John mused internally. However, he also realized that he had made a fantastic choice in items, as a battle art created by the Jade Dragon Emperor himself would no doubt be beyond powerful. John quickly stored the items away, as he would have to study them at a later time. Flash. Green light flashed within the room, as another green formation barrier appeared. Your true warrior trial has ended. You may now leave, the artifact spirit said to the group. Wait, John said, as he had one last thing to ask. What's the significance of the dragon scale? The artifact spirit remained silent for a short moment before replying. Prove yourself worthy in the trials to come, and you will discover the truth, the artifact spirit replied. John frowned, but knew he would get no more information. However, his gains had been beyond rewarding for this trial, and so he did not complain. The three youths stepped through the formation barrier, and a lava-filled world once again came into their view as they found themselves transported outside. Oliver and Ziora couldn't help but sigh in relief, as their harrowing journey through the true warrior trial was finally over. Thank you, Ziora said to John, and Oliver did the same. Without him, both would no doubt already be dead. No need to thank me, John said to the two of them. Just repay the favor by helping any other Heavenly Lightning Sect youths you come across that need help, and I'll consider ourselves even. Deal, Oliver said firmly with a smile on his face, while Ziora nodded her head as well. John wished the two of them luck in their trials to come, before his body flashed forward, disappearing into the distance. The two watched him leave, before they too parted, each continuing their adventure through the dangerous lands. 2 weeks later, John's body flashed across the still lava-filled land, his aura stronger than ever as it was firmly in the peak meridian forging realm. After leaving the true warrior trial, he had found a cave to cultivate in while he learned the roar of the jade dragon and advent of annihilation. A smile lingered on his face as he raced through the land once more than content with his recent cultivation progress. The roar of the jade dragon and advent of annihilation are even more powerful than I thought they would be. Although I've only grasped the initial concepts of advent of annihilation, it's already more powerful than my sky-sundering axe. Not only that, but I managed to push my cultivation to the peak of the meridian forging realm in both essence and body cultivation. I could break through at any time, but I first need to improve my body durability and soul defense a bit more before I make that leap. Despite not breaking through to the heaven tribulation realm, his strength had grown by quite a bit. Coupled with his new battle arts, John felt even more confidence in dealing with future trials and other geniuses. My cultivation speed is still shockingly fast. I reached the late meridian forging realm just over 3 months ago, and I'm already able to proceed to the next realm if I wanted. Most youths take over 6 months to go from late meridian forging to early heaven tribulation, which just further reveals the profundity of my primordial extermination, lightning cultivation technique. After leaving the cave, John spent another week traversing the lava-filled land. He had come across 2 more warrior trials, although neither were true warrior trials. He had passed them with full scores, bringing his jade mark total to 1,500 marks. Something came into John's view in the distance. He sped towards it and soon came about another trial to partake in. A group of 30 youths were gathered at the base of the trial, which seemed to be a sheer face wall, several hundred yards tall. A lone youth was climbing the wall, his progress slow as he seemed to be struggling, while the 30 or so youths watched him climb from below. John arrived amongst the youths at the base of the wall, his arrival catching the attention of the others. They all noticed his cultivation level, and many curious gazes inspected him as they couldn't help but wonder if he was the one the rumors were about. "What's going on here?" John asked a nearby youth as he ignored the stares. "It's another warrior trial," the youth replied, his tone and expression unsure about how to reply. One would not reply in an overly respectful manner to those weaker than them, but the Jade Dragon list had revealed that there was one youth in the Meridian Forging realm that could not be looked down on, although the youth was not sure as John's aura was hidden at the moment. "A warrior trial, to climb the wall?" John asked, as the trial didn't seem very warrior-like. "It's not as simple as it appears," the youth replied. "As you climb, a strange energy washes over you. While it gets physically harder to climb the higher you get, that's not the hard part. The wall invades your mind and soul, making you feel excruciating pain, amongst other terrifying things. It's a dreadful test of willpower, and you get more jade marks the higher you climb." "Ah, so that's how it is," John replied. Having a firm willpower and ability to withstand pain was something very important to climbing through the cultivation world, and one that John was very familiar with. "Why is only one climbing?" John asked, as he noticed the others just waiting around. "Only one can climb at a time," the youth replied, most likely to stop any teamwork. John's gaze lingered on the climbing youth, who seemed to be on his last legs. He was around 60% of the way up, and was most likely going to fall soon. "Has anyone managed to climb to the top?" John asked curiously. "Two, apparently," the youth replied. "I didn't see it personally, but others did. One was Luth Chaster, who climbed the wall in 15 minutes. The other was Parker Norin, who climbed in 9 minutes. 611 Sinister Aura. John frowned as he heard that name again, as the name left a foul taste in his mouth whenever he heard it. "Can you believe it?" the youth continued. "Parker managed to beat Luth in this trial. While it doesn't mean he's stronger or more talented, it does mean that his willpower and pain tolerance is higher. How impressive is that?" "Quite impressive indeed," John replied, his gaze shifting to the youth on the wall that suddenly cried out in pain as his arms and legs gave out, and he fell from the wall to the ground below. "So I'm assuming the order we arrived in is the order to take this trial?" John asked the youth, who nodded his head in confirmation. "There's no need for you to wait," a voice from the front of the crowd spoke up, catching John's attention. The crowd parted for the youth, who walked over towards John. Hushed whispers from the other youths sounded out, and the number 112 was mentioned several times, giving John some information of who this was. The youth walked up to John and stood before him, his arrogant gaze inspecting him with doubt on his face. The youth was the same height as John, and carried a large greatsword on his back, which glowed orange on the blade's edge. He had short red hair and had a powerful-looking body, clearly belonging to a body cultivator. Unlike the robes that most youths wore, the youth was wearing a set of impressive-looking black and orange armor, making him look quite fearsome. His gaze inspected John for a moment, before he scoffed lightly. "Are you John Fenix?" the youth asked, his words causing the hushed discussions to begin once again. "I am," John replied, hiding nothing. His confirmation sent the other youths into a hushed frenzy, as they were in the presence of two jade dragonless geniuses. "What do you want to fight?" John asked, as he had been challenged quite a few times by other youths over the last 2 weeks and had become used to such a thing. A confident smirk appeared on the youth's face as he scoffed once more. "If your rank is justified, fighting you would be worthwhile, but I just don't believe it," the youth replied. "I'm not sure how you did it, but you clearly either tricked the Heaven's Scrying sect or paid them a ridiculous amount of money. Either way, you're not worthy of fighting against me. But how about this? I'll let you take my place to climb the wall next. If your performance is good enough, I'll entertain the idea of fighting you." John stared calmly at the youth before him, before a small smile appeared on his face. "I accept," John replied, wasting no time at all as he walked over towards the wall. The heated gazes of the other youths locked onto his back, eager to see if the rumors were true or not. "Idiot, I don't care at all about fighting such a weakling, but if he wants to let me cut to the front of the line, I'm more than happy to oblige." John laughed internally at the muscle-headed youth. He appeared before the wall and gazed towards the top. The wall was riddled with holes and cracks, giving him places to place his hands and feet. He wasted no time at all as he placed his hand on the wall and began to climb. The pressure the youth mentioned instantly washed over him, as John felt a growing pain begin to form within his body. "Strange, I can tell this pain is not real and is only mental, but it feels indistinguishable from real pain. How bizarre, but that's a good thing, I suppose. The pain from this trial won't cause any body damage, so I won't have to worry about healing afterwards." John's movements remained steady as he began to climb, his speed much faster than the youths were used to seeing. He quickly reached 50 yards up as the pain grew several times over. However, John scoffed at the pain he was feeling, as it was almost nothing to him. "Compared to the pain of my tribulations and cultivating with the celestial lightning script, this is almost nothing so far." John continued to race up the wall with a rapid pace, his speed shocking the youths below him as he did not slow down at all. Meanwhile, the muscled youth gazed at John with narrowed eyes, as his performance was starting to lend aid to the truth of his ranking. 2 minutes into the trial, John reached the halfway point. The youths were all eagerly discussing his performance, while the muscled youth scoffed once more. "HMPH, his speed has been impressive, but he's only now reaching the challenging part. We'll see if he can keep up such bravado in the face of what he's about to experience," the youth said with his arms crossed over his chest. John's movements suddenly stopped as he reached the halfway mark, and he didn't move for 15 seconds. The muscled youth scoffed again, while a smile appeared on his face. "See, just as I predicted," the youth continued. Meanwhile, John had paused for a moment, as he had not been expecting to feel this aura here. "This aura, it's just like the sinister aura within my palace realm." John almost couldn't believe it, and had paused as he studied the aura closely. While the aura was not the exact same as the aura in his palace realm, it definitely belonged to something similar. Why would this aura show up here? John mused, trying to figure out what was going on. After 15 seconds of contemplation, John wiped the question from his mind, as he knew he would not figure out the true answer himself. Well, whatever the reason, I can tell why the youths struggle when they reach this spot. The sinister aura is unlike anything they've ever felt, and it has the power to drive someone into complete madness if not guarded against. Not only that, but the level of pain I'm feeling has also grown tremendously when compared to the start of the trial. However, a smirk appeared on John's face as he once again began to climb the wall. He had been cultivating in front of the sinister gate for years now, and his willpower had been firmed to an incredible level. Compared to the sinister gate aura, this sinister aura was quite lacking, as was the pain he was feeling when compared to his other experiences in the past. The youths began to discuss John's ascension as he once again began to move, but the discussions quickly died down as stunned silence replaced them. They all stared in silence as John raced up the wall, his speed almost too fast to be believed. Less than 3 minutes after starting his climb, John reached the top of the wall. His smiling gaze shifted back towards the muscled youth, and he gestured to the youth to come up to him. "Come on up," John said to the youth, his tone slightly mocking. "We can have our battle up here." The muscled youth stared at John, his mouth quivering slightly as he thought of what to say. He had already attempted the wall once and had failed to reach the top. John scoffed in a similar manner as the youth had done previously, almost in a mocking manner as his gaze seemed to pierce into the muscled youth's soul. "Well, you now know what I look like, so feel free to seek me out for a battle anytime," John called out to the youth before he sped off the wall into the distance, disappearing from the sight of the others. Silence filled the area for quite some time, before frenzied discussions broke out once more. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, a youth exclaimed, almost unable to believe it. "I know, that's 3 times faster than Parker and 5 times faster than Luth. Unbelievable," another exclaimed. John's performance sent a wave of desire through the youths, who now wished to emulate a bit of what they had witnessed. The next youth hopped onto the wall with eager anticipation, while the others waited on impatiently. Afterwards, tales of John's performance spread throughout the land, further adding to his growing legend. Chapter 612, Number 1 John's journey through the lava-filled land continued for another week, as more trials appeared which he participated in. However, none were true warrior trials as well, a fact that disappointed him. It seems like the true warrior trials are quite rare, but I suppose that makes sense. If every trial was a true warrior trial, the death count of the Jade Dragon Empire youths would have been incalculable. I'm sure this lava-filled land was quite dangerous to most of the youths that entered. It's just that I'm a bit of an exception when it comes to difficulty scaling. The journey through the lava-riddled land had been quite adventurous, but nothing that really pushed John to the edge other than the true warrior trial. However, he was not too disappointed, as this much was expected. There was still a good portion of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands to explore, and he was sure that the danger level as well as rewards of the trials would continue to grow. A crescent moon rose high in the sky as the sun set over the horizon, barely illuminating the land before John. Only the glow of the surrounding lava gave any light to the land, but that glow slowly faded away as John found himself finally leaving the land of lava. An expansive grassland filled with flowers and long grass stretched out before him, and in the very far distance, another mountain range was visible. At the same time, the mountain ranges to either side of him that lined the warrior trial land started to lessen, revealing that the division between the trials was soon to come to an end. A small amount of light glowed in the far distance towards the mountains, which John peered towards to identify. "It looks like it could be another city. I guess that's the way to go then," John said as he started proceeding towards the lights in the distance, roughly 40 miles away. The darkness of night slowly thickened as all light from the sun finally faded away, the only source of light remaining being the thin crescent moon high above. However, even in this dim light, John was able to see most of his surroundings, with his divine sense also aiding his vision. John's instincts suddenly flared in warning as the slightest hint of killing intent washed over him. It was so faint as to be easily overlooked as a mistaken feeling, but John trusted his instincts. He suddenly dodged to the side, and the glimmer of a dagger piercing by and catching the moonlight from above appeared in his vision for the briefest of moments before disappearing. He could tell that the dagger was held by a shadowed and black-clothed youth, whose body also seemed to vanish into thin air after the attack missed. His divine sense flared out with maximum power as he raised his guard to his limits. A faint shimmer was detected by his divine sense, as if something was there and not there at the same time. It was a strange feeling, and the shimmer popped in and out of existence, as if traveling through space itself. John's eyes narrowed as he tried to lock onto the shimmering existence, which also seemed to meld into the darkness in a similar fashion to the abyss shadow spider. His body suddenly flashed to the side again as another dagger narrowly passed by, its speed and sharpness shocking even John. Clearly, whoever was trying to attack him was incredibly talented, and an idea of who it was popped into John's mind. "You must be the genius from the Nightvale Assassin Guild I've heard about," John said out loud, his voice cold but calm. When he had attacked the 6 Nightvale Assassin Guild youths in front of the ancient city, he had been warned by a member of his sect about the powerful youth from the guild. John had inspected the Jade Dragon list earlier in the day and had noticed the youth on the list. His ranking was 11, a testament to his terrifying talent and lethality. John had scoffed at the warning, as he did not consider the assassin a threat when he heard about him, but he couldn't help but be impressed at what he was encountering at the moment. His statement was met with silence, as another dagger pierced from the shadows, appearing from out of nowhere. John once again narrowly dodged the dagger, which cut a small portion of his sleeve. "There's no use in denying it," John said out loud again. "There's only one youth in our honorable alliance that can do what's being done right now, so I know it's you, number 1. The Nightvale Assassin Guild youths did not have names, and instead went by their rankings within the sect as their name. This helped them remain anonymous, making it much harder for anyone to find out about their past and use any information against them. Naturally, the strongest disciple of the guild was named number 1. "HMPH, not bad," a cold voice sounded out from within the darkness. John's divine sense tried to lock onto the location of the voice to find the youth, but couldn't lock onto his location. "I had doubts about your ranking and considered such a job beneath myself, but you are the first person to ever dodge my assassination arts. It seems as though your ranking is well-deserved." "Chi." Another dagger flashed from within the darkness, followed by several more. John's body dodged to the side quickly, narrowly avoiding each attack as he relied on his powerful divine sense and instincts to warn him and guide his moments. However, his eyes narrowed slightly as he could tell these attacks were different from the first one. The first had been an attack with the intent on taking his life in a single blow, and would have succeeded were it not for his freakish instincts and reaction time. However, these attacks were now different, as the daggers were being thrown at him from the shadows, while the first attack had been personally carried out by number 1. However, despite the fact that the attacks were different, they were no less lethal. Each dagger had a sharpness that shocked even John, and he knew his body would be injured by such sharp and powerful weapons. Not only that, but there were more attacks now, as multiple daggers were thrown from all directions in quick succession. John's body blurred as he continued to dodge the attacks, and after a brief assault, the attacks ceased. His divine sense continued to try to lock onto the youth, whose figure shimmered in and out of existence, making it hard to lock onto. "These attacks of yours are clearly being done with the intent to claim my life," John said, his voice drifting into the darkness. "Don't you think that's a bit overboard for me just taking a single hand from your guildmates? Normally you would be correct, and I would only be here to take your hand in recompense, the same you did to my fellow guildmates." The youth's voice drifted out from amongst the shadows. "But your case is special. Your talent is monstrous, and if I just take your hand and leave you alive, you'll no doubt seek revenge in the future. That is a risk I'm not willing to take, and so I will be taking your life today." "Ha ha ha," John laughed confidently. "Your attacks have failed to reach me a single time. How are you planning to accomplish such a thing?" "Because you've already fallen for my trap." The youth's voice drifted out, as light suddenly flared out from beneath John's feet. Chapter 613, Overconfidence defeated us both. To daylight suddenly flared out from beneath John's feet, catching his attention. He gazed at the ground around him, which was now littered with glowing daggers. The daggers formed a complex formation diagram, something that John had not noticed as he was too busy trying to lock onto the youth's location. Each dagger was also carved with intricate formation runes, which also began to glow. The daggers lit up in unison, linking up and forming a formation diagram, which flared with gray light, barely noticeable within the darkness. John felt a pressure press down on his body, while ropes of gray light shot out from within the diagram, instantly locking onto his arms and legs. The ropes of light dragged him onto his knees, its power shockingly high. As the ropes of Q latched onto his body, John felt the energy from the ropes of light burrow into several of his acupoints and into his meridians. He flared his essence chi to resist the invasive energy, but quickly stopped as he noticed his actions were only hurting his situation. "You noticed it that quickly," the youth said from the shadows. "Your instincts and reactions truly are monstrous." John frowned as he heard the youth's words, which were spoken as if he were congratulating a dead man. As he flared his essence chi, he could tell that the ropes of light and invasive energy were siphoning that chi, reinforcing the formation even further. A self-defeated smile appeared on his face as he realized that he had been bested by the youth in their encounter. He could tell that the ropes of light could be destroyed if a strong enough surge of chi was used to overwhelm it, but that would also potentially harm his meridians and acupoints, which would be quite dangerous. The trap the youth had set up was beyond profound, and John had never encountered anything like it before. "Heh, I must admit your ranking is well-deserved as well," John said out loud, as the methods being used by the youth were truly shocking. Normally, he would have noticed the details of the daggers, but the youth's incredibly dangerous attacks combined with his uncanny ability to blend into the darkness made it so that John focused entirely on the youth and ignored the rest. It was a grave mistake, and John found himself on the losing end of a battle for the first time in quite a while. "I could have ended the battle quickly if I used my full power from the start, but it seems my confidence has grown into arrogance as of late. This lesson is well appreciated." "You seem quite calm given the situation." The youth's voice sounded out directly in front of John, as his body finally came into view. The youth was wearing black clothes from head to toe, and only his eyes were exposed. His cultivation was in the middle heaven tribulation realm, and seemed just about ready to break through to the next minor realm at any moment. "It's not often I'm bested in such an overwhelming fashion," John said in a self-deprecating manner. "This trap of yours is quite deadly, and I'm sure there's only a handful of youths in the Alliance who would be able to get out of it. You're quite the assassin. When your initial attack failed, you instantly set in motion your backup plan without hesitation, and without me noticing. I must say I'm impressed." Number One's emotionless eyes stared at John, no hate or anger contained within them. John could tell that this assassination mission was just job for the youth, a testament to his assassination experience. "You would be correct in that assumption," Number One replied as he took out a sharp sword. "There are a few youths in these lands that even I must be cautious around, but unfortunately you are not one of them. Rest assured, your death will be quick and painless." "That's a relief," John sighed as he heard Number One's words, who prepared to unleash the severing blow to John's neck. "Before you finish the job, I have 2 questions I would like to ask," John asked. Trying to stall for time," Number One asked. "There's no one in the surrounding area, so no one will come to save you." "No, not stalling, just asking," John replied calmly. His calmness sent a slight tingle of caution through Number One, but he fully had John in his trap, which had never been broken by a youth in the same realm as him, let alone 3 minor realms lower. "All right, I suppose I can oblige your final wish. What questions do you have of me?" Number 1 asked. Firstly, how did you manage to evade my divine sense so well? John asked, as he was curious about that. It was truly an impressive ability, as Number 1 was even more evasive than the Abyss Shadow spider. That I cannot say, even to a dead man, Number 1 replied. Oh well, I suppose it's some guild secret you cannot utter, John replied, slightly disappointed. In that case, I'll ask my second question. Just how much information do you have on me? John asked. Information? Number 1 asked, wondering why a dead man would care about such a thing. I suppose you only know about me from the Jade Dragon list, correct? John asked before taking in a very deep breath, as if he was tasting the fresh air one last time before his death. Number 1 remained silent, but his silence was confirmation enough for John. A large smile suddenly appeared on John's face, one that sent a chill up Number 1's spine, as it was not the smile of a man about to die. Snap. The sound of 4 objects snapping sounded out, as John's arms and legs were instantly freed from the bindings that restricted him. He could tell that John had managed to physically break his bindings without any chi augmentation, something that should not be physically possible. Number 1's eyes opened wide in shock, as he had never expected such a thing was possible, or that it could happen in an instant like that. He mustered his full power to retreat, but John appeared before him in an instant, his hands reaching out and clamping onto his skull, making retreat impossible. The sword in Number 1's hand slashed out, but before it could reach his opponent's body, John's large smile turned into an open maw as a deafening roar suddenly exploded out directly before Number 1. The roar sounded like that of a dragon's, its power beyond anything Number 1 had heard before. His mind and soul felt like they were being crushed by the sound and pressure of the roar, while both his eardrums burst from the explosive sound. His brain seemed like it would explode at any moment, and Number 1 fell into a state of paralysis, unable to move a single muscle. His mind went blank for a while, and he only came back into consciousness a short while later. His dazed gaze darted around as his blurry vision cleared up, and his eyes widened as he noticed his situation. His skull was still clamped onto by John's hand, and based on what he had seen before from his physical power, he knew John could crush his skull like a watermelon in an instant. His life was no longer in his own control, as he found himself completely at John's mercy. Had you done a bit more research, you would have known about my body strength as well. Unfortunately for you, the Jade Dragon list makes no mention of my bodily strength anywhere, John said to Number 1 with a cold smile on his face. It seems like overconfidence defeated both of us today. 614 offered John had never revealed his body strength to Ainsel or the other heaven-scrying sect members, and so they had not added that to his battle-style section. While there were rumors of his body strength, nothing was confirmed, and so the information was omitted. Right as he was trapped, John realized that the formation was something that neutralized essence cultivators. His body was completely unaffected, and so he knew he could break free at any moment. His discussion afterwards was an attempt to glean more information from Number 1, but he had received nothing useful from him. You're quite lucky I decided to hold back on that roar, John said as he looked Number 1 in the eyes. Were I to use the full power of that battle art at that close a distance, your brain might have become mush. The roar of the Jade Dragon was very powerful, but its power fell off quite fast as the target became more distant. However, John had yelled directly in Number 1's face. With his high body strength and body chi, a full-powered roar from that distance just might have killed Number 1, or at least inflicted grave injuries. What do you want from me? Number 1 asked. His mind was still hazy, but his voice was calm as he came to terms with his situation. John raised an eyebrow in surprise at Number 1's words and demeanor, as he could tell he was completely calm in the moment. It was not like when John was calm, as he knew he could break free from the trap. Number 1 had no escapes, and was completely at John's mercy at the moment. However, he remained calm, as if he didn't fear death at all. You don't fear death? John asked curiously. We all die eventually, Number 1 replied. Do what you must. John stared at Number 1 for a short moment. As he was hopping, he would fear death. What he wanted to offer would be more readily accepted if number one wished to live more than anything, but he still decided to offer it anyways. You tried to kill me, and normally that would lead to your death without question, John said. But I am willing to make an exception this time if you agree to one thing. And what would that be? Number one asked calmly. Allow me to place a slave seal on your soul. Number one scoffed upon hearing John's offer. I'd rather die than suffer such indignation. Assassins live on the edge of life and death. A single mistake leads to death. I have accepted this fact my entire life. Kill me and be done with it. Don't be so hasty to refuse, John replied. My conditions won't be what you're expecting, and given the only alternative is I kill you now, I think you'll actually prefer my offer. I could use someone with your talents, so I'd rather you not refuse my offer. Number one stared at John in silence for a short while, his calm eyes never wavering or showing a hint of fear. What is your offer? He asked, willing to at least hear John out. That's more like it, John said, a small smile appearing on his face for a moment. My offer is this. Allow me to place a slave seal on your soul. I won't use it to control you, but only use it to ensure you follow certain instructions. These instructions are simple. First, you cannot harm any other Heavenly Lightning Sect member or anyone close to me, and you cannot instruct others to harm them for you. Second, you will listen to any command I give you regarding an assassination target, and while we're in these trial lands, you'll come to me if I summon you. Those are the only conditions I'll impose on you through this slave seal. Other than that, I'll allow you to go about your life freely, and when we leave these lands, I'll let you go on about your life, but I'll keep the seal in place, just to ensure you never seek revenge on those close to me. How's that deal sound? Number one stared at John in silence, his eyes studying his face to see if there were any hints of a lie in John's words. As John had said, the deal truly was not a bad one. Most cultivators refused a slave seal even in the face of death, as they would be at the whims of the other cultivator, and most were made to live lives even worse than death. However, John's conditions were incredibly reasonable, and other than following some of his orders, his life would go on as normal. How can I trust you to keep to your words? Number one asked. I guess you can't, but I wouldn't really care to lie about things like this. It's either that, or I kill you right now. While I do have use for someone with your talents, it's not like I can't manage on my own, John replied calmly, not too concerned with number one's answer. Number one fell silent for a while again, before his voice sounded out once more. I have just one question regarding your conditions, he said to John. You said I could not harm a Heavenly Lightning Sect member or anyone you consider close, but never mentioned yourself. That's because I don't need such protections, John replied confidently. I may have been overconfident earlier, but overconfidence or not, I'm confident in my ability to keep myself alive. If you want to try another assassination on me, go ahead. But just know that the next time you try it, I won't hesitate to kill you. John's voice got slightly colder towards the end of his response, indicating his sincerity in fulfilling his threat. A small smile eventually appeared on number one's face as he heard John's reply. You would have made for a good Night Vale assassin, number one replied. Fine, I accept your offer. 615 gruesome discovery. Good, you've made the correct choice, John replied with a satisfied head nod. Someone as talented and lethal as number one could come in handy and was much better than just outright killing. Open your soul to me, John instructed. Number one did as instructed without hesitation, his mind already made up. His natural soul defense was lowered, leaving his soul completely vulnerable. John's soul flared with power and washed over number one, instantly invading his soul space. Number one's soul sea, the core of his soul, appeared before him. John formed a soul seal, one imbued with the conditions he had mentioned to number one, and placed it firmly within number one's soul. The soul seal latched on, and number one shuddered slightly from the slightly painful sensation. After placing the soul seal, John retracted his soul power, while number one's soul defenses flared up once more. His divine sense inspected the soul seal, and a slightly surprised look appeared on his face. He could tell that the soul seal John had placed did not prohibit him to commit suicide. which was something that he had not expected. Almost all soul seals had the condition that the slave could not commit suicide, as the owner of that cultivator did not want them to get out the easy way. However, John had placed no such condition, meaning that if number 1 found their agreement to be lacking, he could always end his life to get out of it. It was a mercy that John did not need to provide, but also hinted at John's sincerity of keeping to his words. "You are quite strange," number 1 said to John. "As I said, accepting this soul contract won't be such a bad situation for you, and would be much more preferential than the alternative," John replied, before asking another question. "Now I want to know again, how were you able to be so elusive in our battle, even evading my divine sense?" John asked. Number 1 had refused to answer before, but now the situation was different. "The Nightville stealth art uses both the Tao of darkness and the Tao of space, allowing me to shroud myself in both Tao," Number 1 replied, not hiding the truth further. "The Tao of darkness and space," John replied, slightly shocked to hear those Taos mentioned. Both Tao were on the same level as his Taos of power, annihilation, and destruction. For number 1 to have a grasp of the Tao, even the initial stages, was a testament to his talent, as well as the frightening power of the divine martial continent. Both their battle arts and geniuses were at a level far above the Yuan Continent. No wonder it was so hard to detect him during our battle. The divine martial continent sure is different from the Yuan Continent. The other top geniuses no doubt use something just as profound, so they won't be easy opponents. I guess I'll have to be a bit more cautious proceeding forward. Now that he had his answers, John had no more immediate use for number 1. He spent the next few minutes instructing number 1 of what to do, before the two parted ways as silence returned to the barely illuminated flowered grasslands. John arrived before the source of the lights, his gaze shifting over the ancient city that appeared before him. Other youths were occasionally entering the city from various directions, and John could tell that not all of them were warriors. As expected, it's another city, and also the trials seem to have merged once again. I wonder if the others have made it this far already. They most likely have, as I took my time with learning the 2 battle arts I obtained. John's footsteps continued once more as he entered the ancient city. The dimly lit streets of the ancient city gave off an eerie vibe, as the boisterous atmosphere of the first city was nowhere to be found, in part due to the time of day, as well as less youths living in this city than the first one. John explored the dim and quiet streets for some time, and occasionally came across formation barriers guarding the entrance to various trials. Several youths were standing outside each of the trials, their curious gazes shifting to John as he walked by. Due to his high Jade mark score, John had no immediate interest in participating in any of those trials. A series of bright lights towered high into the sky on the other side of the city, most likely from a trial formation or something similar. John thought of inspecting that area, but a small wave of fatigue washed over him, the accumulated trials from the lava-filled land finally adding up. "I suppose I should find a place to rest and set out again tomorrow," John mused as he walked through the quiet streets of the ancient city. The buildings of the city were abandoned, but once served a purpose. Many of them were made for lodging, and so he decided to find a comfortable place to rest for the night. John looked over his shoulder as he felt the gaze of someone lock onto his back. He spotted a shadowed figure standing a short distance away, gazing at him. The figure quickly vanished, while John frowned slightly. Within the darkness, he barely made out the robes of the shadowed figure. "The Starforge Clan, huh? I wonder what they have in store for me." John ignored the youth and continued with his search. He eventually found a luxurious building in which no one was residing, and entered it. He entered one of the rooms, which still contained a comfortable bed despite the passage of time. Plop! John fell onto the bed, and his thoughts drifted into nothingness as he slowly fell asleep. His eyes slowly opened, his previously dim-lit room now illuminated by the light of the sun that was cascading through a nearby window. John got out of bed and stretched deeply, feeling the state of his body. "That's much better," John sighed in relaxation. I can't wait to reach the heaven tribulation realm, though. Once I shed my mortal body, things like sleep and eating won't be required anymore. After donning a fresh new robe, John set out into the ancient city once more. The atmosphere within the streets was far more lively than when he entered, as the morning had drawn many more cultivators into the streets. While it was not as lively as the first city, it was still quite lively. John stopped a youth as they passed by and asked about the city. The youth explained the layout, which was almost exactly the same as the previous city. The city was dotted with various trials that youths could participate in, but there was one big difference between the cities. Portals, and no jade mark requirement, John replied. Yep, the youth nodded his head respectfully, as he had come to the realization as to who John was. Many of the strongest geniuses have already entered the heaven tribulation portal, including Ignes, Luth, and Parker. Thanks for the information. John thanked the youth before moving on once again. So this city has trials as well, but none of them interest me really. The thing that interests me are the portals on the other side of the city that must have been the bright glow I saw last night. According to that youth, there are 12 portals, each divided by jade mark types again. 3 portals for each jade mark type, one listed as meridian forging, one as heaven tribulation, and one as Tao transformation. I wonder why there's no jade mark requirement, though. Maybe it's a common sense check, weeding those stupid enough to proceed forward without the required might. John thought over the information as he proceeded towards the location of the portals, as they seemed to lead to the next area of interest, similar to the lava trial. His eyes narrowed for a moment as he noticed someone following from a distance, the figure shrouded in a black robe and a hood that concealed their features. John felt no malice or killing intent from the shrouded figure, and so he ignored them as he proceeded towards the portals. This trial land of the Jade Dragon Empire limits youths to 20 or below in age and has a Tao transformation difficult land. Just how strong was the ancient world? John mused internally. The thought of entering that portal crossed his mind, but he eventually placed it aside, as even his full strength was not enough to contest against Tao transformation opponents. After a while of walking, John arrived on the other side of the ancient city. A massive mountain range sprawled to either side as far as the eye could see, guarding the way forward similar to the cliff that had appeared behind the first ancient city. Before the mountains were 12 massive portals, each swirling with green energy. Above the portals was simple text made of formation lights, signifying the type of trial as well as the difficulty. As the youth had mentioned, there were 3 trials for each jade mark type, with the cultivation levels listed as well. John's gaze shifted towards the Tao Transformation Warrior trial, which attracted his gaze due to a large crowd being gathered before it. Strange, no one should be entering that portal. I wonder why such a large crowd is gathered there. John walked towards the crowd, while he noticed the shrouded figure still following him from a distance. He ignored the figure as he arrived before the crowd, hushed whispers entering his ears. Who would do such a thing? A youth whispered. It's beyond gruesome. It's like an animal did this, another replied. Shocked and horrified expressions were apparent on many faces, causing John to wonder what was so shocking. The nearby youths noticed his arrival, and the gazes they gave him after noticing his clothing sent an ominous feeling through his body. It was as if they were looking at him with gazes of pity. John quickly pushed his way through the crowd and arrived at the front. His gaze immediately locked onto a lone youth who was directly before the Tao transformation portal. The youth was nailed to a large wooden stake by his hands and feet, while his blood-soaked robes were ripped and ruined, exposing the ghastly wounds to his body. Entrails hung out of his stomach, while his face was mangled almost beyond recognition, but through the ghastly wounds John could recognize his longtime friend. Adam! Chapter 616, Familiar Orijon's rage instantly ignited as he felt himself about to slip over the edge, but he controlled his rising rage as he sped towards Adam. He arrived before his friend in an instant, his face becoming further twisted and enraged as he inspected Adam's wounds closely. The wounds on his body were beyond ghastly, and John could only imagine the pain his friend had felt during his gruesome ordeal. John inspected Adam for any sign of life, but there were no visible signs at all. His divine sense flared out and inspected Adam closely, his face becoming even more enraged as his divine sense revealed the extent of the internal injuries his friend had sustained. Thrum. The faintest thrum was detected by John's divine sense, the thrum of a barely beating heart. "Adam," John called out. Against all odds, Adam still hung onto the very last vestiges of life. However, his life force was so small as to be almost non-existent, and John knew his friend would die at any moment. "Hang on," John called out to Adam, who was unconscious and unable to respond at all. A healing pill appeared in John's hand, and he guided it into Adam's mouth and into his stomach. However, his face scrunched up in rage and panic as the pill fell right out of Adam's exposed entrails and onto the ground before him. "Shit, what do I do?" John yelled out in frustrated panic. Adam's internal damage was so severe that his stomach was beyond damaged and was basically no more. Without his organs to digest and process the healing pill, it was completely useless to feed him such a thing. It was a miracle that Adam was still alive, and he was only alive due to him being a meridian-forging cultivator. However, that life was about to be snuffed out, and John had no way of helping his friend. Thrum. Thrum. Silence. The last thrums of Adam's faint heartbeat finally ceased, and a soft whisper of his last breath leaving his lungs sounded out. John felt a cold wave of numbness wash over him as he watched his close friend die, while his mind went blank as well. The silence seemed to linger on for an eternity, as John stared into nothingness. In the sea of numbness he felt, an ember ignited within John's soul, the ember of rage and fury. The ember quickly grew into a raging fire, and John felt his sanity begin to slip from his grasp. However, he did nothing to stop it, as he allowed it to consume him. His aura began to climb as he prepared to let himself be consumed. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, while a soft whisper entered his ears. "Don't lose control, or you'll kill your friend." John instantly snapped out of his state of fury, and his emotionless gaze shifted to look at the figure that had appeared next to him. The figure was shrouded in a black robe, and had a hood as well that seemed to block all light from escaping, further hiding their features. John's eyes narrowed as he recalled the words just whispered, and he felt his anger rise once more. "Kill my friend. My friend is already dead," John replied, his anger rising once more. "I won't allow that to happen," the shrouded figure replied, the voice gentle and soft. John's anger instantly subsided as the words entered his ears, and at the same time, an incredible aura began to radiate from the shrouded figure. The combination of voice and aura shocked John, as he had experienced it once before in his life. "It's you," John exclaimed, although the figure ignored his words and instead focused on Adam. The incredible aura was guided into Adam's body, and John watched with eyes wide open as the gruesome wounds on Adam's body slowly began to heal. The shrouded figure shuddered for a moment, but continued to infuse their power into Adam's body. "It's not enough," the figure said softly in frustration, and after a moment of hesitation, the aura from the figure skyrocketed outwards, gold and light green in color, and brimming with absolute healing energy. A green light escaped from the dark hood of the figure, as if there was a bright light source glowing from within. The healing energy instantly climbed in both power and profundity, which the figure once again guided into Adam's body. The gruesome wounds continued to slowly heal, but at the same pace as before the figure's aura exploded. However, John could tell that most of the healing energy was not being used to heal the wounds, and was instead focused on Adam's soul, heart, and life force. The crowd watched on in stunned silence as the aura from the shrouded figure shocked them, as it was beyond anything they had felt before. John stared nervously at Adam, whose wounds had been healed by a considerable margin. His entrails, which hung out of his body, had returned back into the correct place, and the wounds on his stomach and face had begun to close as well. However, there was still no sign of life, as all John heard was silence. After what felt like an eternity, Thrum. The faintest thrum sounded out, so soft that it was barely audible. John's eyes widened, and his divine sense flared out once more as hopefulness appeared on his face. After what felt like another eternity. Thrum. Another thrum sounded out, as Adam's heart once again began to beat, and the faintest signs of life appeared. John's expression instantly turned from hopefulness to absolute elation as Adam seemed to be raised from the dead and returned to the world of the living. The healing energy from the figure next to him continued to flood into Adam's body, but John could tell that they were already reaching their wits' end. The figure's aura had rapidly declined as soon as life returned to Adam's body, and they began to sway slightly. John gazed at the figure next to him, unsure of what to say, when his face suddenly twisted up in rage once again. He turned on his heels and watched as an incredibly powerful battle art sailed directly towards him from within the crowd, its power beyond anything he had experienced in these lands thus far. The battle art contained no sharpness at all, and was instead an incredibly concentrated and powerful blast of chi. It contained traces of Tao's John had never experienced before, but he could tell it was beyond dangerous. His aura exploded out in absolute rage once again, as he felt the desire to tear to shreds whoever dared to attack him in this moment. "Stop," the figure next to him exclaimed in a panic. "Your friend is beyond weak. Your aura alone will kill him, and I cannot save him a second time." John's aura instantly died down as he listened to the figure's words. His rage exploded even further as the thought of losing Adam again entered his mind, but he didn't dare to unleash that rage any further. In an instant, he sent a command through his soul as he sensed the presence of someone near him, while he bounded forward towards the oncoming attack. Space seemed to shimmer as something arrived next to Adam, whose body was instantly wrapped up in the same shimmer of space. John's battle axe appeared in his hands as he arrived before the attack and guarded against it with pure physicality. He could not unleash a counterattack, or the explosion between battle arts would overwhelm Adam. The blood within his body tumbled, and his bones creaked as his body skidded backward, his feet carving a deep trench into the earth. The power of the attack was incredible, and his physical-only defense was not able to resist it. However, his actions slowed down the attack for long enough, and John felt the shimmering figure finally leave the area with Adam in tow. As soon as the shimmer was out of range, his power climbed once again as he unleashed his full rage and fury. However, his hastily mounted defense resulted in him only being able to use a fraction of his power. His backwards momentum had already reached a shocking speed, and his power was not able to reach a zenith in time to resist the attack. His body shot backwards like a bullet, and the crowd gasped in shock as they saw his body vanish into the portal behind him. Their gazes all shifted upwards to the top of the portal as they reread the words they knew existed there. Tao Transformation, Chapter 617, Promise of Death. An almost imperceptible shimmer in space sped forward at a rapid speed, unnoticed by anyone it passed by. The shimmer paused for a moment as John was knocked into the Tao Transformation portal, before it sped forward once more. It disappeared into the Heaven Tribulation Warrior portal, unnoticed by anyone. The shimmer instantly appeared before an expansive forest. Trees that stretched miles into the sky with trunks hundreds of yards wide appeared, as an ancient aura emanated from the awe-inspiring forest. Calls of various beasts sounded out occasionally, revealing the forest to be inhabited by more than just the trial participants. The shimmer ignored the awe-inspiring forest as it sped forward once more, its direction purposeful as if it knew where it was going. The shimmer traversed the forest with ease, bypassing any dangerous beast that occasionally appeared. It continued like this for half a day before it suddenly stopped, just 100 yards from a lone youth. The lone youth stopped as well, as if it had noticed the shimmer's arrival. The youth turned towards the shimmer, while her eyes shifted and slightly changed colors, becoming bluer and more vibrant. "Who are you?" Iris asked coldly, her guard raised. She had noticed the arrival of the shimmer, and her eyes of heavenly truth instantly saw through the youth's spatial disguise. Her eyes narrowed even further as she noticed what the youth was carrying, and rage quickly coursed throughout her body. "Impressive," the youth replied as he revealed himself. "For you to be able to detect me so easily, even my master was not able to do such a thing. I'm assuming you spotted number 3 trailing you from a distance all this time then." "I noticed, and who is your master?" Iris asked, her gaze shifting towards the figure the youth was carrying. "And what are you doing with him? Did you do this to him?" she asked. "Yes, my master, your friend John," number 1 replied as he began to walk towards Iris. "And I did not do this to your friend." "John," Iris exclaimed, not sure what was going on. "Why would an assassin like you call John your master?" "It's a rather long story," number 1 sighed. "But to summarize, your friend beat me in battle and gave me 2 options: die or become his servant. I chose the latter option, and now here I am." Slight surprise appeared on Iris's face as she heard that, but she ignored further questions as she gazed at Adam. Despite his wounds mostly being healed, he still looked quite gruesome, as the girl had not had time to fully heal him. Iris's expression turned even more grave as her gaze noticed the incredibly weak aura from Adam, as if his life force was hardly there. Number 1 quickly explained everything that had happened, including how number 3 had informed him of her location through their communication method. Iris's body turned numb as she heard John be knocked into the Tao transformation portal, while number 1 walked up and placed the barely alive Adam at her feet. "His last instruction was for me to take your injured friend to you. My slave contract is still intact, so he still lives, but for how long is the true question," number 1 explained as he glanced down to Adam. "You might want to find some place to hide and help him recover. He may be alive, but he'll die again soon if you don't help him." His body suddenly disappeared again as he slipped into the folds of space and quickly disappeared from Iris's view. Iris quickly recovered from her complete numbness and scooped up Adam in her arms, while her body sped off in a certain direction. The crowd stared at the portal in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had seen. They all recognized John as the Jade Dragon List prodigy, and just like that he had been sent into the Tao transformation portal. No matter how powerful he was, that was a surefire death sentence for him. The black-clothed figure's gaze shifted towards the crowd, and the crowd too looked towards the source of the attack that had just been unleashed. Their gazes rested on a lone figure, who looked on with a haughty and unapologetic expression. The youth had long silver hair and a sharp yet handsome face. The crowd instantly recognized who it was, as it was one of the most famed geniuses within these lands. "Cadden, that's Cadden," a youth exclaimed. "From the Starforge clan." "Why would he attack the Heavenly Lightning Sect kid like that?" another asked. Discussions immediately broke out within the crowd as they tried to process what had happened. Cadden's gaze ignored the crowd and instead was locked onto the black-clothed figure who stared straight at him. A thought appeared in his mind as to the identity of the figure as he recalled their aura, but he brushed aside the thought as it was not likely that they would be here. "What the hell did you do that for?" the shrouded figure exclaimed, anger clearly contained within her feminine voice. It sounded quite odd, as if the figure was not used to expressing her rage. Cadden frowned as he heard the figure speak to him. "You dare speak to me that way?" Cadden replied, not apologetic at all. "I have no reason to answer to the likes of you." The figure stepped forward, while their hand reached up to their hood and lowered it. The crowd gasped at the sight, as a veiled face appeared before them. The figure had long lavender hair, and her face was veiled, revealing only her mesmerizing blue eyes. While the crowd was stunned by the girl's face, Cadden's face scrunched up, a mixture of surprise and slight panic appearing on his face. "My apologies, I didn't realize it was you," Cadden replied, his voice going from haughty to respectful in an instant. The girl ignored his apologetic reply and gazed at him with narrowed eyes. "I ask you again, why did you attack him?" the girl asked. That boy killed one of my friends in this realm," Cadden replied. "I just arrived here, and when I saw him, I attacked in rage. I didn't mean to knock him into the portal." Everyone could tell that what Cadden had said was a lie, but they had no proof against his claim. "And the boy that was mutilated beyond compare, was that you as well?" the girl asked, her voice icy and cold. That was not me, I swear it," Cadden replied. "Me and Adam may have a bad history, but I would never stoop to do such a thing." Yet again, the crowd did not believe his words, but no one had any proof to the contrary. Not only that, but Cadden's strength was far beyond anyone's here, and so no one in the crowd could do anything even if they wanted to. Lastly, no one would dare touch the heir of the Starforge clan to avenge someone from a different sect, alliance or not. The veiled girl stared at Cadden with narrowed eyes, not moved at all by his lies. Cadden's stunned expression slowly changed as a thought formed in his mind. His fear was replaced with bravado as he gestured out a hand towards the girl. "I must say, I never expected someone as esteemed as yourself to appear in these lands," Cadden said to her, with a charming and warm smile on his face. "There are also many dangers in these lands. How about the two of us venture forward together? While I'm sure you can protect yourself, I believe this cooperation would benefit the both of us. How about it, Miss Law?" The crowd was quite surprised at Cadden's audacity, as they could tell by the girl's reaction that she was not pleased with Cadden's actions. However, he had still suggested such a thing, revealing the shamelessness he had, as well as the self-confidence. While none of them knew who the mysterious girl was, they could tell she was incredibly important just by witnessing Cadden's reaction. However, the girl had interrupted Cadden before he could finish talking, her icy eyes revealing what she thought of him in the moment. "You better pray we don't make it out of that portal, because if there's one thing I know about him, it's that he'll kill you without hesitation if you two ever meet again," the girl replied, ignoring Cadden's offer of cooperation. Cadden replied with confusion, as he had heard her say that. However, his confusion was quickly answered as he watched in stunned surprise as the girl turned and dashed forward without hesitation, her figure disappearing into the Tao transformation portal. Chapter 618, Astral Empire. Cadden's normally calm and cool face lit up with surprise as he watched the girl enter the portal. He had not expected such an action by her, and had been hopping to court her to join him. He was used to getting everything he wanted in life, but knew the girl was something that he could not obtain easily. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the portal, and after a moment of silence, his figure flashed as he left the area. The crowd looked at Cadden, who fled, before they gazed back at the Tao transformation portal. Everything had happened so fast, and they could tell that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. "Did you see that? Did that girl actually revive that boy?" one of the disciples asked as the conversation started up. "I think so. We could all tell that his life ended, but then she used her power and brought him back. Just what was that power of hers? It was unlike anything I've ever felt before," another replied. "Whoever she is, Cadden seems to know of her identity. If someone like him turned so respectful after seeing her identity, she must be far more important than any of us know," another said. Similar discussions broke out, including discussions of both John and the girl entering the Tao transformation portal. The general consensus was that both of them would die, as the Jade Dragon Empire lands had already revealed themselves to be incredibly brutal. A place meant for only Tao transformation cultivators was not a place Heaven Tribulation and Meridian Forging youths could survive. The crowd dispersed after a while, spreading the tale of what happened before the portal throughout the entire Jade Dragon Empire trial lands. Cadden appeared in an alleyway in the ancient city as he arrived before several other youths wearing the same clothes as him. A serious look lingered on his face as he thought over everything that happened, before a large sigh escaped his mouth. "Who was that girl?" one of the Starforge youths asked. None of them recognized her, only Cadden. "Yeah, why did you act so shocked to see her? And why did you act so respectful to her after she insulted you like that?" another asked. Cadden's gaze shifted to those two youths, his gaze as if he were staring at two idiots. That gaze faded away as he quickly remembered that only very few youths knew of the girl's identity. "I'd like to see any of you act haughty before someone from the Astral Empire," Cadden replied. The Astral Empire, All the other youths exclaimed in shock. "She's from the Astral Empire. Why is she here?" one youth asked, his voice tinged with shock. "Why are we here?" Cadden replied. "We were invited by the Honorable Alliance, and it's a good opportunity to obtain benefits for ourselves. I'm sure her reason is the same." "So who is she? Is she someone important from the Empire?" another youth asked. "Do you think I would act so respectfully in front of someone with lesser status?" Cadden barked back. "The Astral Empire may be strong, but our Starforge clan is not much worse." After listening to Cadden's words, a thought appeared in the minds of the youths, and their faces paled with shock and fright as they remembered the girl had entered the Tao transformation portal. Are we screwed? She entered the Tao transformation portal. What if she dies? Surely the Empire will blame us, surely the Astral Emp. "That's enough," Cadden interrupted. "She entered the portal on her own, and everyone saw it. Even if the Empire comes asking questions, it cannot be blamed on us. And like I said, the Astral Empire may stand at the top, but so do we. At least our trap for Adam's friend worked, so we solved one headache at least." "Was that trap necessary?" one of the youths asked. "Couldn't you have just killed Adam's friend secretly?" "Do you think I'm stupid, or that the Heaven's Scrying sect is stupid?" Cadden barked at the youth, displeased with his questioning tone. "No, of course not," the youth hastily replied. "Then do not ask such stupid questions," Cadden replied. "As much as I hate to admit it, that boy is a freakish monster. Even when I unleashed my nearly full-powered battle art, he was able to resist its might and only be knocked back. He didn't even take any visible damage. If I were to battle him with my full power, I would no doubt overpower him, but killing him is another thing entirely. It would be easy for him to run away, and a monstrous genius like that is not someone I want as a future enemy." The youths glanced at each other, as they could tell that Cadden's words were suggesting that John's combat talent was greater than his own. However, Cadden was not stupid, and didn't believe himself to be the strongest youth in the world. He knew his strengths and weaknesses, which is why he was such a formidable and fearsome enemy. "I wanted Adam to be taken care of as well, but it seems like something helped him escape." Cadden clicked his tongue as he changed the subject. "If only she didn't interfere, the plan would have been perfect." A look of displeasure once again appeared on Cadden's face, while his body flashed as he left the area. The other youths all glanced at each other with mixed expressions, and deep sighs escaped their lips before they followed after Cadden, leaving the ancient city for good. Bang! John's body slammed into hard earth, carving a long trench before he finally came to rest a few hundred yards later. A groan of pain escaped his mouth as he sluggishly stood up and resisted the urge to throw up blood. His body protested in pain, and he could tell he had taken considerable damage by blocking that powerful attack in such a manner. A healing pill appeared in his hands as he quickly popped it into his mouth, while his head swiveled around in all directions. A grave look appeared on his face as he noticed the area was now completely different. In all directions was a land of dead trees, while fog hung in the air, obscuring his vision. A thick aura of death lingered in the air, and John couldn't help but frown again as he realized where he was. "Motherfu, I was knocked through the portal," John cursed as his mind remembered the face of the one that had unleashed the attack at him. "Cadden," John growled, his voice tinged with hate and rage. "What happened to Adam was no doubt his doing, and he used him as bait for me once he was done with Adam. I'll rip him to fucking shreds the next time I see him." Roar! A terrifying roar erupted in the distance, its power beyond shocking. John felt his body groan in pain from the power of the roar, despite it being dozens of miles away. Were it not for his physical durability, he would have taken severe damage just from the roar. A grave look once again appeared on his face as he realized that getting out of this area would not be a guarantee. "What should I do?" John grumbled. "I need to reach heaven tribulation to have any chance at getting through this area, but if I undergo my tribulation, even if I survive, I'll be too injured to move for weeks. Whatever just roared would surely finish me at that time." John's mind raced for solutions, but he couldn't come up with anything. The thought of trying to sneak through these lands crossed his mind, but he eventually decided against it. He did not have any strong stealth arts, and a land meant for Tao transformation cultivators would not be so simple to traverse. John realized that he was in a situation far over his head, one that he could not think or battle his way out of. The sound of muffled footsteps sounded out behind John, his eyes narrowing as he realized he was not alone. His battle axe once again appeared in his hands as he turned around and prepared to unleash his strongest battle art against whatever was approaching him from behind. Now, John turned and raised his battle axe, which came to an immediate halt as he spotted the source of the footsteps standing a few dozen yards away from him. A veiled face appeared before him, one that he had seen once before in his life. "You, Chapter 619, we meet again, the girl replied to John, her voice soft and gentle. Although she was wearing her veil, John could tell that the girl was smiling, although he did why. The situation they found themselves in was no smiling matter. "Why are you here?" John asked, getting straight to the point. Just the same as the first time he had met her, John felt his breath catch in his chest for a moment, as if he were being bewitched by looking at her veiled face. He quickly raised his guard and wiped away the feeling, as he hated losing control of himself like that. He had realized the girl's identity when she healed Adam, but never expected her to venture through the portal as well. "Did Cadden push you in as well?" he asked. "No," the girl replied while lightly shaking her head to the side. "I came in on my own volition." A frown appeared on John's face as he heard her reply, as it made no sense to him. "Why would you come in here by choice?" John asked. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. While the girl's aura was powerful, and he could tell she was in the peak heaven tribulation realm, it was still not enough to get them through this land. He could tell from their previous interaction that she specialized in healing and not combat. "If I said it was to repay for my interference back in the Yuan Continent ancient city, would you believe me?" the girl asked. "No," John replied succinctly, not believing it for a second. "You already paid your debts when you helped Miko and I with that dead skeletal creature. No, you came here for another reason, and I want to know what that reason is." The current situation made no sense to John, and so he wanted to understand it fully. As far as he was concerned, the girl was throwing her life away by entering this trial, and something that inexplicable could only mean one thing. There was far more to the situation than the girl was revealing. "Either you're suicidal, or you came here for me specifically," John continued his questioning of the girl. "I refuse to believe you entered this trial with the expectation of passing it on your own. I must admit, your Tao of life healing is beyond anything I've ever seen before, but I feel no threat from you combat-wise." "Maybe it's for both those reasons," the girl replied, her voice gentle but tinged with a trace of sadness that John could barely make out. "But you're right, my combat prowess is quite average, so I'll be relying on you to get us through this trial," she continued, her voice gentle and eyes smiling at him. John frowned again as he heard her reply, as he couldn't make sense of what was going on. However, she had saved Adam's life with no need to do so, and so John's guard relaxed slightly as he realized she was not his enemy. Roar. The deafening and terrifying roar from before bellowed out once more, shaking the ground with its power. Both John and the girl gazed in the direction of the roar, and John suddenly sped forward, while the girl quickly followed after him. John's divine sense flared out to his maximum as he cautiously made his way forward through the fog-filled land. The two of them sped forward for a mile before they suddenly came to the edge of a cliff and stopped. The cliff was several miles high and overlooked the land for as far as the eye could see through the swirling fog. A land of towering withered trees, dead swamps, and thick fog came into view. In the distance a dozen miles away through the fog, John was barely able to make out movement. A towering silhouette lumbered through the fog, its features obscured. However, each footstep it took shook the land, a testament to its size, weight, and power. Another roar boomed out from the creature, the power of the roar directly blasting onto John and the girl. Both were knocked back a few feet from the powerful roar, and after it subsided, They both glanced at each other. "A Tao transformation beast," the girl said, while John nodded his head in agreement. Whatever was out there within the fog, its power was beyond both of them. "Thankfully this cliff is here," John said as he studied the nearby land. "I'm sure the flight restriction of this land is still in place, even for the beasts. This cliff must be a safe haven for when one first enters the trial, but as soon as we step off it, we can't return." "That appears to be the case," the girl replied as she shifted her gaze towards John once more. John noticed her gaze and stared back, and felt his heartbeat speed up again. A frown appeared on his face as he forcefully washed the feeling from his body again, not enjoying the fact that it happened every time they locked eyes. The girl noticed his expression, and giggled slightly as if she found it quite amusing. "What are you laughing at?" John grumbled. "Nothing," the girl replied. "It's just that your reaction whenever I look at you is quite unique. It's as if you despise my gaze. It's not something I've encountered before," the girl explained. John ignored her words and didn't explain himself as his gaze shifted back to the massive creature that lumbered through the fog in the distance. After studying it for a while, he retreated and returned to the area where they had first arrived. "We're safe up here, but the only way out of this trial is forward," the girl said to John as she stood next to him. "Do you have any way to get out of this?" she asked curiously, although there was no fear or urgency in her voice, as if she didn't care one way or another. To John, it seemed as though she found this whole situation more amusing than frightening, something that he once again couldn't make sense of. John's focus shifted to the girl's question, as he thought of a way to get out of it. "The only way I even have a chance of making it out alive is to raise my cultivation to the heaven tribulation realm, but I don't know if I can make it through it. I should be fine bodily wise, but I still haven't strengthened my soul to a level that I'm sure I can withstand the tribulation, but I don't think I have any choice at this moment." John's gaze shifted back to the girl, and he stared at her for a moment before he nodded his head at her question. "I just might, but I need to ask you something first," John said to her. The girl hummed lightly, her curiosity piqued at his request for help. "Your healing powers, can they heal someone's soul?" John asked her directly. Asking about someone's powers was usually taboo, but this situation didn't allow for courtesy. "It can," the girl replied quickly without hiding anything and began to explain further. "My true power is the Tao of life. One's soul is part of one's life, and so that is under my ability to heal. As long as it is something living, it can be healed." "And Adam?" John asked. "He was no longer living. How exactly did you manage to bring him back to life? I can tell that it took quite the toll on you when you brought him back. What exactly did you do?" John had noticed that the girl had easily healed most of Adam's wounds, but struggled the most with his life force. When she brought him back to life after he had clearly died and his soul began to fade, she shuddered and swayed slightly. "That," the girl said, but stopped her words, as a light suddenly began to glow from within her robes. Her robes suddenly faded away, revealing a dazzling blue and white dress that she wore underneath. The girl's beauty magnified tenfold, as John once again felt his breath pause for a moment. The girl's dress revealed a portion of her upper chest, and in the very center of her chest, just below her collarbone, a profound rune which glowed light blue was lit up. John's eyes widened as he recognized the aura coming from the rune, as he had experienced it once in his life, when he had met his ethereal mother and felt the aura around her. The Tao of Time. Chapter 620, Heavenly Curse. The glowing rune on the girl's chest faded away, and soon her skin returned to normal as if the rune never existed. A slightly surprised expression appeared on her face as John had correctly identified her power. "How do you know about the Tao of Time?" the girl asked curiously. "It's a power almost no one has experienced in this world." "Ah, it's a long story," John replied sheepishly as his finger scratched his cheek. He couldn't explain the source of his knowledge. "So that's how you stopped that creature," John chimed up in realization. Back when they fought the skeletal creature, the girl had yelled, "Stop," and the creature seemed to be frozen in place for the briefest moments. "Yes," the girl replied, hiding nothing. But using my Tao of time is very taxing on my body, and it's even more so when I use both my Tao of life and Tao of time at the same time, like I did when I revived your friend. It's lucky that I made it in time, as if I was even 30 seconds late, I would not have been able to save him then. Her words explained it clearly, but John could tell that there was more to what she was telling. His questioning gaze continued to linger on the girl, a silent way of telling her he knew there was more. The girl stared at him for a short while in silence, before a sigh escaped her lips. My father explained something to me when I was young, after he realized the extent of my powers and what they could do, the girl said as she started to answer John's question. While I was learning to control my powers, a close friend of mine. The girl stopped speaking for a moment, as if the situation was a hard topic for her to speak about. However, she quickly regained her composure and started once more. One of my close friends got gravely injured and died before anyone could help them. I arrived just a moment too late to heal her, but the thought of using my Tao of time coupled with my Tao of life to revive her appeared in my mind. However, just as I started, my father appeared and stopped me from doing so. He explained to me that to reverse death was to go against the natural order of the heavens, and that doing so would incur the wrath of the heavens, resulting in me being cursed by the heavens itself, the girl explained. John raised an eyebrow upon hearing her words, but remained silent as he allowed her to continue. I never believed him, but I followed his words and never attempted such a thing again. Your friend was the first time I tried it, and even I didn't know if it would work, but thankfully it did. But at the same time, I confirmed my father's words were right. When I brought your friend back to life, I felt an incredible pain, as if the world itself had rejected me, and the love it once felt for me was replaced with a curse, the girl said, her gaze locked onto John's, whose eyes widened slightly in surprise at her words. Why would you do such a thing for someone you don't even know? John asked, not understanding her actions at all. What good is remaining in the good graces of something that refuses to allow me to save lives, and instead consider me cursed if I do so? If the heavens are like this, are the heavens worth respecting? The girl replied, her gentle voice turned slightly icy. Is that truly the real reason? John asked as he raised an eyebrow. He could tell the girl didn't like the heavens, but also could tell that she was revealing the full truth. The girl remained silent for quite some time as she sat on the ground, while John sat opposite her. Her gaze lingered on the ground before her before eventually returning to John's eyes once more. So, now that you know all this, do you have a way out of this trial? Or perhaps you would choose to venture out alone, knowing that I've become cursed by the heavens? The girl asked. She would not be surprised if John left immediately after hearing what she just said. Almost no one associated with one cursed by the heavens, as it would only bring bad luck and deathly life-threatening tribulations to them nonstop. Even if the tribulation was not a lightning tribulation every time, the heavens would throw dangers as the one cursed over and over until they eventually succumbed. Those nearby would also eventually be swallowed up by death, and so being cursed by the heavens was a taboo of the cultivation world. John's serious gaze lingered on the girl's face, as he truly couldn't make out any of the reasons for her actions. Her talent was beyond heaven-defying, and she surely would have been able to live a life beyond anyone's wildest dreams. However, she threw that away for Adam and didn't even explain her reasoning afterwards. His serious expression faded away as a smile appeared on his face. Surprise appeared on the girl's face as she saw John's smile, that smile soon turning to boisterous laughter. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't contain himself. John's boisterous laughter continued for quite some time as he struggled to contain it. The girl stared at him in a daze, unable to understand what was going on. After quite some time, John's laughter finally died down. He wiped the tears of laughter that had formed in his eyes, and his gaze shifted back towards the girl who stared at him in confusion. "What's so funny?" the girl couldn't help but ask, as his reaction was completely unexpected. "Are you laughing at me becoming cursed?" "No, not at all," John replied, still recovering from his recent bout of laughter. "It's just that you mentioned me avoiding you due to you being cursed by the heavens. That's like a stream warning an ocean that it could get wet if it stays close." A questioning look appeared on the girl's face, as his analogy seemed to indicate that her curse from the heavens was like a stream compared to his ocean. "Are you not afraid of being cursed by the heavens?" the girl asked. "Fuck the heavens," John replied immediately, not concerned at all. Surprise appeared on the girl's face as she heard John's words, as no one would dare say such a thing unless they were mad. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded overheard, causing the girl to shift her gaze upwards. Her eyes widened as she noticed clouds start to form high in the sky, becoming blacker and more terrifying by the moment. The aura emanating from the clouds was as if the heavens had personally arrived, with the only intention being pure destruction and annihilation. The clouds lingered for a moment before they slowly faded away. John had pushed his cultivation to the very edge of breaking through for a brief moment, attracting the wrath of the heavens. However, he stopped at the last moment before breaking through, returning his cultivation to the peak of the meridian forging realm. "Was that your heavenly tribulation?" the girl asked, almost too stunned to speak. She had experienced only the initial formation of the clouds, and it was already more than anything she had felt before in her life. She could tell the heavens despised John more than anything, and compared to him, her curse was nothing more than a triviality. "Now you should understand why I was laughing," John said as he stood up. "Now my answer for getting out of this trial is to undergo my heavenly tribulation, but I'm not fully confident in being able to survive it. With your help, though, it just may be enough to ensure my survival. So what do you say? Do you want to face the full wrath of the heavens together? Or do you want to venture out alone, knowing that I'm cursed by the heavens?" John asked in the same manner that she had asked him. The surprise on the girl's face slowly washed away as a look of determination appeared on her face. She stood up and stared at John for a moment, before a smile appeared on her veiled face. "I'll join you. Let us face the heavens' wrath together." Chapter 621, Who Are You? A dim campfire lit the interior of a small cave, illuminating two figures within. One was lying on a makeshift bed on the ground, motionless as if dead. The other sat on a log, their concerned face dimly lit by the nearby fire. "Just what did those bastards do to you?" Iris mumbled softly. Anger continued to build up within her body as she saw Adam's condition and recalled Number One's description of what had happened, but she suppressed her growing rage as best she could. She was Adam's only lifeline at the moment, and needed to stay calm and alert at all times. After Number One left, Iris found a well-hidden cave within the expansive forest. She covered up the entrance as best she could before she started to tend to Adam. His exterior wounds were still visible as they had not been fully healed, but were no longer life-threatening. However, Adam had still not woken up, as his life force was beyond weak. It was as if a single breeze could snuff out his life at a moment's notice. Iris' gaze shifted towards the fire as she stoked it, her thoughts shifting to John and his current predicament. If she was not already within the heavenly tribulation trial, she would not hesitate to enter the Tao Transformitium trial to help John. While her combat prowess would not be of use, her eyes were always a valuable asset. Soft yet rapid breathing entered her ears as Iris shifted her gaze back to Adam, who was still unconscious but breathing fast and shallow, while sweat dripped down his brow. She quickly arrived at his side and placed another medicinal healing pill in his mouth and guided it into his stomach. "You must survive," Iris whispered to Adam softly. "When I meet John again on the other side of this trial, I won't be able to look at him in the eyes if I'm alone. You better be alongside me when that happens, alive and well, acting smug and prideful like always." The firelight of a campfire illuminated the nearby area, making the dark and foggy land of the Tao Transformation trial slightly less gloomy. Roar. A distant and powerful roar boomed, creating a tempest that blanketed the nearby land on its power. The campfire flickered in the wind, almost being snuffed out but hanging on as the roar died down. "How many times is that thing going to roar?" John grumbled, clearly growing tired of the mysterious beast's roars. A soft laughter from the other side of the fire drifted out, as John shifted his gaze to the girl who he knew little about. "Maybe it has a splinter in its foot and is crying out in pain," the girl jested, finding the situation and John's reaction amusing. "If that's the case, I'll happily cut off its foot for it," followed. "By its head. Then it won't have a reason to keep roaring," John replied, his response eliciting another bout of soft laughter from the girl. John stared across the campfire at the girl, who stared back at him. After revealing a hint of his tribulation to the girl, the two had made a temporary camp to rest. The girl was still quite fatigued from reviving and healing Adam, and John needed her at full strength for the tribulation to come. His gaze continued to linger on her as he studied her features, her eyes, her hair, her figure. He had never been one to be obsessed with girls, as his one true passion and focus in life was cultivation, but even John couldn't help but admit that the girl before him was beautiful. She still wore her veil, but even then he knew she was beautiful and far more interesting than other girls he had met in his life. Only his master was more interesting in his opinion, but when he looked at his master, he felt fear and trepidation, not intrigue. The girl smiled at John, her eyes narrowing slightly from her smile. John's mind quickly cleared up as he realized he was staring at her for quite some time, but didn't avert his gaze as he stared directly and intently at her. The girl felt slight surprise at his gaze, as most averted it when they realized they were starring. However, John's actions always seemed to be the opposite of what she expected. "Who are you?" John asked, his voice firm as if he demanded an answer. "You know who I am, but I have no idea who you are. If we're going to trust each other in this trial of death, I should at least know who I'm working with." The girl stared at John, her eyes studying his features as well. She remained silent for a while, the crackles of the campfire filling the silence. "Before I answer that, I have one question to ask you," the girl replied. "If you answer it, I'll answer your question." "What's your question?" John asked after a few seconds of remaining silent. "You're Asura, right?" John's face remained calm as he heard the question, but he couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing it. "What makes you say that?" he asked, although he most likely knew the answer already. Even when asked such a shocking question, you remained calm and didn't give any hint of the answer with your expression, the girl said to him, seemingly impressed. John ignored her compliments as he continued to calmly stare at her. She studied his face for a moment before speaking up again. "I know it's you," the girl said, her gentle voice filled with certainty. "I saw you fight in the ancient city against the Bloodfiend sect youths. I saw your transformation." The girl paused for a moment as she studied him a bit more, before she continued to explain. "I may not know what an Asura is or what they look like, but if I were to guess, I'd imagine it's something similar to what you looked like," she said. "Even without that, I saw the extent of your combat talent that day. I have no doubt in my mind that you are Asura." John remained silent for a while, before he nodded his head at her words. "You're right, I am Asura," John replied as it was futile to hide it. In his tribulation to come, he would need to use his Asura transformation form again. The girl would no doubt be certain it was him upon seeing that, and so John realized it was futile to hide it from her. The girl's expression remained calm, as if John's confirmation was of no surprise to her. "Thank you," she said, thanking John for revealing the truth. She knew it was a big secret, and was something the entire contingent desired to figure out. His confirmation was a sign of trust, one that she truly appreciated. "Now for my question," John said to her, reminding her of their agreement. "Right, my identity," the girl said to John before taking a deep breath. Her hands slowly reached up towards her face, at which point she slowly lowered her veil. "My name is Leia, 8th Princess of the Astral Empire and daughter of the Astral Emperor," she said as her veil revealed her face. John's eyes widened in an absolute shock. He knew the girl was powerful, and most likely from a strong power as well. However, he never expected her to be the daughter of the Astral Emperor, one of the strongest cultivators in the world and the only living cultivator who had achieved 17 steps, at least before John had exceeded that feat. That alone would have been enough to stun him senseless, but it was only the secondary cause of his shock at the moment. The girl's veil lowered, revealing her face. Her skin was flawless, like it was carved from the most flawless white marble, and was more beautiful than any face he had ever seen before. Her small nose was cute and pretty at the same time, while her lips were the perfect shade of pink. He could tell why she would wear a veil, as her beauty would only attract unwanted attention nonstop. However, even that was not what shocked him the most. He eventually recovered from his shock and stood up, his guard raised once again. Leia stared at John with confusion, as his reaction was not the one she had been expecting. "Who are you, really?" John asked, his voice firmer. I don't understand your question," Leia replied, her brows scrunched in confusion. John's gaze remained on her face as he studied it closely. No matter how he looked at her face was almost the exact same as someone he already knew. While the face he recalled was also incredibly beautiful, it was colder and sharper. Leia's face was gentler and brimming with youthfulness and vibrancy, but it was undeniably almost identical, only with Leia appearing younger. "Then why the hell do you look like my master?" Chapter 622, 7th Princess. "I look like your master," Leia replied, her voice still heavy with confusion. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you sure we look the same?" "Almost the exact same," John replied without hesitation. "You may be younger than her, and your auras couldn't be more opposite from one another, but in terms of facial appearance, you're the same." I still don't know how to answer," Leia replied. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Who is your master?" "You wouldn't know her," John replied, as Lillian had grown up on the Yuan Continent, far removed from Leia and her astral empire. "But she goes by the name Lillian." The name seemed to strike Leia like it was a battle art that was hitting her, as her face lit up in surprise and shock. John's eyes narrowed as he saw Leia's expression, as he could tell that the name had meant something to Leia. Leia fell silent, as her face scrunched up in deep contemplation. "What is it?" John asked, as Leia clearly seemed to know something. Leia continued to remain silent for some time before her gaze shifted back to John, a strange look on her face. She sighed deeply and took a deep breath. "As I said earlier, I'm the 8th princess of the Astral Empire," Leia said to John, who fell silent as he waited to hear what Leia had to say. "I know all my sisters, except for the 7th princess." John's serious face changed slightly as the thought of where Leia was going with her explanation struck him, but he remained silent as he allowed her to continue her explanation. "While I've never met my older sister, the 7th princess, I've heard many stories of her," Leia continued. "She was supposedly the most talented princess and was the crown jewel of the empire and my father. However, when she was 15, my father took her to a secretive location to continue her training, and that was the last I ever heard of her. She's supposedly still training in secret, although I'm not sure." "What was the name of your sister?" John asked, although he could already guess the answer. Leia's gaze lingered on John's face for some time, before she finally answered his question. "Lillian," she replied, confirming John's suspicions. He felt like a mountain had landed on top of him as the weight of the truth came to light. John's mind raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour as he struggled to focus his thoughts. "Wait, does that mean my sister is your master?" Leia asked, coming to the same conclusion John had come to. Her confused expression was replaced with curious excitement as she realized she may have finally heard some news about her mysterious sister. "How is she? Is he all right? Where is she?" Leia asked, spewing off a barrage of questions at John. John remained silent as he ignored the questions and instead thought over the entire situation, which didn't make sense to him. If Leia's story is true, then the Astral Emperor took my master to the Yuan Continent to learn under Thunderzin. But something doesn't feel right about all of this. According to Leia, my master would have been 15 at the time, and while Thunderzin is strong, it doesn't make sense that the Astral Emperor, one of the strongest beings in this world, would have him train her. Something seems off, but I can say one thing that's almost certain to be true. My master truly is the seventh princess of the Astral Empire. The story had too many coincidences to be wrong. Lillian looked almost exactly like Leia, as if they were twins, only different ages. While Leia's face was softer and more vibrant, like the most beautiful spring flower in full bloom, and while his master's face was colder and sharper, like a beautiful ice lotus, they were still beyond similar. "You're from the Heavenly Lightning sect. Does that mean my sister is living there?" Leia asked, excitement and hopefulness still in her voice. "Your other sisters, what do they say when you ask them about your seventh sister?" John asked, ignoring Leia's questions and asking his own. Leia was caught off guard by the question, but quickly answered nonetheless. "That's the odd part," Leia replied, her mood calming down slightly. "When I ask them about her, they give short, vague answers almost like they're avoiding the questions entirely. I always found that quite strange, but never pressed any of them further. I'm sure they have their reasons." John fell into a deep contemplation once more, something that Leia noticed immediately. "What is it?" Leia asked. "It's nothing," John dismissed as he snapped out of his deep thought. "When we leave this realm, I can ask my master about this directly. In the meantime, we should focus on my tribulation." "Ah, right," Leia said, as John reminded her of the most important thing. Figuring out the truth would have no meaning if they didn't leave the Tao transformation trial alive. "I'm almost fully recovered and should be ready in half a day." "Good," John replied with a firm head nod. "Then my heavenly tribulation will start in half a day." Flash. A flash of light appeared for a moment as a figure stepped out of a glowing green barrier. The person's gaze shifted sideways as they gazed about the surrounding area, while a smug smile appeared on their face. "As expected, I'm the first to make it through the heavenly tribulation trial," the youth said out loud to himself, his voice filled with prideful arrogance. "This should be the last area of this realm, which means—" The figure's gaze shifted sideways towards the distant mountains that rose up hundreds of miles away. The mountain range lined the edge of the trial realm, while a massive glowing green barrier pierced up from them and surrounded the land overhead, protecting the trial land from any outside influence. "That spot should do nicely," the youth said as they sped forward. They arrived before the mountain range some time later and inspected the spot. It was well hidden within a forested valley, which was out of the sight of others should they arrive. The youth waved his hand, and over 100 items suddenly appeared on the ground before him. The items were varied, containing formation discs, high-grade spirit crystals, and other fantastic objects. The runes on the formation discs were beyond intricate and profound, something that rivaled the most profound runes John had ever seen. A jade piece appeared in the youth's hands as he sent in his divine sense to study it. Various instructions flooded into his mind, and the youth put it away after studying it for quite some time. The youth then began walking about to various locations in the nearby area, placing the formation runes in a seemingly organized fashion, as well as completing other tasks. "Once this is done, the true fun should finally begin," the youth said out loud as a large, menacing smile appeared on his face. Chapter 623, Anguish and Despair. The clattering of footsteps echoed out as a group, a few thousand strong, walked through a large tunnel. The tunnel was obviously carved by hand and was wide enough for the massive group to walk through without it being crowded. The ceiling of the tunnel was dozens of yards high, although some of the members of the group nearly touched the top with their heads, a testament to their size. The group eventually arrived at a massive chamber, hundreds of yards wide, long, and tall. The chamber was empty except for an intricate teleportation circle in the very center, which was guarded by several monstrous-looking creatures. "Welcome," one of the creatures spoke out, his voice like the hiss of a snake. "Our master is waiting for you." The creature was a humanoid serpent, clearly from the monster race. "It's best to not keep him waiting," another creature spoke out, his voice deep and guttural like that of a beast. It was also a humanoid creature, although it looked more like a chimera of beasts. However, it too was from the monster race. "HMPH, we received this mysterious summons from your mysterious master," out of the blue, which instructed us not only to arrive here, but to also bring our most talented youths. One of the members of the large group spoke out, his voice tinged with displeasure. If this is some sort of trap, your master will soon come to regret his actions as I snuff out his life. That's right, another spoke up, her voice feminine and seductive. She was a human who appeared to be in her 30s and oozed feminine sensuality. She wore incredibly revealing clothing, which covered up only the parts that needed to be covered up. Her blazing red hair cascaded down her shoulders, while her face was the epitome of sexiness. However, none of the other members of the group looked at her lecherously. As the early world expansion cultivation the woman exuded made none of them daring enough to gaze in such a manner. I would advise you not to speak in such a manner in front of our master, one of the creatures replied, his voice cold and threatening, or your life will become quite miserable. Haha, I would like to see your master try such a thing, the woman replied mockingly. Now take us wherever you want to take us. I want to see for myself exactly what your master is planning, the woman continued. I would like to see who your master is. Another figure from the crowd chimed up, his vertical pupils fixed on the creatures before him. The figure had 2 large wings like that of a bat, while his body looked quite human otherwise. His teeth were incredibly sharp, and sharp claws extended from each of his hands. To think that creatures from our monster race would serve so subserviently, your master must be quite impressive. The figure's words indicated that he was from the monster race, as were the creatures guarding the teleportation formation. The monster race was a race of varying types of creatures that were human-beast hybrids. They ranged from serpentine creatures to bestial creatures to everything in between. The group also had humans, such as the seductress woman, as well as another humanoid race which stood 5 yards tall and had incredibly powerful-looking bodies which exuded a savage and brutal aura, revealing it to be a mix of different races. Their master better be, the woman spoke up again, her tone slightly dismissive. To think their master has the gall to summon our forbidden alliance, the barbarian race and your monster race like this, if he's not up to my standards, I'll kill him myself for wasting my time. The creatures stared at the woman with narrowed eyes, but said nothing as a small smirk appeared on their faces. They gestured towards the teleportation portal, which the group of youths and veteran cultivators alike stepped onto. The formation flared with power, and the group vanished from sight, leaving the guarding creatures behind. Flash. Formation light flashed as the group arrived at another location. Their gazes swept all about as they inspected the new area, and the youths of the group couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up their spine as they saw their surroundings. Even the powerful elders of the group, such as the seductive woman, couldn't help but narrow her eyes as she saw the surrounding area. The area was underground, with brutal-looking buildings erected all about. Rivers of blood flowed through the underground area, while screams of agony sounded out constantly. Some of the sources of the screams were visible to the group, who watched as the most heinous forms of torture were being carried out. It was like they were plunged into the depths of hell, and even powers as sinister and brutal as the Forbidden Alliance, monster race and barbarian race couldn't help but be almost overwhelmed. This way, a creature said as it arrived before the group. The group followed behind the creature as they made their way through the underground lair of hell, and they eventually arrived before a massive castle, its walls black and ominous. A sinister aura emanated from within the castle, one that nearly overwhelmed the youths of the group. The elders of the group flared their power to help the youths resist as they continued to follow the creature into the castle. They made their way through the massive castle as more sources of pain, blood, and death popped up nonstop. The group arrived before a massive set of doors, which the creature parted and gestured for them to enter. As soon as the doors opened, the sinister aura exploded severalfold, as the youths found it almost unbearable. It was like they were plunged into the depths of hell itself, as malevolent energies seemed to invade their mind and souls, nearly driving them mad. The elders of the group, the woman included, narrowed their eyes as they flared their power further to protect the youths, before they entered the massive chamber. Clank. The massive doors closed behind them, although the members of the group ignored the sound as they gazed intently at the opposite end of the chamber. Shrouded in shadows sat a massive figure, its body 5 yards tall. Next to the figure was a cage of cultivators, who were naked and seemed as though they had given up on life. The bloody carcasses of humans and other creatures laid strewn about outside the cage, a glimpse of what would happen to those still living. "You must be the master who summoned us," the woman spoke up, her voice steady and calm. 2 blood-red eyes glowed from within the shadows, staring back at the woman as the shrouded figure sat there in silence. The woman felt an instinctual fear crawl up her spine as she felt the figure's gaze, but she firmed her mind and soul as she resisted the urge to take a step backwards. "Am I up to your standards?" The figure's deep and guttural voice eventually sounded out. The woman narrowed her eyes as she realized her words had been heard by this creature, ones that had been quite insulting to say. However, she remained calm as she stared back into the shadows. "I must admit that you are," the woman replied, her voice tinged with pure charm and allure, as if she couldn't help but speak in such a manner. The creature sat there in silence for a short moment before he raised his right hand, and a sinister red and black light emanated from it. "But you are not up to mine," the creature replied, his voice menacing beyond all comparison. The woman felt an overwhelming power wrap around her, something far stronger than she had ever felt in her life. Her power erupted with absolute strength to resist the figure's power, but her eyes widened in absolute horror as her flaring power was instantly wrapped up and suppressed. "No!" The woman's scream of pure fear screeched out as her body shot forward towards the creature against her will. She shot into the shadows, and horrific sounds of agonized wails, snapping bones, and ripping flesh filled the chamber for a short moment before going silent. The group of cultivators all raised their guard, while the powers of the strongest members flared out, ready to battle against the creature at a moment's notice. The woman was one of the strongest in the group, and was handled with absolute ease, something that sent a wave of fear down everyone's spine. Their gazes shifted upwards as the creature stood up from its throne, towering over all but the largest of the barbarians. It walked forward, finally leaving the dark shadows and stepping into the light of the chamber. The eyes of every member in the group went wide in instinctual fear as the creature was revealed to them. Its skin was dark red, like the color of dried blood, while 6 straight and sharp black horns jutted from atop its skull, like a natural crown. Fresh blood streamed down its chin, while its menacing grin revealed a maw of razor-sharp teeth. Its upper half was completely exposed, revealing muscles that bulged over every inch of the figure's body, as if a singular wave of its hand could shatter mountains and rend the earth apart. Even the members of the barbarian race that prided itself on bodily strength couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the figure's natural power and presence. Each step of the creature shook the castle, as well as the hearts of all those in the group as they watched the terrifying creature approach. It was as if a god of death and despair was approaching them, and for the first time they realized they were not in control of the situation. Fear flooded their bodies, as if something instinctual in their very core told them to flee as fast as possible. "What do you want?" one of the strongest members asked, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Despite the creature's overwhelming strength, if they fought with their combined power, the man was sure they could win in the end. "I want what you want," the creature said, as it gazed down at the large group before it with menacing indifference. "I want to drown this world in anguish and despair, starting with the Honorable Alliance." 624 agreement. The group of cultivators, both young and old, stared at the creature with a mixture of doubt and caution. They had never seen anything like the creature before, and didn't even know such a sinister thing could exist in this world. "Why should we believe you?" the man asked, his guard still raised to the maximum. He was stronger than the female who had died earlier, and was confident that he could keep himself alive, especially with the numbers they had. As the group behind him contained some, but not all of the most talented youths of all 3 subgroups, they had been escorted by some of the most powerful members of each group. They could also call for reinforcements if need be, which gave the man more confidence in dealing with the nightmarish creature before him. The creature ignored the man's question and turned around and sat down on his throne, his features once again obscured by the dark shadows in the back of the chamber. "Sooner or later, this world will kneel under my rule," the creature said with absolute confidence. "You can choose to ally your pitiable selves with me right now, or you can choose to oppose me. It makes no difference." The creature's words contained no doubt at all as to the veracity of them, something that the others could feel from the weight of his words. "If you're so powerful, why haven't you made this world yours already?" the man asked warily. "There are some obstacles that stand in the way of that," the creature replied in obvious displeasure and disgust, its deep voice shaking the walls and floor beneath their feet. "Soon those obstacles will be removed, at which point this world will crumble beneath my heel. Your assistance will aid remove those obstacles sooner, but they will be accomplished eventually regardless of your actions." Silence filled the chamber, with the only sounds being the wails of the captives in the cage and the hushed whispers from those within the crowd of cultivators. The most powerful cultivators of the group got together to discuss the matter at hand, their raised voices indicating some disagreement. The creature waited in silence, as if the outcome didn't concern him at all. The group of powerful elders eventually parted, with the man taking the forefront once more. "Me might help you if it is in our best interest," the man said, "but answer me this first. Why are you targeting the Honorable Alliance? While we do wish to eliminate them, we do not have the power to do such a thing at this time." While the Honorable Alliance was weaker than the combined might of the Monster Race, Forbidden Alliance, and Barbarian Race, they still had things they could lean on. The Fairy Race was friendly with the Honorable Alliance, as were some individual powers of notable strength. This was enough to form a unified front strong enough to resist their enemies, and ensured that a war would be Pyrrhic at best for their enemies. They were making plans to enact this war eventually, but those plans were still in motion and would take a long time to implement. Part of those plans was to raise the current generation of youths to a level beyond what existed at the moment, and have their future might crush all enemies. The creature before them was an unexpected variable in their plans, as none of them knew of his existence before today. They had received a mysterious summons and decided to oblige based on the information provided in the summons. While the events that followed were far beyond their wildest expectations, it seemed as though their ultimate goals were truly aligned. "Asura is a youth from the Honorable Alliance," the creature eventually replied, his words shocking the large group. The identity of Asura was a mystery as soon as they reached 20 steps, and all the powers had been searching to find out the true identity. However, no one had been able to, something that frustrated them all to no end. If someone as talented as that was allowed to fully grow, they would sweep across the world unchallenged. "How do you know this?" the man asked, skeptical of the creature's claims. "The Honorable Alliance is a fatting power, not capable of producing such a monstrous talent." "You doubt my words?" the creature growled as it narrowed its eyes. The temperature of the room seemed to chill in an instant, while the sinister aura radiating from it thickened. The man couldn't help but take a step back in instinctual fear before he stopped himself from retreating further. Clearly, he had enraged the creature by constantly doubting it. "No," the man replied eventually after composing himself. "I do not doubt your words. Since Asura is part of the Honorable Alliance, I'm sure you've summoned us here today to deal with that mess," the man asked. "I have," the creature confirmed as its eyes swept around the room, studying the youths in the group. "I told you to bring your most talented youths," the creature growled in displeasure, clearly seeing through the trickery of the group. They had brought talented youths, but not their top geniuses. "Surely you can understand why we would not bring our best into an unknown situation," the man replied, explaining his rational stance. "If you would explain your plan to us, perhaps we can send word to bring the geniuses you desire. The Honorable Alliance's youth are currently in the Jade Dragon Empire training realm, which is heavily fortified to the point that even we could not get through. If Asura is a part of that group, then surely he is within as well. What can we possibly do to Asura at the moment?" A guttural growl sounded out from the creature, as if he despised being haggled with. His large finger strummed the armrest of his chair as he sat in silence for some time, while the group waited in silence as well, unsure of what was going to happen. The strumming continued for a short while before the creature spoke out once more and explained the plan to the group before him. The leading man's face changed expression several times, from doubt to surprise, and then menacing glee. After listening to the plan, the man took out a formation disc and sent his divine sense into it. The disc was a long-range sound transmission disc, one that was incredibly profound and expensive. The leaders of the monster race and barbarian race did the same, and all three soon received replies from the leaders of their powers. "My Forbidden Alliance has agreed to this plan," the man said. "As has my monster race," the monster race leader said. "Us too," the barbarian leader said, his voice almost as deep and guttural as the creature before them. "Good," the creature's guttural voice sounded out, as a makeshift pact between the four powers was formed. A menacing smile appeared on its face, barely visible through the dark shadows he sat within. Chapter 625, terrifying youths. In a dark, cavernous area barely illuminated by flickering torches, a lone figure stood with a slender blood-red sword clasped in her hand. Her blood-red hair flowed down her back, while her piercing gray eyes flickered about, peering through the darkness. Her sword suddenly flashed forward, creating a brief red blur before it was instantly sheathed in the scabbard on her waist. Creak. A creaking sound filled the cavernous area as a door opened, and light flooded in from the other side. The light illuminated the expansive cavern, revealing a scene of pure carnage all around the girl. Dozens of cultivators, all in the peak heaven tribulation realm, were strewn about, none of them in one piece. "What is it?" the girl asked coldly as she stared at the one that had opened the door and entered. "You have been summoned by the three ancient elders," the timid female who had entered replied sheepishly. She clearly feared the girl before her, despite being one of her aides. "The three ancient elder," the red-haired girl mused before a smile appeared on her face. "If it's them summoning me, it must be something important. Maybe I'll finally get to have a bit of fun again, whatever it is. Take me to them." "Right away, Miss Bloodrose." "Graza." A pained cry flooded a dreary swampland, as the sound of shattering bones filled the air. "Heh-heh-heh." A malevolent laugh followed afterwards, clearly belonging to someone enjoying themselves. "You only have yourself to blame," a voice followed afterwards. "Thinking you could sneak through our lands like this. It seems as though you pathetic humans have started to look down on us monsters." "No, please." The sound of begging was cut off as their head was crunched beneath a black foot. Despite the fact that the figure was a peak heaven tribulation cultivator, it stood no chance against the one who had killed it. The one who had crushed the victim's head looked down with disdain, as if the blood staining his foot was sullying it. However, he reached down and placed his finger in the blood before touching it to his tongue, an expression of delight appearing on his face. "Humans are a pathetic bunch, but their blood is by far the best tasting," the figure said out loud, a look of ecstasy on his face. The creature's skin was pitch black, and it had a humanoid body. Two large wings jutted out from its back, although they were folded closed at the moment. The creature had two forwards pointing curved horns on its head, and sharp fangs for teeth. Its fingers ended with sharp claws on each finger, making it look incredibly fearsome. However, while it looked incredibly fearsome, it also looked regal and handsome, making whoever looked at the creature feel an odd and conflicting sensation. Another nearby cultivator, injured to near death, was crawling through the muddy swamp. The creature walked with a menacing smile towards the injured human, before its yellow eyes with vertical pupils shone through the low light of the swamp as it noticed the arrival of new parties. "What is it?" the creature asked with displeasure. "A party of humans have ventured into these lands, and I'm quite enjoying the hunt at the moment." The figures arrived before the creature, revealing themselves to be similar in appearance, only older, less regal and fearsome. "Your Royal Highness, your father the king has summoned you," one of the creatures said respectfully. My father, the youthful creature replied, a smile appearing on his face. All right then, I'm sure it's for a good reason. He turned towards the injured human underneath him and lifted his foot above their head. The human, a man who appeared to be in his 20s, cried out in fear as he pleaded for his life. The smile on the creature's face widened as he heard the begging, as if it was music to his ears. Unfortunately, I can't play around with you, but when you go to the underworld, remember the name of the one who sent you there, Vargal Plagoth. Crunch. Boom. 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 One calamitous shockwave after another blasted over a rocky wasteland, destroying the spare vegetation that barely covered the land. The land, as far as the eye could see, was a barren wasteland, hardly suitable for life. However, within this barren wasteland lived a feared race of powerful warriors who excelled and enjoyed living in such an inhospitable place. The shockwaves continued to blanket the land, uprooting boulders and cracking the earth. Closer to the source of the explosions, the earth was riddled with massive craters and fractured earth. It was like the apocalypse had arrived. Dust blanketed the land for miles in each direction, obscuring what was going on in the heart of the dust clouds. The thunderous explosions eventually died down, returning silence to the desolate wasteland once more. The dust cloud eventually faded away, revealing two figures at the very heart of it all. One of the figures was a massive scaled creature, appearing like a four-armed dragon without wings. It was an ancient dragon lizard, a lizard-like creature that had a small trace of dragon blood in its lineage. Its body was over 100 yards long and 30 yards tall, and it was famed for its incredible power, as a singular strike from its claws or swipe of its tail could shatter mountains. The creature was nearing the Tao transformation realm, although it had yet to break through and instead lingered at the half-step Tao transformation realm. Before it was a humanoid figure, 5 yards tall. The figure was bare-chested, with a robe-like loincloth covering the bottom half of its body. Powerful muscles bulged over each inch of the figure's body, like it was physical power perfected. The figure stared at the creature before it, which no longer moved. Massive holes marked the sides of the creature, while a gaping blunt force wound had caved in its skull. Blood flowed down the figure's mostly naked body, although almost all of the blood belonged to the creature and not himself. His knuckles were slightly red, indicating that he had not used a weapon in the battle with the terrifying creature. Bang! 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 3 muffled bangs rang out next to the figure, and his head turned to inspect the 3 figures that had arrived before him. They were all around the same size as him, and each had similarly powerful-looking bodies. Zyllo's Stonefist, one of the new arrivals, said to him, his voice deep and guttural. The Council of Warlords have summoned you. Follow us. Zyllo's Stonefist turned to look back at the massive dead lizard before him. He walked around towards its tail and reached out, clenching his one hand onto the end of its tail. He started walking back towards the 3 figures, while the massive lizard whose weight was beyond comprehension was dragged slowly behind. The 4 figures walked into the distance, while the lizard's corpse carved a massive trench into the barren earth. In a faraway place, a series of majestic-looking palaces rested at the top of a beautiful and picturesque mountain range. The palaces were dark blue and purple, while stars and other celestial objects were painted on the surface, giving the area a mystical and ethereal air. The palaces seemed to stretch as high as possible into the sky above, as if wanting to be as close to the stars high above as possible. High up within one of these palaces, a lone figure sat cross-legged in a dimly lit room, his eyes closed as he held a crystal object in his hand. He wore the same robes as Ainsel, only far more profound and intricate in design and quality, indicating that he was a member of the Heaven Scrying sect. An intricately designed contraption rested behind him, moving and circling about in a mesmerizing fashion, like the celestial objects in the sky moving about. The man's face was furrowed in deep contemplation, as if something was troubling him. The crystal object in his hand was illuminated brightly, as blurry images seemed to appear and fade away into obscurity. The man's eyes opened, and a gloomy look quickly appeared on his face. A grave calamity will soon befall the youths of our honorable alliance, the man muttered, his voice grave. I must warn the alliance. 626 call for aid. Are you certain your scrying is accurate? A concerned voice asked, the question lightly echoing within the chamber. A group of cultivators, men and women, young and old, sat within. A massive round table rested in the middle of the chamber, with dozens of seats surrounding it. Upon each seat sat a powerful elder of the Honorable Alliance, their robes and armor the different colors of the various sects and clans that made up the alliance. Do you think I would give such a grave warning if I was not certain? The Heavens Scrying Sect elder who had brought the warning replied. Taoist Clearview's scryings have never led us astray before. Another member of the group spoke up, her voice feminine but firm. This matter is too important to ignore. We must do something about it. But even if Taoist Clearview is right, what can we do about it? Another member of the alliance spoke up. Our youths are within the trial lands, which we ourselves cannot enter, and the entrance is fortified with our strongest formations and most formidable warriors. I refuse to believe any power, even all of them combined, would risk such a suicidal assault. Taoist Ashflame is right, another agreed. I doubt the source of the danger will come from outside. It must be something lurking within. We cannot do anything to help them. Many of the members spoke up at the same time as a boisterous discourse broke out within the chamber. The heated discussions died down as one of the older and most respected members of the alliance tapped the table before him, asking for silence. He had a long gray beard that pointed down to the ground, and wrinkles around his eyes that revealed his long years. Taoist Clearview, the man addressed the Heavens Scrying Sect elder. If we call for youthful reinforcements, would the situation become more favorable? You know, scrying into the heavens and the future is not so simple, Taoist Clearview replied. I cannot just take out a crystal ball and predict all that will happen. Naturally, all of us know that, the elderly man replied. But surely it's worth an attempt to see if the heavens will grant you this information or not. The chamber fell silent as Taoist Clearview thought over the situation at hand. It's worth trying, Taoist Clearview replied after a moment of thinking it over, and stood up from the chamber. He left the room, while the other members broke out in grouped discussion of what they could potentially do about the ill omen regarding their youths. An hour later, Taoist Clearview returned to the room. All eyes focused on him as he sat down, as they eagerly awaited his answer. My scrying attempts were not fully fruitful, Taoist Clearview said, his words creating many frowns within the room. But I was able to discern one thing. Sending reinforcements into the realm will help. As for how much, I cannot say, but I can say that it will not worsen the situation. All eyes shifted back to the elderly man who had asked the question in the first place. The man mused over the situation for a while, thinking of the best course of action. After a while, his eyes raised to look at the group before him, his decision seemingly made. Send word to all our allies, the elderly man instructed. Be clear and honest about the situation, and offer passage into the trial realm for any youths they wish to send. The man's words caused many faces to light up in slight surprise, as this was an unprecedented move. Only several exceptions had ever been made for allowing outsiders to enter the realm, namely the Starforge clan, Igris from the Beast clan, and Leia from the Astral Empire. These were done with the intention of courting those powers into the alliance, or at least into a friendly agreement. Other than that, no other outsiders had ever entered. However, the elderly man's words intended to allow as many outsiders as possible, defeating the original purpose of only sending their own members in to take advantage of the benefits within. However, the situation was no longer simple, and so such a drastic measure needed to be taken. It will be done, several members within the chamber replied before leaving the room. Let us hope that this is enough, and that we're not only sending our youths into death, but the youths of our allies as well, the elderly man mumbled softly. In a land of ice and snow, a sprawling ice castle rested atop a massive mountain. The castle sprawled for miles, and was beyond breathtaking in both size and beauty. This was the land of the fairies, a female-dominated race of incredible talent and beauty. They specialized in essence cultivation and soul arts, but their true talent was soul arts. Among the races of the divine Immortal Continent, they were the most gifted in aspects of the soul. Within a large courtyard of this castle, a battle between two cultivators was taking place, while a group watched on from a short distance away. One of the fighters was a female of the fairy race, who wore an icy blue dress, one that swayed lightly in the cold breeze. Her beauty was incredible, and she had an ethereal glow to her, as if she was almost not part of the world. Her skin was white as snow, and she had several dazzling light blue markings on her forehead, which seemed to be natural. She looked incredibly similar to a human, but two translucent wings, like butterfly wings beautiful beyond compare, alluded to the race she belonged to. The group watching from the distance also consisted entirely of fairy, similar in beauty and appearance to the ones standing within the courtyard. The group of fairies discussed the battle with great interest, although the battle could hardly be called that. The two participants stood completely still, staring at each other from a dozen yards away. It seemed as though they were just standing there, but everyone knew a terrifying battle was taking place, not within the courtyard, but within their souls. Chapter 627, Seraphic Soul Palace. Do you think he can defeat Ishia? One of the fairies asked her nearby friends, her voice ethereal and charming. Surely that's not possible, one of her friends replied, her voice equally soft and ethereal. He already bested Hylia, another chimed in, so his talent and power cannot be looked down on. We all know the level of his talent, the first one who spoke chimed in again, but surely there are limits even for him. As if answering their questions, one of the fighters fell to their knees and clutched their head, seemingly in pain. The eyes of the fairies widened in shock, as the one that had fallen to their knees was Ishia. Even Ishia lost, one of them couldn't help but exclaim. We fairies are known for our soul talent, and yet we cannot compare to a single human boy. Another sighed while shaking her head in disappointment. Has our seraphic soul palace fallen so much? There's still Iseria, one of them said to cheer up the other. Surely she'll. Ha ha ha, that was a good fight. The girl's words were interrupted by a boisterous eruption by the other fighter, who rushed over to the kneeled fairy and helped her stand up. The girl took his hand and stood up with his help, and bowed her head slightly to him in a gesture of good faith before she returned to the other fairy. Who's next? The youth said with great excitement. This is beyond fun. I was skeptical when Palace Master brought in this boy the other month to train alongside us, but it seems as though she knew what she was doing, as always, one of them said. It's true his talent may be monstrous, but his personality is quite brazen. Another replied as they recalled all the things the youth had done and said over the last few months. Another fairy stepped out from within the crowd, her movement causing the others to feel a swell of hope within their bodies. The fairy's beauty was beyond breathtaking, even more so than the others nearby. The ethereal aura around her was also beyond compare, as if she was a holy spirit. Iseria is finally making her move, one of them whispered to her nearby friends. The boy's eyes lit up as he watched who approached him, while a large smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, Syria, are you finally going to accept my challenge? The boy asked boisterously. I am, Iseria replied, her voice like that of an angel. You have proven yourself worthy of my challenge. Good, good, this will be fun, the boy replied as a slightly lewd expression appeared on his face. Seeing as your cultivation is a minor realm above mine, I don't think it's fair if there's no reward for this battle if I win. You won't win, Iseria replied calmly. But what is the reward you desire? She asked, entertaining the boy's suggestion. The boy pondered the question for a moment, before his smiling gaze returned to her face. If I win, how about you give me a kiss? He said without any shame at all. The cheeks of all the fairies, Iseria included, became tinged with rosy embarrassment at the suggestion. The boy's actions, mannerisms, and words were completely opposite of how the fairy race conducted themselves, and none of them knew how to deal with him, as he seemed to have no shame at all. Before Iseria could reply, Another figure suddenly appeared within the courtyard, attracting the attention of everyone present. The figure was a fairy who appeared to be in her 30s, but was clearly much older. Her beauty was enough to topple nations, although the icy aura she radiated would give pause to any lecherous thoughts. "Palace Master," the fairies said in respectful unison. "The Honorable Alliance has contacted us," the Palace Master said, getting straight to the point. "They have mentioned that a great omen has befallen their youths, who are currently in an ancient realm, and have requested our aid. They did not hide the dangers that may lurk within, and entering may cost you your lives. However, the opportunities within that ancient realm are beyond compare, some that could elevate one's cultivation and talent to the forefront forever. I come to you with the choice to enter that realm or remain here. Either answer is acceptable, but the choice is yours to make." The fairies fell silent after listening to their palace master, as they had not expected such a serious thing to be brought up all of a sudden. The fairy race was allied with the Honorable Alliance, the seraphic soul palace included, but most fairies enjoyed peace and removed themselves from the troubles of the world. "The Honorable Alliance," the boy spoke up, his words causing all to gaze at him. "That includes the Heavenly Lightning sect, right?" "That it does," the palace master replied. "Ha ha ha, count me in then," the boy said boisterously, his excitement clear for all to see. "Are you sure?" the palace master asked. "Entering could mean your death." "Of course I'm sure," the boy replied, his excitement not dimmed even a bit. "If anyone or anything tries to kill me, I'll just kill them first." The outward enthusiasm and lack of fear from the boy seemed to stir the fairies, who didn't want to lose out to the human boy. While the fairies did remove themselves from the world for the most part, they were a prideful race that didn't like to lose out to anyone. "I'll join," one fairy spoke out. "Me too," another said firmly. Similar voices sounded out, as almost all the fairies ended up voicing their willingness to join. The palace master's face remained calm, but a tinge of pride flashed by on her face, as she clearly was in support of their decisions. "Good, then we leave immediately for the Honorable Alliance," the palace master instructed, her gaze shifting back to the lone boy, her gaze becoming a bit icier. "And Miko, try to keep your hands to yourself and away from my seraphic soul palace disciples on the trip over, or don't blame me for punishing you." "Yes, ma'am," Miko replied as a chill crawled up his spine from the palace master's icy gaze. Chapter 628, Start of the Heavenly Tribulation. Two figures stood in an open area filled with thick fog, the expressions on both of their faces serious and stern. "Are you sure you want to do this?" John asked Leia as she stood next to him. "MHM," Leia replied without hesitation while nodding her head. "You may be cursed by the heavens right now, but your curse is nothing compared to what it will be if you help me," John reiterated. "Are you sure you want to help me? Once you do, there's no going back." "I'm sure," Leia replied without a trace of doubt in her voice or on her face. "I'll no doubt encounter future situations where I need to choose to remain in the good graces of the heavens or save the life of someone, perhaps even those I hold dear. I'll choose the latter every time, and so I'm already destined to walk opposite of heaven's blessing." John stared at Leia in silence as he studied her face. He could tell her mind was 100% made up, and so he did not ask her of her choice any further. "Good, because when my tribulation starts, it'll be unlike anything you've ever seen," John replied firmly. "And if I'm to trust you to help me, I'll need your unwavering support." "You'll get all the help I can throw at you, I promise," Leia replied as a small smile appeared on her face. Normally, John would find that smile mesmerizing to look at, but his current focus was elsewhere. The toughest fight of his life was about to start, and he had no mood for anything other than focusing on that fight. "Good, then you're going to need protection as well," John said to Leia. Leia was about to ask what protection John could provide, but her eyes went wide as a creature suddenly appeared before her. "Kyrie, guard Leia at all costs," John instructed. "Aye," Kyrie replied through their soul connection, his eager tone indicating he was ready to face the lightning from the heavens once more. Is that a lightning Kirin?" Leia asked, almost unable to believe her eyes. Kyrie had revealed his true form, as that was his most powerful state. While he could remain in disguise, that would lower his combat prowess, and he would need his full combat state in the battle to come. "Yep," John replied succinctly, not hiding the fact. Leia already knew his most important secret, so what was one more? "A heavenly lightning Kirin," Leia muttered in astonishment as she walked up to Kyrie. Her hand reached out towards Kyrie's head as if to touch it, but she stopped just short of it. Kyrie nudged his head forward onto her hand, while his eyes closed in content as he enjoyed the soft strokes of Leia's hand on his head. "I never thought Kirins actually existed, and only assumed them to be one of the many creatures of legend," Leia said as she continued to rub Kyrie's head. Her gaze shifted towards John, and she stared at him as if he were a true anomaly. "Just how many secrets do you have?" Leia asked. First, John's combat prowess was beyond compare, then he revealed himself to be Asura, and now he revealed he had a mythical lightning Kirin as a beast companion. "I have a few more," John replied, a small smirk lingering on his face. If Leia knew the true extent of his secrets, he was sure she would not know how to process it all. Leia stared at John in silence for quite some time, as she could tell his slightly sarcastic reply held some truth to the words. She could only imagine how someone from such a backwater place, such as the Yuan Continent, could have so many secrets, but didn't press any further. "Are you ready?" John asked, his playful expression replaced with one of seriousness. "MHM," Leia hummed in confirmation, her face becoming serious as well. "Good, then here's what's going to happen." John started to explain his tribulation to her. "The tribulation will be far beyond anything you've ever seen, and you will instinctively want to flee as far as possible when that starts. Trust in me and trust in Kyrie. We'll keep you safe, okay?" Leia stared at John for a moment, before she nodded in confirmation. "Okay," she replied, trusting John's words. "Good, then when the tribulation starts, it might seem like I need help at the start based on the power of the tribulation strikes, but that's part of the plan. I need to take a bit of damage, so only start healing me when I tell you to." "Got it," Leia replied. "Good, then here we go," John said to her with a confident smile on his face as he stepped a few feet away from her. His mind, chi, and divine sense focused inward towards his dantians as he prepared to push them past the limit. His essence chi began to surge as it slammed against the barrier to the next realm, and John could feel his essence chi step over the edge as it tried to transform into a higher state. A frown appeared on his face as he felt his body dantian become active as well, as if stirred into action by his essence, dantian's starting transformation. I was hoping that I could push my essence dantian to the heaven tribulation realm first, and then my body dantian at a later time, but it seems as though the two have become intricately linked to one another for this ascension process, John mused internally. Oh well, that's fine. Even if I only pushed my essence dantian to the next realm, the heavens would probably still target me with everything it has. I might as well go all out right from the start. With this in mind, John no longer held back at all. Both his essence and body chi began to surge into his dantians, while his comprehensions of the next realm started to transform both his chi and dantians into a higher state of being. A dark and ominous aura enveloped the land as it started to become darker. Clouds started to gather from all directions, the color of the clouds becoming darker by the second. Within seconds, the somewhat calm and quiet area had turned into a tempest, the wind picking up to incredible speeds while rain started to fall. Boom! The first flicker of lightning raced within the clouds, followed by another and another. Soon the blackened clouds above turned bright as the lightning raced through nonstop. It was like an apocalypse had descended on the land, as the wind and rain ravaged everything in the area, while the lightning strikes within the clouds gave insight into the power to come. Chapter 629, Rid us of your stupidity. Leia couldn't help but take a deep breath in both shock and awe at the sight before her, as this tribulation was unlike anything she had ever seen before. The aura descending from the clouds was already beyond terrifying, and her gaze shifted towards John, whose back was facing her. She studied his features and aura and detected absolutely no fear at all from him. His back was straight and tall, while his aura was as calm as a spring morning. Her growing trepidation was quickly relaxed as she found solace in John's confidence, while determination once again replaced her anxiousness. The clouds continued to gather until they reached a point of absolute might and darkness, at which point 2 points of light started to appear. The points of light were made of pure lightning and quickly grew in size, eventually forming 2 celestial eyes that stared down at John below. A confident smirk appeared on John's face as he saw the heavenly eyes, the eyes of his greatest foe. "We meet again, old friend," John said to the heaven. Above, his tone calm yet arrogant. "Let's see if you can do better than last time, because if I count it correctly, I'm currently winning 2-0. Boom. 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 The clouds above exploded with thunderous might, as the heavens became enraged by John's arrogance. Yeah, throw your temper tantrum all you want. It won't change anything," John replied, not withdrawing his arrogance at all. The heavens would already throw everything it could possibly have at him, regardless of his actions or words. As such, he decided to have a bit of fun with the heavens, as he found it quite amusing to taunt it in such a manner. Leia's eyes widened as she heard John's words, as she had never heard anyone speak so directly and confrontationally towards the heavens. Such actions would only enrage the heavens and increase its tribulation might, which everyone avoided. However, she knew John was not a stupid person, and so she remained silent as she was sure he had his reasons. Boom. 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 The explosive blasts within the clouds grew in might as the heavens became further enraged, while John waited calmly below. The power within the clouds above began to condense into a singular point, and time seemed to freeze for the briefest of moments before. Boom. A lightning blast struck down from the heavens above, its power beyond frightening. Unlike normal tribulation lightning, this lightning bolt was made of the most destructive type of lightning, one that only sought to eradicate anything in its path. "Finally, let's do this," John yelled loudly, his arrogance replaced with battle intent. Supreme battle art. His aura suddenly exploded outwards while his body shot towards the sky. As his body shot upwards, he felt the same thing as last time, as the flight restriction vanished. John knew things were not as simple as they appeared regarding this small detail, but he ignored the reason, as he shot up towards the bolt of lightning raining down from above. An expression of worry appeared on Leia's face, as the lightning beam was beyond anything she had ever seen or felt. The first strike of his tribulation was almost as strong as the very last one of her own tribulation, but its destructive nature made it far more dangerous. She had never felt anything like it before, and if she were to be struck by this beam, even in her current state, she would most likely perish. "You don't have to worry about him," a childlike voice appeared within her mind. Leia looked over towards Kirai, who had spoken to her for the first time. "But how can a meridian-forging human survive such a thing?" she asked. She was prepared for the tribulation, but couldn't help but admit that it was already beyond her wildest imaginations, and it had only just started. As a princess of the Astral Empire, she had experienced more than most cultivators would in a lifetime. However, none of those experiences could have prepared her for this tribulation, as it was beyond anything the universe had ever seen before. "Just watch," Kirai replied, his voice containing no trace of worry at all. "Big Brother will let you know when he needs your help, but that won't be for a while. Now give me more head pats." As the conversation had taken place between their souls, it had happened in an instant. A soft giggle escaped Leia's lips as she heard Kirai's request, and she obliged as she began to pat his head, while her gaze shifted back towards John, who had arrived before the lightning beam. Her eyes widened slightly again as she noticed he had yet to take out a weapon, but she remained silent as she trusted Kirai's words. John's fist punched out, the power of his punch causing the air to explode as it collided with the lightning beam. Bang! A calamitous explosion of lightning radiated outwards, bathing the land for miles in its power. Kiriai's might flared as well as he appeared before Leia, his body blocking the explosion from reaching her. The ground cracked and broke from the might of the explosion despite being hit by only a fraction of the attack's true power. The calamitous explosion of lightning faded away, revealing John's figure, unharmed and unflinching. A small amount of smoke wafted off his lightly charred knuckles, but other than that, there was no harm at all to his body. Leia's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw his state after directly taking on the tribulation bolt, while John's tall figure, staring with pure defiance at the very heavens above, carved an image into her heart that she would never forget. His smug smile returned to his face as he glanced at the heavenly eyes above. Just like last time, you want to kill me but have to follow the rules of the heavens. Oh, wait, aren't those the rules you made? John mocked, his tone full of sarcasm. Imagine creating the laws of the universe and then being unable to break them yourself. If I did something so stupid, I would just kill myself out of shame. Why don't you do the same and rid the universe of your stupidity? Chapter 630. Roars of anger, an absolutely horrifying and awe-inspiring aura flooded all throughout the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, from the lava-filled world to the end of the realm. All the youths within felt the aura, and couldn't help but shudder in fright. It was as if an apocalypse of death had arrived in the lands, with the sole intention of wiping out all life. No one knew where this aura was coming from, until a spawning mass of blackened clouds appeared high in the sky above the trial lands. Despite being hundreds or even thousands of miles from the center of the tribulation clouds, all the youths within couldn't help but stare at them in shock and awe. Outside the portals that John had been knocked through, the gathered youths couldn't help but stare straight up at the clouds that had appeared overhead. Tribulation clouds, a youth exclaimed, but why is this tribulation so frightening? It's as if the heavens have arrived to destroy everything. Another replied with a face full of awe, as well as fear. Where is the source of the tribulation? Another asked. We can't say for sure exactly, as we don't know how the portals to the next area work, but it's definitely beyond these portals, another exclaimed. I wonder who the tribulation is for. Is it for some beast? Surely it can't be for one of us, another chimed up. Heated discussion quickly broke out throughout the entire realm as to the source of the tribulation, but no one could say for sure. All they could do is stare at the clouds above and wonder who was so unlucky as to be the target of such a terrifying tribulation. Rumble. The clouds above rumbled with fury, while the heavenly lightning eyes stared down at John as if he were its most hated enemy. Bang! Another tribulation lightning bolt slammed down towards John, its power greater than the previous attack. John's fist punched out once again as the two powerful attacks collided. A similar explosion radiated outwards, the outcome of the clash the same as before. A smirk appeared on John's face as his celestial lightning script started to revolve. He had allowed a small portion of that last attack to rampage wildly within his body, and used the celestial lightning script to heal the lightning wounds to increase the quality of his lightning attribute body. As I said, you're a slave to your own power, John mocked the heavens above again. You know I'm absorbing your power, and yet you can't do anything about it. What a miserable existence, he chastised as he shook his head, as if he were pitying the heavens. The heavens knew John was able to absorb its power and turn it into his strength, and would love for nothing more than to throw its full might in a singular attack, shattering his body and turning it into dust. However, as John had mocked many times already, the heavens were bound to the rules of the universe, despite being the ones that enforced those rules. You know, in a certain way, you are quite pitiable, John said as if he cared about the heavens, who responded with another tribulation bolt piercing down towards him, its power greater than the previous two strikes. The next several minutes was a battle between John and the tribulation lightning bolts, which slammed against his body without a care from John. The lightning of pure destruction coursed through his body, attempting to destroy every cell within. However, the energy from the celestial lightning script opposed the heavenly tribulation lightning, as a battlefield occurred within John's body. His flesh began to char and light wounds were opened up on his skin, causing Leia to frown in worry. However, John acted as if he didn't notice the wounds at all, and so she remained on standby, ready to help at a moment's notice. Her right hand continued to rub Kiriai's head, who seemed to be more interested in the head pats than the apocalyptic battle above. His relaxed mood caused Leia to smile at his childlike antics, while her anxiousness lessened. Bang! 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 The battle between John and the heavens continued. The might of each attack was greater than the last, and John eventually reached a point where his body could no longer resist the power of the lightning. I've reached my limit without using the Asura transformation art, but I need to save that for last, as the burden it puts on my body is beyond immense. I've increased the quality of my lightning attribute body as much as I can without causing harm to my combat prowess, but I've reached my limit in that regard now. I suppose it's time I start taking this seriously. A golden battle axe suddenly appeared in John's hands, appearing like a golden sun within the blackness below the tribulation clouds. Bang! Another tribulation lightning bolt slammed down, its power beyond horrifying. John steadied his battle axe and prepared to unleash an attack when a crazy thought popped up in his mind. I suppose each tribulation bolt is like a roar of anger from you, John said as he looked at the approaching beam of lightning. Allow me to reply in kind. John's chest suddenly expanded as he breathed in as deep as possible, the surrounding air becoming turbulent from his forceful breath. The tribulation lightning beam arrived before him, while John's mouth suddenly opened wide. A thunderous roar, like that of a mighty dragon, boomed out, the power of the roar beyond anything Leia had heard a human unleash. The shockwaves from the roar boomed out in all directions, while the main power of the roar slammed against the lightning bolt above. The lightning bolt seemed to stop in space, as if it wanted to travel further, but something invisible was blocking its way forward. The struggle lasted for a short while before the tribulation beam faded away, its power unable to reach John's body. Bang! Another tribulation beam was unleashed without hesitation, while John's chest puffed out before he unleashed another thunderous roar. Bang! 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 The overwhelming sounds of the tribulation beams and dragon-like roars flooded the sky and the land below, the sound waves alone causing the ground to shake and crack apart as the battle between man and the heavens continued to rage on. Chapter 630, One Divine Tribulation Guardian appears once more. Roar. Another explosive roar bellowed out from John's mouth as it resisted the might of the tribulation bolt above. However, after a brief instant of a stalemate, the tribulation bolt broke through the power of the roar and slammed into his body. John shot down from the sky like a shooting star and slammed into the ground below. The force of his body caused the ground to explode outwards, while he burrowed deeply into the earth. Bang! Without hesitation, another tribulation bolt surged out from the clouds above, targeting John below. I guess my shouting match with the heavens is over, John muttered to himself as he stood up within the massive crater. Chi! A beam of lightning pierced up from the ground as well, revealing itself to be John himself. Small wounds had opened up on his body, and some charred blood slicked his robes and skin, but he ignored the wounds as he raced upwards into the sky once more. His battle axe cleaved out with incredible power and collided against the tribulation strike, the power of both attacks beyond compare. A calamitous explosion rocked the land for miles in each direction, while Kirai might once again flared out, protecting Leia from any harm. Bang! 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 The battle between John and the heavens above continued for quite some time. Each tribulation attack unleashed was stronger than the last, while each battle axe attack unleashed by John matched that increase in power. The black clouds above continued to grow in might, as if consolidating its power to unleash something far greater than before. A knowing smile of expectation appeared on John's face as he knew what was to come. "Are you done warming up?" John said as he unleashed another battle axe attack outwards, meeting another tribulation strike. He felt his muscles strain and bones creak in protest, but other than that, no extra damage was taken. Warming up, what is he talking about? Leia asked Kyrie, as the tribulation had already been beyond anything she had expected. Her own tribulation had been quite powerful due to her talents, but the heavens at the time seemed to favor her greatly as a child of fortune and did not push her too far. With her Tao of healing talents, she was easily able to breeze through her tribulation. A sudden idea appeared in her mind, one that she had read about during her studies in some ancient documents her empire had recovered. It mentioned another possible phase to one's heavenly tribulation, but no one could confirm whether it was true or not. Even her father, the astral emperor who achieved 17 steps on the talent testing steps, had not induced that mythical phase. This is only the beginning, Kyrie's childlike voice appeared within Leia's mind. Get ready, he'll probably start asking for help soon. Leia's gaze shifted from Kyrie to John above, before it shifted upwards as the tribulation seemed to stop for a moment. The power within the clouds above gathered into a singular point and quickly grew. Leia's eyes widened slightly as the point of lightning turned into a human-shaped figure. Its right hand held a lance made of pure lightning, while its aura radiated a might far greater than any of the tribulation strikes unleashed prior. The divine tribulation guardian, Leia breathed lightly, her voice no more than a whisper. Before her eyes, an ancient myth had appeared. John's words were indicating, as if he was expecting it to appear, something that surprised her just as much as the lightning warrior itself. We meet again, John said while smirking at the lightning warrior. I thought absorbing you the first time would be enough for you to learn your lesson, but I guess not. The lightning warrior's body flashed and appeared before John in an instant. His eyes widened slightly as his battle axe cleaved out, as the speed of the lightning warrior was far greater than during Iris's tribulation. The lightning lance pierced out towards John, the power contained within the lance far greater than any of the lightning strikes prior. Bang! Axe and lightning lance collided, and John's hasty defense was not enough to counter the might of the lightning warrior. His body shot backwards through the sky like a bullet, while the lightning warrior's body flashed forward once again and appeared before him. Its lance thrust out once more as it attempted to end John's life. John's battle axe cleaved outwards to meet the attack, and he once again found himself on the losing end of the battle. Unlike in Iris's tribulation, where the lightning guardian had been reserving its power as it attempted to ignore John and reach Iris, it had gone all out from the start. Its power was beyond John's expectations, and he found himself repeatedly lose out in the exchanges. Boom! His body slammed into the ground below, forming another massive crater as the earth exploded outwards in all directions. The lightning warrior flashed into the crater as another calamitous explosion radiated outwards from within. John, Leia called out in worry, while Kyrie appeared before her to block the explosion that washed over them. A figure shot out from the massive crater, followed immediately by another. John's expression had finally turned from confident arrogance to hardened seriousness, as the battle was now at a level that could claim his life if he was not fully focused. Bang! 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 The two figures exchanged dozens of attacks in an instant, with John losing out on all of them. However, he had managed to gather his power and maintain a more sturdy defense now that he knew the true might of the lightning warrior. His battle axe cleaved out with monstrous power, while the lightning lance pierced out with even more power. Wounds had opened up on most of his skin, leaving little unharmed. Even his internals had started to protest in pain, as each thrust from the lightning lance sent a terrifying force through his body. At the same time, each attack also contained a soul aspect to it, as lightning invaded soul with the intention of destroying it from within. John's soul defense resisted the assault, but his head started to pound in pain as the battle raged on both externally and internally. The attacks between the two created apocalyptic explosions in the sky, and each explosion resulted in John's body becoming more and more damaged. If this were to go on for a while, he would no doubt be overwhelmed and killed in the end. Leia, now, John's voice boomed out, The time for her to join the fight against the heavens had finally arrived. Chapter 632, She's My Concern Now. Leia had been watching John's battle with increasing worry, as his figure had started to look incredibly miserable. However, she followed his command and didn't aid until he asked for it. Now that his command had come, Leia's expression of worry was replaced with one of calm and determination, as if she had instantly become a different person. She closed her eyes for a singular moment, while her aura began to climb. Her eyes snapped open, and her two hands clasped together before her chest, as if she were praying. A vibrant green energy radiated from her body and flowed towards John, reaching him in an instant. The two became linked by her power despite the distance between them. John felt a strong, vibrant energy flood into his body, attempting to heal the damage within. The vibrant energy washed over his open wounds and charred flesh, but even after a short while nothing seemed to change. The damage was not being healed at all, which was something both John and quickly Leia noticed. Her eyes widened slightly as she realized this, as she had not been expecting such a muted reaction to her powers. She quickly realized that John's body was more profound than anything she had encountered before, and required far more healing energy to heal a single wound than she thought possible. At the same time, the damage from the tribulation lightning was also beyond anything she had encountered before, as the lingering destructive properties resisted her healing. However, instead of worry appearing on her face, Leia's face became even more relaxed as she no longer held back. She closed her eyes once more as she focused her full power inwards. A brief moment later, a green light slowly illuminated on her forehead, the light quickly forming the rune for the Tao of Life. Her body began to glow a vibrant green, while her figure seemed to become almost ethereal, as if she had turned into an angelic spirit of life, her beauty beyond compare. Her aura climbed to incredible levels, while the healing energy radiating from her and into John increased exponentially in both profundity and quantity. John couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise as he felt the extraordinary energy course through his body. The wounds on his exterior started to heal at a visible rate, while his damaged internals as well as soul also healed beyond anything he had experienced before. He felt his combat state increase greatly as his wounds healed, and he once more returned to his peak combat state as if he had not battled at all yet. Leia's vibrant energy flooding into his soul seemed to link their souls together, almost like the link he had with Kyrie. While it was clearly only temporary, it still allowed John to get a glimpse of her thoughts and feelings, as well as her feeling his own thoughts and emotions. Bang! 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 The battle continued between John and the Lightning Warrior, the intensity far greater than before as John put up an even greater fight against it, thanks to his healed state. Each attack from the Lightning Warrior would open another wound, but that wound would be healed almost immediately as if it never existed. Were I on my own, I would have to use my Asura transformation already, or I would no doubt be defeated. But thanks to Leia, I'm able to conserve my strength until the end, all while whittling away this Lightning Warrior. Even my soul is becoming refreshed and at ease as her powers wipe away the lingering soul damage. Amazing. John had expected Leia's power to be helpful, but never expected it to be this amazing. His body felt as if he had unlimited vibrancy, which was something he had never felt before. His wounds were healed down to the cellular level as each and every injury was washed away from his body. His eyes widened as he felt something beyond amazing happen within, but his distracted thoughts quickly shifted back to his opponent as it unleashed another attack at him. Bang! 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 The battle between the two continued, with the Lightning Warrior winning out on each exchange despite John's improved condition. Advent of Annihilation. John started to unleash his most powerful axe battle art, as his opponent was beyond monstrous, and by far the most powerful opponent he had ever fought. Golden axe images slashed through the sky, colliding against beams of lighting unleashed by the Lightning Warrior. Without his Asura transformation, he was no doubt weaker than the Lightning Warrior, but each attack from the Lightning Warrior used up a portion of its limited reserves, while John's state was constantly replenished by Leia. If this were to go on forever, the lightning warrior would run out of energy before it could defeat John. The tribulation lightning warrior paused for the briefest of moments, as if stunned by what was happening. The clouds above boomed and rumbled in rage as it observed what was going on, and the lightning warrior suddenly turned towards Leia and thrust out its lance towards her below. A beam of incredibly powerful lightning pierced towards her, as the heavens sought to eliminate the one interfering with its battle. John's figure flashed and appeared before the lightning beam, and he instantly unleashed another advent of annihilation. Battle art and lightning beam collided once more, bathing the sky above and land below in their calamitous power. The explosion eventually faded away, revealing John standing firmly between Leia and the lightning warrior. His gaze shifted from the lightning warrior to the heavenly eyes above, which stared down at him while the clouds rumbled with obvious rage. A cold and murderous look appeared on John's face as he pointed his battle axe towards the heavenly eyes above. "Fuck off," John yelled, his rage ignited. "In your infinite stupidity, you have already shunned Leia and branded her as a traitor," John said to the heavens above, his voice tinged with murderous iciness. "Since you threw her aside so carelessly, she's my concern now. You can forget about your powers ever reaching her again. 633 defeating the divine tribulation guardian, she's my concern now. You can forget about your power ever reaching her again." John's defiant words seemed to echo within Leia's mind as she heard them, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn rosy pink as she stared at John above. Bang! Another advent of annihilation cleaved out, slamming into the lightning warrior and knocking it backwards. With his rage ignited, John's power grew as well, and his attack had finally managed to win against the lightning warrior. His body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning, and he appeared before the lightning warrior once more. His golden axe cleaved outwards again, its might like a mountain slamming down on his opponent. The lightning warrior stabilized itself and thrust out its lightning lance in response, and the collision between attacks once again blanketed the land in their apocalyptic power. With the rain and wind raging about, and battle arts destroying all in its path, it truly appeared as if the end of the world had arrived for this small piece of land. Bang! 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 Thousands of attacks were exchanged over the next 15 minutes as the two fighters fought to a complete stalemate. Each of John's attacks would cause the lightning warrior to block or parry, stripping away a bit of its power one attack at a time. The lightning warrior's attacks would also injure John as well, but thanks to Leia's heavenly talent in healing, those injuries were washed away in an instant. While John did feel his essence chi reserves start to lessen, he still had ample reserves thanks to his 20 times compressed Danshin being able to hold a heaven-defying amount of essence chi. At the same time, his blood reserves within his palace realm were almost immeasurable, as he had spent an incredible amount of time and money collecting beast blood essence, either by himself or through purchase, with his blood essence pool as well. Consisting of heaven tribulation and Tao transformation blood essence, he could rely on that as well. While using blood essence instead of beast blood was a waste in terms of making body chi, it was still something he could rely on in a pinch. Their battle raged on, illuminating the dark clouds above and ravaging the earth below. Each explosion was guarded by Kyrie, as he allowed not a single scrap of chi to land on her. The lightning warrior would occasionally attempt to attack Leia, but it stopped after a while as it realized the futility of it all. Even if the attack was not blocked by John, Kyrie still stood guard. As a heavenly lightning creature, and one that had stepped into the middle heaven tribulation realm thanks to the lightning it had absorbed from Iris's tribulation, Kyrie was more than strong enough to thwart any attack from the lightning warrior. Boom. 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 The explosions continued to bathe the sky in gold and blue explosions, as if the battle arts were paint and the sky the canvas. Through the terrifying explosions, the scene was almost one of beauty. Bang! An advent of annihilation slammed against the lightning warrior, whose body shot backwards like a cannonball. Another, and then another slashed out, piercing through the sky and violently exploding against the lightning warrior. Boom! A full-powered advent of annihilation landed on the lightning warrior's unguarded body, and the body shattered into a mist of lightning. The lightning warrior had healed through each and every attack John had landed on it, but its energy finally ran out due to the prolonged battle. John's gaze lingered on the spot where the lightning warrior had dispersed, his heavy breathing taking a while to calm down. Despite Leia's healing, his essence chi had been drained by half, and his body was racked with fatigue and pain. However, he had managed to beat the lightning warrior in the end, and had done so without using his Asura transformation. He had never expected such an outcome before starting his tribulation, and was more than content with the outcome. A look of glee appeared on Leia's face, which had paled considerably since the start of John's battle. Sweat dripped down her brow and slicked her face and dress, making her dress cling to her body tightly, revealing a mesmerizing figure beneath. Were it any other time, John would not have taken in the entrancing view with no hesitation, but he did not even gaze at Leia for an instant. "It is over?" Leia asked Kyrie between heavy breaths. The divine tribulation guardian had been beyond anything she had ever expected, but John had not let any of them down, and had managed to defeat it after an arduous and grueling battle. However, Kyrie did not reply to her question, and his gaze was focused on the clouds above, the same as John. The blackened tribulation clouds above rumbled in rage for a moment, before they went calm and silent. John's gaze narrowed as he stared at the clouds, as the calm silence sent a wave of warning down his spine. It was as if the heavens had decided something, and they had become calm after that decision, as if John's fate had been decided the instant it decided to do so. The rage within the heavenly clouds was no more, and John's gaze focused on the two heavenly eyes above, who stared at him much the same. The gaze from the eyes had also changed from rage to one as if it were looking at a worthy opponent, but one whose fate was already sealed. "There's more," Leia mumbled, almost unable to believe what was going on. Her ragged breath slowed down as she stabilized herself, as her temporary soul link with John gave her a vague idea of what he was feeling at the moment. That feeling was one of the gravest warnings, as if John knew his life would truly be on the verge of death in the moments to come. As if answering her question, the clouds gathered their power into a singular point, the same as the lightning warrior. The aura coming from this singular point was far above that when the lightning warrior had been formed, and a blood-red glow suddenly appeared just below the blackened clouds, staining them red as if they had been bathed with blood. The red light slowly started to grow in size, and soon it took a humanoid shape, the same as the lightning warrior. The blood-red glow of the red lightning illuminated the clouds, the land, and everything in between, as if an omen for the blood that was about to be spilled. The figure continued to condense and become more clear, and distinguishable features soon appeared on the figure. A blood-red robe of incredible design was formed, one that John had seen once in his life before. At the same time, a face that he had seen once in his life before also appeared on the lightning figure. The face was so detailed that it looked completely lifelike, only that it was blood-red. John's eyes narrowed as a cold-blooded look appeared on his face, but beneath that cold-blooded look existed a small tinge of confusion, as he had not been expecting to see that face here. It was the same face as the youth he had fought in the ancient city's divine trial, only a few years older. The youthful face of his mysterious father. Chapter 634, lightning avatar hovering high in the sky, several hundred miles away from the center of the tribulation. A lone hooded figure stared at the incredible battles that had unfolded. His gaze had remained calm, as if everything that had happened had been to his expectations, and throughout the fight, he couldn't help but nod in approval at Leia as well, while a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. "She's just like her, and he's just like me," the man said quietly to himself as he watched the lighting warrior be defeated thanks to the help of Leia. The man's gaze shifted to the clouds above as the red light source appeared, and his eyes narrowed as if he couldn't believe what was going on. "There's more," the man muttered, not sure what was going on. Despite his vast experience and knowledge, he had never heard of any tribulation going past the divine tribulation guardian, as it was the last gatekeeper of the most profound tribulations. His narrowed eyes widened as the blood-red lightning figure appeared, and the hooded man couldn't help but draw in a deep breath as the figure's features became apparent. "It's him," the man exclaimed, feeling true shock for the first time in a very long time. He recognized the face of the youth and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and the man eventually came to a single conclusion. The heavens want this boy dead, without a singular doubt, as he's cultivated the ultimate taboo somehow. They've sent the most perfect form they could create, one that has now become a messenger of death for this boy, even for someone as heaven-defying as him. I can't see him getting through this alive. The man fell silent as he stared at the blood-red lightning avatar, his thoughts still swirling. "I have plans for this boy should I save him if need be," the man muttered questioningly, but eventually decided against it. He didn't know what consequences interfering would bring, not to himself, but to John. The man sighed deeply as his gaze shifted back to John. "Let's hope he has more surprises, and that he is able to make it out of this tribulation alive." The lightning figure, depicting the youthful appearance of his mysterious father, continued to become more detailed, until it was a spitting image of him, only blood-red and flickering with red lightning. A blood-red sword appeared in the figure's hands, one that appeared profound beyond comparison. Its aura was also at the half-step heaven tribulation realm, exactly matching John's current cultivation level. The avatar of his father stared down at John with an expression of indifference, as if it had decided that his fate was sealed and that there was no question about it. John's narrowed eyes stared back at the avatar of his father as he felt a lethal danger from it. In fact, it was the most danger he had felt in his life, and he knew he would be walking on the edge of death in the battle to come. On the ground below, Leia felt her heart chill as she stared at the blood-red lightning figure above. Its aura was beyond terrifying, and she felt as if it could kill her with just a glance. "You piece of shit, why are you here?" John called out. Leia's eyes widened slightly as she heard John's crass question, but also felt confusion as John's question didn't seem to be directed at the figure in the sky above him. She didn't know who he was asking, and at the moment it seemed as though he had gone mad and become insane. "Not going to answer me?" John said again as he received no reply from his father within his palace realm. "I can't say I'm surprised. You've been a useless sack of shit since the day I met you," John continued his angered tirade. His cold yet angered gaze shifted back up to the lightning avatar of his father, while his guard was raised to his maximum. "If I found out you had anything to do with the heavens, or this avatar of you before me, I won't hesitate to stuff out your soul the first chance I get, regardless of our relationship," John raged. He felt a wave of betrayal at the moment, as his mysterious father had seemingly appeared to kill him for good. However, at the same time, he knew there was most likely more to the situation than was apparent, and his words were mostly ones of passion and not his true feelings. Leia's head tilted to the side as she heard his words, as she couldn't make sense of them. However, now was not the time for questions, and so she remained silent as the lightning avatar finished its formation. "Whatever, I'll deal with this first, and then you have some explaining to do," John grumbled in displeasure. He no longer held back, as he knew the battle to come would be his toughest ever. His body chi surged and rushed through his body, his transformation into something else commencing. Two straight black horns pierced from out of his skull, pointing upwards and slightly forward, while blood-red runes formed over his entire body. His muscles bulged with absolute power beneath his skin, enlarging his figure and making him look like he could shatter the world with a single punch. His teeth sharpened, becoming like fangs, and his eyes became blood-red, almost the same shade as the lightning avatar above, but darker and more ominous. An overwhelmingly sinister and malevolent aura, like that belonging to the most hellish creature imaginable, radiated off his body. The power of his aura alone requiring Kyrie to protect Leia so she could focus on her task at hand. John's power instantly skyrocketed to incredible heights, and Leia couldn't help but stare with both awe and slight trepidation at John. Although she had seen this transformation of his before, it was now much stronger, and also much more sinister feeling than before. While she knew he was not an enemy of hers, it was as if her instincts were telling her he was her most deadly enemy. For the first time since the talent testing steps, John had unleashed his most fearsome as well as most secretive form. His Asura transformation art. Chapter 635, Unleashing the Asura transformation art. John's power exploded to heaven-defying heights as he felt the might of his transformation art surge through his body and meridians once more. However, his gaze remained cold and grave as the lethal danger he felt from his father's avatar above did not lessen at all. His right hand gripped tightly around the shaft of his battle axe as he awaited his opponent's move. At the same time, the might of his three profound Taos, the Tao of annihilation, destruction, and power, began to emanate from his battle axe, increasing his might to another level again. His eyes suddenly widened as his battle axe cleaved out, unleashing his most powerful advent of annihilation. The lightning avatar of his father has slashed out its sword towards John, its actions so fast that it almost appeared like it had never happened at all. However, the absolute terrifying sword image, like the overwhelming sword art the youth had unleashed on him in the divine trial, slashed towards him, its speed incredible as the sword art reached him in an instant. The youth had needed to take a second or two to unleash this art in the divine trial, but that was not the case now. His advent of annihilation slashed out and met the sword art, and the collision of the two battle arts created an explosion of apocalyptic might, which seemed to shatter the very sky from its might. The ravaged earth below fractured as it was blown apart by the explosion, its power far greater than anything that had appeared before. Kyrie might flared out to the maximum for the first time as he unleashed a lightning beam attack against the explosion to resist it, while his aura enveloped Leia to protect her from harm. Leia's mouth opened in shock at the might of the two attacks, but she remained focused on the task at hand as she kept the link between her and John intact. John's body shot out from the explosion like a cannonball, as the might of his advent of annihilation had not been enough to fight against that overwhelming sword art. His advent of annihilation was an ancient battle art used by the Jade Dragon Emperor himself, and yet its power and profundity paled in comparison to the sword art unleashed by the avatar of his father. As a result, his attack had lost out against the lightning avatar's sword attack, which had slammed against his body with incredible might. "John!" Leia called out as she saw John's body slam into the earth a distance away, the force of the impact shattering the already ravaged earth once more for a mile in all directions. Roar! A roar from within the crater boomed out, further ravaging the land. It did not sound like it belonged to a human at all, nor a dragon, but instead as if a primal demon was roaring in absolute rage. John's body shot out of the crater an instant later, his speed creating ripples in the air as he arrived before the lightning avatar once more. Limiter of pain. Limiter of power. Limiter of speed. John unlocked the three limiters within his body as his explosive might skyrocketed once more. Unleashing these three limiters alongside the Asura transformation art created monumental strain on his body, and John could feel his tendons nearly rupture, muscles rup, and bones crack. However, the divine healing powers from Leia immediately washed over these injuries, washing them away, allowing John to maintain this form without concern for himself. He appeared before the lightning avatar in an instant, his arm muscles bulging like they would break through his skin at any moment. His battle axe cleaved out towards the lightning avatar, who slashed out his blood-red sword in response. The sword attack seemed like a simple slash, but it contained a profundity beyond what John could recognize, like the casual attack was the most heavenly of sword arts. Bang! A calamitous force exploded out as the two attacks collided, which had resulted in a stalemate. Despite his overwhelming physical power and might being above the lightning avatars, the profundity of the lighting avatar's sword arts more than bridged the gap. John's eyes widened once more as 1,000 blood-red swords instantly appeared in the sky around the lightning avatar, as it unleashed the sword domain he had seen the youth use in the divine trial. The swords shot towards John, each sword sharp and powerful enough to injure him. Heavenly lightning domain. John instantly activated his lightning domain, as nearly 500 lightning nodes appeared in the sky around him. The lightning nodes activated immediately, unleashing destructive bolts of lightning out towards the swords. Blue and red explosions littered the sky as the battle between domains erupted. Each lightning bolt would destroy a sword, but another sword would quickly form to replace it. Lightning covered the sky like a defensive net as John did his best to counteract the sword domain. However, as his lightning nodes were outnumbered 2-1, he was not able to block each and every sword with his lightning domain alone. Blood-red swords occasionally broke through his lightning domain, piercing towards his stomach, his chest, his head. His battle axe slashed out with his fastest speed to defend against the swords, although there were just too many to defend against. John's face turned even more grave as he decided to trust in Leia's abilities and only focused on protecting his absolute vitals, his head and his heart. Blood-red swords slashed through his domain defenses, slashing against his powerful body. Despite the lightning avatar's beyond profound sword arts, his body's heaven-defying toughness resisted taking severe damage. The swords that landed on his arms and legs slashed into his skin, but stopped momentarily afterwards before dissipating under John's extraordinary aura. However, the non-stop assault from the swords was like a death by 1,000 cuts, and he couldn't help but grimace in pain. However, that pain lessened after each attack, as Leia's divine healing power washed over the injury, wiping it away as fast as it could be created. Advent of annihilation. Ignoring the sword assault on his body, John arrived before the lightning avatar once more and unleashed another axe battle art. The lightning avatar unleashed his divine sword art in response, as another apocalyptic explosion filled the sky, followed by another and another. The lightning avatar flashed to the side, his main sword cleaving towards John's waist. John's battle axe shaft appeared next to his waist, defending against the attack. However, an overwhelming force from the attack slammed against him, propelling his body through the sky for over a mile. Chi. The lightning avatar suddenly unleashed an attack downwards during this opening, its target no longer John. Leia watched with wide eyes as the massive divine sword image, powerful and profound beyond compare, arrived before her. Chapter 636, Battle of Attrition Roar. A roar of unbridled rage and anger erupted from Kyrie, whose might skyrocketed while his aura climbed high into the sky above. The lightning crystal on his forehead lit up brightly, a gleaming blue light illuminating the land. Boom! A beam of lightning erupted out from the crystal on Kyrie's head, instantly arriving before the overwhelming sword art. The two attacks collided, while Kyrie's body suddenly flashed as he disappeared from the site of the erupting explosion. The explosion destroyed everything for miles in each direction, forming a massive crater in the earth hundreds of yards deep, while molten earth flowed within. The lightning avatar's gaze shifted to the side as it locked onto Kyrie once more, who had appeared over a mile away from the explosion, his speed beyond compare. Wrapped within Kyrie's protective aura was Leia, whose face had become pale as snow, both from fright and fatigue. The lightning avatar raised its sword to slash out another attack, when it suddenly unleashed it sideways. "Fuck off! Your opponent is me!" John raged as he unleashed another advent of annihilation. Boom! 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 The battle between John and the blood-red lightning avatar continued to rage on, the might of each attack capable of shattering mountains. John pushed his Asura transformation art to the limit as he battled his father's youthful avatar, who attacked with the profundity of a heavenly god. The avatar flashed backwards and unleashed another divine sword art straight at John. His battle axe suddenly shifted to his left hand, as his scythe appeared in his right. Blood-red swords continued to slash against his body as they pierced through his lightning domain, but John ignored as his battle axe slashed outwards, protecting his heart and head. At the same time, his scythe raised above his head for a brief moment before slashing forward. An incredible black and red scythe image of overwhelming sharpness and speed slashed outwards, instantly meeting the divine sword image. The two attacks collided, but unlike before, an explosion did not occur. Instead, the sharpness of both attacks cleaved into each other as both attacks sliced apart the other. The two halves of each weapon image were rent apart, fading into nothingness. A small smirk appeared on John's face as he stared at the lightning avatar, who paused for the briefest of moments. "You're not the only one with a strong battle art," John mocked, although underneath that mocking was surprise. He could tell that despite the battle arts canceling out, the divine sword image was still slightly more profound than his divine reaping scythe. The profundity of his divine reaping scythe had always been beyond compare, yet for the first time John had discovered something even beyond it. However, the profundities were almost the same, allowing him to thwart the attack of the lightning avatar. Each divine sword attack the lightning avatar unleashed drains its power by a bit. While the strength of the attacks do not lessen, I can tell that the energy reserves of the avatar are starting to wane. Its sword domain also uses an incredible amount of energy as well. In a battle of attrition, I would lose out 10 out of 10 times, but this time is different. This time I have Leia on my side. Chi. Another divine sword image slashed out, which was met by another divine reaping scythe. John felt his essence chi reserve drop with each attack, but was confident in holding out chi wise until the end of the battle. Without Leia, his injuries would have already added up to a crippling degree, greatly affecting his combat prowess and making a battle of attrition impossible. Even his soul screamed out with pain from the attacks, but her power would soothe that soul damage, erasing it from existence. Her awe-inspiring healing powers made that battle of attrition impossibility possible, which filled John with growing confidence. An advent of annihilation cleaved outwards, slamming against the lightning avatar after John had created an opening in their battle. The powerful battle art cleaved deeply into the lightning avatar's body, nearly severing it in half. However, the lightning avatar instantly healed its wounds, restoring its combat state to maximum at the cost of a small amount of its chi reserves. Boom. 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 The battle continued to rage out in the sky, the might of both fighters beyond heaven-defying. Thanks to his divine reaping scythe, John was able to neutralize most of the divine sword images and finally gain firm footing in his battle. He landed several unguarded advent of annihilations, which caused the avatar to expend more energy to heal. Learning from its past mistake, the heavens above allowed such attacks to land and only focused on the divine reaping scythes. Its spatial power was able to inflict grave damage and resulted in much more energy to heal. As a result, John had been unable to land any scythe attacks on his opponent, much to his dismay. John clicked his tongue in frustration, but continued his assault, as he could tell the chi reserves of the avatar were lessening by the second. His own chi reserves were starting to near its end as well, but would last just long enough for the battle to end. Shudder. John felt a slight tremble in his soul, and his body felt an increasing wave of pain as the wounds caused by the blood-red sword that slashed against him lingered longer. John felt the healing energy within his body waver slightly, and his gaze instantly shifted to the ground below. He spotted Leia kneeling on the shattered ground, her face as pale as snow. Sweat dripped down her face and had soaked her dress, while her breathing was heavy and ragged. Her aura was starting to fade and become unsteady, as John could tell that she was at the end of her ropes. Shit, I failed to notice Leia's state. At this rate, she'll run out of chi before the lightning avatar. His battle of attrition would no longer work, as once Leia's healing energy fully faded away, his combat prowess would fade away afterwards as well. If that happened, his death would soon follow. Chapter 637, Conjoining of Souls, Leia. John yelled out loudly in worry, as Leia's aura was like a candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment. Leia's pale and fatigued face shifted upwards to John, while an exhausted smile appeared on her face. Don't worry about me. I'll hold on as long as I can," she said, her voice almost like a whisper. Chi. John unleashed another divine reaping, scythe towards the lightning avatar that was fast approaching. who unleashed its own battle art to counter. "You won't last long enough," John called out, as he could tell she did not have the chi reserves to last long enough. As he was the opponent of the lightning avatar and not Leia, only he could tell exactly how long the battle was going to last. A grave look appeared on Leia's pale and exhausted face as she heard John's words. John's mind raced for answers, as his original plan would no longer work. At the same time, his battle arts continued to fly towards his opponent, their battle not pausing for a moment. An idea suddenly popped into John's mind, one that he had realized was possible once Leia had started healing him. However, it was beyond dangerous to use, and even he didn't know if he would ever be able to recover if he used it. However, it was all he could think of at the moment, and knew it was this or death. "Kirai, can you handle this fucker for a minute?" John asked Kirai through their soul connection. Kirai mumbled, unsure if he could manage that. "You don't need to damage it, just stop it from reaching me and Leia," John explained further. I should be able to manage that," Kirai replied, "although a minute is all I can promise." While Kirai was beyond strong and almost equal to John in might, he was still a bit weaker. He was a natural enemy of the lightning avatar, but even still would not be able to hold out for as long as John had managed to do. At the same time, Kirai wouldn't have Leia's healing powers to help him, making the battle even more difficult. "Good, trade with me," John said as he shot down towards Kirai and Leia. "Roar." Kirai roared out loudly, as if hyping himself up for the brief but terrifying battle to come, and shot up into the sky towards the lightning avatar. A tempest of lightning formed in the sky around Kirai, quite similar to John's lightning domain. He arrived before the lightning avatar immediately and began to fight against it, who seemed to have no interest in Kirai and still focused on John. However, Kirai's might was strong enough to stop any forward progress, and a fight between the two broke out in the sky above John and Leia. John landed before Leia as a wave of weakness washed through his body, but he shook aside that weakness as he kneeled before Leia, who was still kneeling on the ground. He undid his Asura transformation art and unlocked limiters, as his sinister and powerful aura was beyond something Leia could withstand in her current state. "Leia, are you okay?" John asked with deep concern. He could tell she had already pushed past her limits and was on the verge of collapse. I'm fine," Leia replied through ragged breaths while looking down at the ground beneath her, as if raising her head was beyond her ability to do at the moment. John's hand reached out towards Leia, and he gently nudged her chin upwards, forcing her to look into his eyes. He needed to see her gaze for his question to come, to see the truth behind her words. A lie would mean his death. Leia's eyes widened slightly at his actions, but she didn't move her head as they peered into each other's eyes. "I have a way to defeat the lightning avatar," John said to her, his gaze firm. "But to do so, I'll have to push my body to the absolute limit. When I do that, I'll need at least as much healing energy as you were able to give me at the start, if not more, or I'll perish without question. Do you have enough energy reserves to do that?" Leia gazed into John's eyes as well, her eyes not averting from his gaze. She remained silent for a brief moment, the sounds of the apocalyptic battle drowning out that silence. "I do have a way," Leia replied after her brief silence, "but for that way to work, you'll have to trust me with your life, and a future calamity may befall you as a result. Are you prepared to make that choice?" John's gaze stayed focused on Leia's eyes as he weighed the truth of her words. He could detect no lie at all, and even felt the weight of her last statement, as if his life would be in her hands and future dangers would arise as well. "I trust you," John replied without a single moment of hesitation. Not only had Leia earned his trust with all her actions, from saving Adam to helping him with his tribulation, it was also the only way he saw both of them surviving this tribulation of death. Leia was slightly surprised to hear John's reply so quickly and so resolved. She nodded her head at his words, committing herself as well for what's to come, although a heavy expression filled with hidden worry appeared on her face. "Good, then open your soul to me," Leia instructed. Her instructions were something that no cultivator would ever do unless forced, as opening one's soul to another left them at the complete mercy of the other person. John's soul defenses faded away in an instant, his resolved actions once again surprising Leia. He now knew he had said he needed to trust her, as lowering his soul defenses was akin to letting her decide his fate at the moment. She ignored that surprise as her head leaned forward towards John, her forehead resting against his. He felt her heat of her brow and her sweat slick his forehead, but he ignored any distracting thoughts, although it was beyond difficult, even in this situation. The Tao of Life rune on her forehead lit up once again, and John felt an incredibly vibrant energy instantly invade his soul from his forehead's direct contact with the rune. However, unlike the energy she had used on him before, this energy contained a soul aura as well. John's eyes widened slightly as he realized she fractured off a small portion of her own soul, which firmly rooted itself in the core of his own soul. He didn't know how this was possible, but didn't ask any questions as he allowed her to do what she needed to do. Their thoughts, hearts, and feelings seemed to link together for the briefest moments as her soul's seed rooted into place. The sensation was incredibly odd to him, but also profoundly intimate. Both John and Leia shivered at the sensation, but both ignored the sensation as best they could. Leia's invading energy faded away, while John's soul defense surged once again. Both breathed out a deep breath, their gazes locking once more. John's eyes widened slightly as he felt Leia's healing energy flood through his body, the source being the soul seed within his own soul. The energy flooding into his body was much more profound than before, while it was also more abundant as well. A look of comprehension appeared on his face as he realized why Leia had done what she did. The soul seed within his own soul allowed her to infuse his body directly with her Tao of Life powers, ignoring the distance between them as well as increase the compatibility between the two of them. Both factors allowed her to provide him with much greater healing energy, without having to expend any more chi than before to do so. A small smile appeared on John's face as he stared at Leia, as he could tell that this decision was not made by her lightly. She had definitely made some sort of sacrifice to do this, but at the moment, he could not concern himself with that. "How long can you hold out for?" John asked as horrific explosions blasted overhead. "I'm almost out of chi," Leia replied softly, her voice even more ethereal and enhancing than normal, "but with our soul connection, I should be able to last for 5 more minutes." "Good," John replied firmly as he stood up. "Then it's time to end this tribulation once and for all." 638 power beyond compare. Boom. 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 Powerful explosions radiated overhead as Kirai fought against the lightning avatar. Blood slicked Kirai's body as he darted around the battlefield, restricting his opponent from reaching John and Leia. Bang! A horrifying sword image pierced towards Kirai, who unleashed another beam of lightning from his forehead. The two attacks collided, creating another explosion in the sky. The explosion slammed against Kirai, who was thrown through the sky. Kirai stabilized his momentum eventually, and turned to see a blood-red sword image, its might and profundity beyond compare, arrive before him. The attack was before him already, and was not something he could block in time. However, Kirai's grave expression disappeared as a figure appeared before him. "Fuck off!" John yelled out in a rage as he arrived before Kirai. His battle axe cleaved outwards, smashing against the sword and knocking back the lightning avatar. "Retreat for now," John instructed Kirai, "but I'll need your help again soon." "Aye, big brother," Kirai replied, relieved to no longer have to battle the horrifyingly powerful lightning avatar. He turned and sped down towards Leia below, resuming his protection of her, while John's battle resumed once more. The healing energy coursed within his body at a much greater level than before, coming directly from his soul this time. John's hardened gaze locked onto the avatar before him, while a small smile of confidence appeared on his face. "It's time for you to die," John said as his aura skyrocketed once more. He had reactivated his 3 limiters when helping Kirai, but it was time to go far beyond that and test the true limits of his full potential. Asura transformation art. John's physical transformation occurred once more, his appearance and aura becoming much more sinister, terrifying, and powerful than before. His might reached the peak state from before once again, but after the briefest of pauses, it shattered right past the previous level, reaching a level that no one would ever believe possible for a half-step heaven tribulation cultivator. Bloodline ability, activate. John felt his blood heat up, and an incredible energy course through his veins, meridians, muscles, and bones as he activated his bloodline ability. His aura continued to climb as each, and every blood cell acted like a small danshin and released chi into his body. It had only been a month since he last used his bloodline ability, and based on his mother's words and previous experiences, he knew he would not be able to use it again within 6 months, or his body would withstand irreparable damage, with death a possibility as well. However, when Leia had started healing John, he had been shocked to notice that the remnant traces of damage to his meridians, muscles, bones, and even blood cells had begun to wash away. The injuries were rooted deep within his body and could not be repaired by any normal means or even extraordinary means. Leia's Tao of Life healing seemed to be the one exception as it defied the limits of his bloodline ability, which had shocked John to his core. I can tell the bloodline injuries were not fully healed by Leia yet, but they've been healed enough to the point that I won't die if I use my bloodline ability now. But that's without me using my Asura transformation art on top of it. I just hope she can keep me alive, but I have no other choice. He had used the combination of powers once before in his life, and it had nearly killed him. This time he added his 3 limiters as well, and his current state was far more severe than at that time. John didn't know if his body would withstand what was to come, but it was the only solution he had. The combined power of his Asura transformation and bloodline ability filled his body with power beyond compare. The space around him seemed to ripple and twist from his aura alone, which continued to climb as if it had no limit. John's body began to break down from within, his muscles tearing, bones cracking, and meridians fracturing. Leia's healing power surged over that damage, wiping them away as soon as it arrived, but more internal wounds appeared by the second. Leia's pale face scrunched in exhausted strain as she poured all she could into John's body. His current state of power was far beyond anything she thought possible, and that power was far beyond what his body could handle. Without her healing, John knew his body would have already become crippled. Flash. John flashed forward, his speed beyond anything he had revealed before. He appeared before the lightning avatar in an instant, who seemed shocked by his speed as well. His battle axe cleaved outwards, small ripples appearing in space wherever it traveled, while the air boomed out loudly as it could not part fast enough. The axe slammed onto the lightning avatar before it could react, cleaving it completely in half. The lightning avatar's body offered no resistance at all, as if it were made of paper, but its body instantly healed, and it slashed out its sword towards John. Bang! John's fist punched out, slamming against the flat of the sword and breaking it in half. The power of his fist created a shockwave that slammed into the earth below, rending the land apart. Fractured earth flew out in all directions, some pieces landing as far as 12 miles away. Chi. His other hand, holding his battle axe, cleaved forward once more, severing the lightning avatar in half. Chi. 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 The lightning avatar healed from each attack, but was met with another apocalyptic axe attack from John, severing it in half once again. The lightning avatar dashed around the sky at incredible speeds while it slashed out its sword towards John, who matched its speed and met each attack with another punch, the speed of his fist too fast for the lightning avatar to react to. The ground below continued to explode from his heaven-defying power, while Kyrie continued to guard Leia with his life. Boom. 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 The land quaked ceaselessly, as if an earthquake that was about to rip apart the world was occurring. At the same time, space rippled in the sky nonstop as axe attack after axe attack slashed outwards, the power of it beyond anything the lightning avatar could withstand. Its body split in half over and over, while its power rapidly faded as it healed from each wound. Even with Leia's healing energy, John felt his body start to fall apart from within. However, he ignored any pain and damage he felt as he continued his ceaseless assault on the lightning avatar. Leia's lips trembled as she closed her eyes and focused on providing John with all the healing energy she could muster. She felt as if her vitality and life force was drying up, but she ignored everything she felt as she focused only on healing John. "Just die already," John raged as another attack cleaved the lightning avatar in half. He had half a mind to just absorb the lightning avatar like last time and be done with it, but he knew his body would not be able to withstand such a thing, even with Leia's healing. However, that did not mean that there wasn't another who could accomplish such a thing. The lightning avatar healed from John's attack once more, while blood-red swords continued to rain down on John from all directions. However, none of the swords could damage John's body, as his current state of power was far beyond anything from before. Another advent of annihilation cleaved into the lightning avatar, separating it in half. It healed as expected, but John had finally become accustomed to its timings. His scythe appeared in his hands, while his aura seemed to surge with absolute power for one last attack. A black and red aura exploded off his scythe, its power fracturing the blade and shaft. Divine Reaping Scythe. John unleashed his ultimate Divine Reaping Scythe, the power so incredible that it shattered the scythe into pieces after unleashing the attack. Space seemed to almost tear wherever the attack passed by, as if it was on the verge of collapse. The attack arrived before the newly healed lightning avatar, who attempted to break through the restrictive power it felt from the battle art. However, its newly healed state could not muster its strength in time, and the scythe image cleaved directly through the lightning avatar, dividing it in half. The terrifying spatial energy of the divine reaping scythe lingered between the severed half, not allowing the lightning avatar to heal at all. The lightning avatar's energy rapidly drained as it did its best to erase the lingering spatial energy and heal its wounds, which it eventually managed after several seconds of throwing an incomprehensible amount of energy towards the task. "Now," John yelled out, his voice beyond hoarse, as if his throat was about to collapse. At his command, Kyrie appeared right next to the lightning avatar, whose aura was now weak beyond compare. However, even in this state, the lightning avatar could fight for several more minutes at peak strength before dissipating, but John would not give it that chance. Kyrie roared as he opened his mouth wide, before he clamped down on the head of the newly healed lightning avatar. Kyrie's aura flared to his maximum power while his control over the Tao of Lightning surged. The lightning avatar attempted to resist Kyrie's power, but its state had been weakened too much. The heavenly eyes above could only watch on helplessly as the lightning avatar was absorbed by Kyrie, disappearing from sight before long. Red lighting ramped over Kyrie's body and within, which he did his best to suppress. Blood leaked from Kyrie's mouth as his aura dropped rapidly, while the last remaining traces of the lightning avatar finally faded away. The horrifying lightning avatar had finally been defeated. Chapter 639, Ascending to Heaven Tribulation Boom. 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 Thunderous booms, louder than anything that had been unleashed before, blasted from out of the clouds above as the heavens raged beyond all compare. The wind kicked up, and the rain continued to fall, as if the heavens were about to unleash one final onslaught on the victims below. John's defiant gaze stared up at the heavenly eyes above, whose gaze was locked onto him with fiery fury. However, there was no more caution or wariness in his gaze, as he could tell that the heavens had already thrown everything it could at him. "You've lost. Now give me what is mine," John said firmly, as he pointed his finger at the eyes above. His Asura transformation art and bloodline ability faded away as his body was on the verge of collapse. A wave of pain and exhaustion beyond anything he had ever felt before washed over him, but he ignored it as best he could as he struggled to stay awake. Boom. A thunderous boom answered his statement, but no attack followed, confirming John's suspicions. The clouds above churned once more, but more sluggish than usual, as if it were trying to resist the process with all its might, but was unable to change the course of what was to come. A point of light gathered below the clouds once more, illuminating the dark world below the clouds with a bright and warm light. The point of light continued to grow in power, but there was no lethal threat behind its might. John's gaze continued to linger on the heavenly eyes above, as the point of light exploded outwards, unleashing a beam of lightning down onto his body. He did not move or attempt to dodge the beam, as it was unlike any of the others that had been thrown at him yet. The beam of lightning contained the most vibrant of heavenly energy, which slammed onto his body in an instant and continued to channel from the clouds above down onto his body. The energy from the beam of lightning invaded his body, which John allowed to roam freely and unhindered. The energy washed over his muscles, bones, sinew, and each and every single cell of his body. His body greedily absorbed the energy as fast as it could, as if it were the most nourishing thing in the world. His body was like desert sand in a rainstorm, parched beyond all compare and wanting to drink as much as possible. As his cells absorbed the energy, they transformed at a visible rate. John's divine sense inspected the changes within his body, and even he couldn't help but be shocked at the level of the changes. With the energy from the heaven above, each and every cell was transformed, becoming stronger, more vibrant, more durable, and more profound. It was as if his entire body was transcending to a higher state of being, from a man to something more. At the same time, he could feel his soul become nourished as well, growing in size and profundity in a similar manner. His soul core rapidly expanded, as if it were floodwaters being unleashed upon the world. His soul continued to greedily drink the heavenly energy and transform it into more soul essence, further adding to the flood. Before long, his soul core had completely transformed, becoming something more akin to an ocean. His liquid soul essence stretched for miles in each direction as the spatial realm that harbored his soul also grew as well. Before long, it was truly as if it had become the most beautiful and tranquil of oceans. His soul essence emanated a soft blue hue, while some soul mists above drifted about like clouds, the scene beyond picturesque. Both his soul power and soul defenses grew at an equally shocking rate, far eclipsing what he was capable of before. With his enhanced soul, John felt like his comprehensions had skyrocketed at an unbelievable rate, as if he were looking at a completely different world before him for the first time. His soul finally reached a maximum after expanding for miles, and the heavenly energy began to flood into his dantian afterwards. His 20 times compressed dantian greedily absorbed the heavenly energy, as if it had no limits. It drank and drank and drank, as if it were the most parched being in existence, and the heavenly energy the most quenching of nectars. As the energy flooded into his dantian, it too began to transform in a similar manner to his body and his soul. Each and every aspect of his dantian grew in power and profundity, while his dantian itself expanded in a similar manner to his soul as a spatial realm within his dantian was formed. Up to this point, the dantian would physically store the essence chi within the dantian itself, but thanks to the heavenly energy's unique properties, a spatial realm had formed within the dantian. The dantian's spatial realm size was equivalent to the level of the dantian, with more compressions resulting in a larger spatial realm. His dantian's spatial realm continued to stretch and grow, as it had no limits. The heavenly chi continued to surge within the spatial realm, stretching it outwards and forcing it to grow. The spatial growth continued for quite some time before it finally stopped, forming a spatial realm many miles wide. With the transformation complete, he had finally stepped into the heaven tribulation realm. With the spatial realm formed, John felt as if his dantian had never been emptier. It had grown in size and profundity, but was now completely empty. However, he ignored that feeling of emptiness and hunger as he focused on the rest of the process. The heavenly energy washed over his body dantian, but seemed to not notice its existence at all. It ignored it completely as it surged through the rest of his body, not missing a single cell. The process continued for 15 minutes, far longer than the normal few minutes of other tribulations. The clouds above continued to become thinner and weaker as John drained its heavenly energy, while Leia's exhausted yet relieved eyes stared at John the entire time. His absorption of the heavenly tribulation energy was far beyond anything she thought possible, but at this point, she was no longer surprised with anything John was able to do. The last of the blackened clouds above faded away, and the heavenly eyes also began to dissipate. At the same time, John's body finally reached its full, no longer able to absorb any more heavenly energy. His eyes opened and gazed up at the heavens above as they finally faded away for good. A deep breath filled his lungs as if he were breathing the most refreshing air, before his eyes closed once more and his consciousness started to fade away. My tribulation is finally over. Chapter 640. Waking up. John's face pointed upwards, as if he were bathing his face in the sun's light for the first time in his life. His body swayed in the sky as his consciousness faded away, and his body plummeted to the ground below. Boom! John's body slammed into the ground. A plume of dust kicked up from his fall, followed by another as Kyrie fell to the earth as well. The damage he had sustained from absorbing the lightning avatar had been immense. "John, Kyrie," Leia called out as she took a step towards them, but her strength failed her as she too collapsed to the ground, while her consciousness faded as well. Crackle. The crackle of a fire sounded out, seeming to echo lightly off the small cave it was ignited within. A pair of eyes slowly opened, groggy and unfocused, as if opening for the first time in a very long time. The eyes slowly shifted around the room, confusion contained deep within. They fell onto a nearby figure who sat on a log near the campfire, staring intently at it as if deep in thought. Groan. A light groan of pain drifted out, causing the one at the campfire to look over quickly. Surprise and elation appeared in her eyes as she quickly walked over. "Adam, you're awake," Iris exclaimed softly, her voice containing unmasked joy. She kneeled beside Adam and grabbed his hand softly, as if to provide him some comfort and warmth. "Oog, Iris," Adam groaned out, as if just speaking was painful for him. His eyes darted around the small cave, taking in everything in view. "Where am I?" he asked. "I've hidden us in an out-of-sight cave," Iris replied. "Hidden? Why are we hid?" Adam's question cut off as his eyes widened, as if a horrifying wave of memories flooded back into his mind. His body recoiled in recollection of what had happened, fear clearly etched on his face. A scream of pain and agony escaped his lips, although his screams were incredibly hoarse. His body shivered as he recalled everything that had happened to him, the flood of memories making him feel as if everything was happening to him all over again. "Adam, you're all right. You're safe," Iris said as she tried to placate his fear and panic. Her chi flooded from her hand and into Adam's hand she was holding, a wave of the most gentle and calming chi she could muster. Adam's panicked state slowly calmed down over a short while, but the fear on his face did not lessen. Iris sighed deeply as she witnessed Adam's state, which was the opposite of what she was used to. He was always prideful and carefree, but now he was fearful and full of emotional scars. Clearly what had happened to him had been beyond horrifying, and would be something that would take quite some time to get over, if he ever managed to get over it. Iris and Adam sat on logs opposite each other, the campfire in between them. A warm cup of tea rested in his hands, although he ignored the cup as he stared deeply into the fire, his gaze unfocused. Iris had eventually calmed him down and gotten him seated, but no words had been exchanged despite the passage of quite some time. Adam's unfocused eyes gained clarity again as they shifted around the room as if looking for something. John, where's Chase?" he asked Iris. His body began to sway as he sat on the log, as if he would fall over at a moment's notice. A brief look of gloom appeared on Iris's face, but she washed that look away before Adam could notice. "Chase is fine, you don't have to worry," she replied and quickly changed the topic. "You seem like you're going to pass out at any moment. Go back to sleep and rest up. We'll talk once you're fully rested." She stood up and guided Adam to his bed, who laid down and fell asleep almost immediately. Iris sighed as she stared at him, unsure of what to do or how to explain things to Adam. Sip. Adam took a sip of his tea, finally feeling like he had enough energy to stomach anything. His gaze lingered on the warm fire before him before he gazed up at Iris, who stared back at him with a soft look. Usually the two were completely antagonistic, but neither was in the mood for such a thing. "How are you feeling?" Iris asked, her voice gentle and soft. I'm fine," Adam replied as he took another sip of warm tea. He stared into the cup of steaming tea, lost deeply in thought. "I don't know how they found out," Adam suddenly said, as if he needed to vent. The fire crackled through the silence as Iris sat there and listened to whatever Adam had to say. She was curious as to what had happened, but was not going to force him to speak about it. However, it seemed as though he wanted to bring it up himself. "My technique, my embedded formation technique. I should be the only one who knows about it," Adam said as he glanced back at Iris. "As well as you, John, and Chase," he said, and took another sip of tea to collect his thoughts. His gaze at Iris did not contain any malice at all, as he knew none of them would ever betray him. "But somehow they found out I knew how to use the technique. They knew I could disguise myself. That bastard Cod," Adam's voice cut off suddenly, as if merely mentioning the name brought his mouth to a fearful halt. He remained silent for quite some time as he recovered his wits before he began to speak once more. "You don't have to explain what happened to me if you don't want to," Iris replied softly. "It's fine," Adam replied after a while. They set up an ambush at the end of the formation's trial land and closely inspected each and every person. They forced me into a nullification formation, at which point my disguise quickly faded away. Adam stopped after mentioning what had happened, as if what occurred next was too much to bring up. His body shivered once more as if the memories were enough to haunt him for a lifetime. After they were done with me, all I remember is pain, excruciating pain, and then I heard John's voice," Adam said as his gaze shifted from the fire towards Iris. "His voice faded away, and I remember the pain vanishing as nothingness embraced me." Adam stopped talking as he recollected his thoughts, while Iris continued to sit there in silence. But the nothingness faded away as well as a light replaced it, and warmth flooded into me, and the pain returned. Adam's unfocused gaze drifted to the fire once again as he thought about that warm light, like a gentle fire that had been lit within his fatting existence. "I died," Adam said as his gaze cleared up and focused back on Iris. "I died, Iris, but somehow I was brought back. I don't understand anything. What happened? And where is John? He was there when this all happened. He should be here with us, right?" "John is fine," Iris said after a long while of thinking what to say. She thought about telling the truth, but in Adam's current condition, she didn't know if that was for the best. "He ensured your safety and then went to hunt down Cadden. You don't need to worry about him." "Good, that's good that he's safe," Adam sighed in relief, his gaze shifting back towards the warm fire before him. Chapter 641, Astral Nirvana Pill Crackle. The crackling of a fire echoed in John's mind, rousing him from his deep slumber. His groggy eyes slowly opened up, taking in the view around him. The ceiling of a cave came into view, its dark walls softly illuminated by the campfire in the middle of the cave. His body felt excruciating pain, as well as a vibrant warmth as well, the sensation quite odd. His head shifted to the right, taking in the sight of crystal blue eyes and a beautiful face smiling at him. "You're finally awake," Leia said to John with a warm smile on her face. Her hands, glowing with a soft green light, were placed on his bare chest, clearly the source of the warmth he felt. Soft yet vibrant healing energy flooded into his body, making his pained existence feel much more at ease. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "I'm fine. Thanks to you," John replied with much appreciation. His gaze shifted to the left and spotted Kirai sleeping peacefully on the ground next to him. "Kirai is fine," Leia said as she noticed his gaze. "He's just sleeping." "I know," John replied, as he could feel through his soul connection with Kirai that he was all right. He was also clearly healed by Leia, and his recovery had been quicker due to the lesser amount of damage he had taken. John's gaze shifted back to her hands on his bare chest and lingered there for a moment. Leia's cheeks turned slightly rosy, but her hands remained in place as she continued to infuse her healing energy into him. "How long have I been out for?" John asked, as he had lost all sense of time. "A week," Leia replied. "All three of us collapsed after the battle, but I woke up a few hours later and brought us here," she explained. "Thankfully, we're up on the cliff, or the beasts would have gotten to us." John made a grunt of pain as he sat up from his lying-down position, while Leia removed her hands from his chest. His arms stretched out to the side to feel his body's condition, which was much more powerful than before, but also in quite a bit of pain. "Your body is quite unlike anything I've seen," Leia said, as she watched John stand up and test his condition. "Normally, the heavenly nourishment is enough to completely heal someone after their tribulation, but for you, it only transformed your body and Danshan. It was as if there was not enough remaining nourishing energy to heal your wounds before it was sucked dry." John tested his body out for a bit before he sat down on a log that Leia had brought in and placed before the fire. "That's fine," John replied to her. "I received what I needed from the heavens." John's eyes widened slightly as he felt Leia's hands touch his back, but he said nothing as he allowed her to continue her healing. Warmth and vibrancy continued to flood into his body, slowly healing the deep-rooted damage within. The healing process continued for quite some time before Leia withdrew her hands and sat on the log next to John. "I need to recover my chi for a bit, and then I'll continue the healing," she said to him. John nodded his head, as he could tell she was quite low on chi reserves at the moment. Clearly, she had been going all out while healing him, and despite doing so for a week already, he could still feel lingering damage in his body. "My body must have been in quite the brutal state after my tribulation for me to still be injured after all her healing," John mused internally as he inspected his body closely. The large wounds to his muscles, bones, tendons had all been healed. However, there was still faint damage to his meridians, which were far harder to heal than the rest of his body. Damage to one's meridians usually required heavenly treasures and a long time to be able to recover from, but Leia's divine healing talents had been able to heal most of the damage that had occurred. "Your meridians are still a bit damaged," Leia said, as if reading his thoughts. "Although I'm mostly done healing them, your meridians should be fully healed in a day or two." "Thank you," John replied warmly, as she had clearly pushed herself quite hard to get him to this state of recovery. "Your blood cells, however, those are still quite damaged," Leia said to him, confusion in her voice as if she was not sure what the reason for the damage was. "Your blood cells seemed as though they would all disintegrate when I started healing you. I've never seen anything like it. I healed them as best I could, but the damage to your blood is far more troublesome than your other injuries. I was only able to partially heal it," she explained. Her voice was a bit strange, almost as if she was frustrated with herself at not being able to heal him fully. "The fact that you can heal it at all is beyond incredible," John replied, trying to alleviate her frustration. Based on what his mother had told him, the only thing that should have been able to heal his bloodline wounds was time. However, Leia had been able to greatly reduce the damage to his cells, which meant he would be able to use it sooner than expected once more. Roar. A powerful roar shook the land as both Leia and John looked towards the entrance of the cave. The roar was familiar and clearly belonged to the creature they had seen before. The roar was a reminder that although the tribulation was over, there was still a trial of death for the two of them to undertake. "I can't wait to silence that thing once and for all," John said, as he found the roaring grating on his mind and soul. With his cultivation in the early heaven tribulation realm, the roar felt less threatening than before. "Are you confident in being able to beat that thing?" Leia asked. "I'm not sure," John replied, "but I think I should be able to manage. But from what I can tell, that creature is most likely only in the early Tao transformation realm. If we run into something stronger, I don't know if I'd be able to beat it." His blood cells were still damaged, and while he would be able to use his Asura transformation, using his bloodline ability anytime soon was not possible, even with Leia's help. His bloodline ability's resistance to her healing was a testament to its power and profundity, but also its danger to his body. If he overdid it, death from within was more than possible. Without his fusion of powers, he was unsure of fighting anything stronger than that. John was roused from his deep thought as a rich aroma and vibrant energy washed over him. He gazed over towards Leia, who held a round object in her hand. His eyes locked onto the object, which was a pill far more profound than anything he had seen in his life. "This is the astral nirvana pill," Leia said to John. "It's meant to emulate the heavenly nourishment process and is used to help cultivators in my empire break through to the Tao transformation realm," she explained as she handed over the pill to John, who took the pill and inspected it closely. "Your body and Danshan are unlike anything I've ever seen before, but this pill is of the highest quality, so it should be more than enough to help you ascend to the middle heaven tribulation realm," she explained. "But first you'll need to have the necessary comprehensions for breaking through, so we can stay here for as long as it takes until you are ready to break through." Leia's words cut off and eyes widened as John swallowed the pill without hesitation. His eyes closed as he focused on absorbing the incredible properties of the pill. Leia watched in silence as John's aura slowly grew in power and quickly reached the peak of the early heaven tribulation realm. However, to break through to the next realm, one needed to comprehend the chi of their current realm, as well as the nature of the chi in the next realm. This process took a long time, which is why Leia suggested he wait until he had done such a thing. Otherwise, if he failed to break through, the pill would go to waste. Boom. Her eyes widened in shock as a muffled boom escaped John's body a while later, and his aura rose to the next level. His eyes slowly opened, his gaze calm and content. He inspected the changes within his body before his calm gaze shifted over to Leia once more. "That pill really is beyond incredible," John said to Leia, who stared at John as if he were an incomprehensible monster. Not only was his combat prowess monstrous, but he also revealed his comprehension talent to be equally as monstrous. "Now that I'm in the middle heaven tribulation realm, our odds are quite a bit better at getting out of here alive." 642. We all have our secrets. Leia stared at John in silence for quite some time, as he was the first person in her life she was truly unable to figure out. Every time she thought she knew his limits, he broke through those limits and revealed even more monstrous things. "How is your foundation?" Leia asked after her long silence. "Breaking through two realms that quickly can form instabilities in your Danshan that could have severe impacts on your future cultivation if not ironed out," she continued. "I know," John replied as he continued to inspect his body. "My foundation is fine, and there are no instabilities or flaws. I'll need to take my time to firm my cultivation foundation, so I won't be able to break through to the next realm for at least a few months, but other than that I'm fine." Leia fell silent again as she heard his response, although his reply was not completely unexpected. Her eyes unfocused for a moment as if deep in though, before she focused back on his face. "Who was that lightning avatar?" she asked curiously. John's face remained calm, as he had expected this question from her eventually. He had said things during this tribulation that hinted at an already established relationship of some sort with the true identity of the lightning avatar, so her question was only natural. "It's complicated," John said as his gaze shifted to meet her own. "You know many of my secrets, but not all of them. There are some secrets that I cannot tell anyone. I'm sure you understand." I understand. We all have our secrets," Leia replied, expecting such an answer. They had only just recently become truly acquainted with one another, and even she had secrets she could not reveal to him. Such was the way of the cultivation world, especially when dealing with geniuses. "Let's get back to your healing," Leia said as she changed the subject and stood up, while John nodded in agreement. She walked behind John and placed her hands on his back, infusing his body with her healing energy once more. A week later, John and Leia arrived at the front of the cave entrance they had been living in, both of their faces fresh and chi reserves full. It had taken 2 weeks to almost fully heal from John's tribulation, but both parties had finally reached a level where they were able to progress forward once more. They walked to the edge of the cliff they had lived on, which was partially ravaged thanks to John's tribulation. The sprawling swamp land of fog spread out as far as the eye could see beneath them, although the fog restricted their view to a few miles. Roar. In the distance, a powerful roar boomed out once again as a titanic silhouette shifted through the fog. John's gaze turned to meet Leia, the two of them smiling at the same time. "I think it's time we greet this beast. What do you say?" John said to her. Let's," Leia replied warmly. John's gaze shifted back to the expansive land before him, and he stepped over the edge of the cliff as his body shot down towards the ground miles below. An airship sailed through the sky at an incredible pace, its speed even faster than the ship the heavenly lightning sect had traveled on. The flying ship was incredibly grand and luxurious, and had an elegant and sleek design to its exterior and interior. Within the ship, a group of girls with beauty beyond compare were gathered in discussion. Beautiful, almost translucent butterfly-like wings stretched out from their back, adding to their mesmerizing mystique. "We're almost there," one of the girls said to her friends, her voice soft and kind. "It should be another day or so and then we'll arrive," another said. "I wonder what it's like, inside the ancient Jade Dragon Empire realm." "I'm sure it's amazing, and also deadly. We need to be careful inside, as Palace Master has warned us. The Honorable Alliance would not make such an offer for us to enter without good reason, so the dangers we encounter inside might be beyond our imaginations," one of them warned sternly. "Don't worry," a voice boomed out behind the group, the tone much deeper than the girls who were speaking. The girls looked over to the source of the voice, and few couldn't help but roll their eyes. "If you stick around me, I'll make sure no harm befalls any of you." "So shameless," one of the girls chastised. "We'd rather stick with Iceria," another said. "Who knows what you'll try if we're alone with you." "How did I get such a bad reputation?" Miko protested. "I've never touched a single one of you." "Maybe not, but we've seen the way you look at us," one of them rebuked. "What? Am I not allowed to look at beautiful girls? Beautiful things should be admired, not ignored," Miko said without a hint of embarrassment or shame. His direct words caused rosy-red complexions to form on many of their faces, and they prepared to rebuke him once more when their gazes shifted towards someone approaching them. "Palace Master," the fairies all called out in respectful unison. Are you all prepared?" the Palace Master asked them, her gaze shifting to Miko for a slight moment. "Yes, Palace Master," many of them replied. "Good, because your lives might very well be in danger once you enter the realm, and I will not be able to help you, but such is the way of the cultivation world. Where there are opportunities, there is also danger." Her gaze shifted to Miko again, before shifting to a girl that stood within the group of fairies. Her cultivation was at the peak of the Heaven Tribulation realm, and her beauty beyond compare. "For this trip, I want you all to roam in 2 groups, the Palace Master instructed as she listed the names in Group 1 and 2. "The first group will follow Iceria, while the second group will follow Miko." The faces of the fairy in Group 2 scrunched up at their Palace Master's words, and several wanted to protest, but didn't dare disrespect their Palace Master. The Palace Master smirked as she noticed their unwilling gazes, and her smirk was replaced with a stern look. "You may not like it, but Iceria and Miko are the strongest of all of you," the Palace Master said to Group 2. "This realm is not going to be one of leisurely exploration and enjoyment, but one with great rewards but greater danger. Unless absolutely necessary, you are not to leave the protection of your group leader or trust anyone else within. Is that understood?" "Yes, Palace Master," the fairies replied as they noticed her serious mood. "Good. We will arrive in a day, so be prepared to enter the realm the moment we exit the ship," she instructed and turned around. Palace Master," Miko suddenly spoke up, causing her to turn around and look at him questioningly. "There is one person they can trust," Miko said as his chest puffed out in pride. My best friend, John Fenix. He should be inside as well, and he's just as powerful as me, if not stronger by now. If anyone runs into him, just say you know me, and John will protect you without fail." Miko's words caused the palace master's eyes to widen slightly, as she could tell he was sincere in the truth of his words. After a moment of silence, she nodded her head at his words and gazed back at her disciples. "Very well," she said. She had not known Miko for a very long time, but Miko wore his heart on his sleeve and was very easy to read. If he said such a thing with full sincerity, then it was beyond a doubt to be true. "You heard Miko. If you run across his friend, you may seek his aid as well if truly needed." 643-2. Formations in a secluded valley near the very edge of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands. A lone youth was standing amidst a sprawling formation that had been etched into the ground. The ground had been smoothed away, leaving a flat and smooth surface of bare rock. On that surface, thousands of intricate formation runes had been carved, forming a large circle of mesmerizing patterns. At dozens of nodes within the formation circle, even more intricate and profound formation discs had been placed. The discs were clearly on a level far beyond the large formation circle, and was something only the most skilled of formation experts would be capable of creating. Surrounding those formation discs were piles of spirit crystals. Each pile not only numbered in the hundreds of thousands of crystals, but each crystal was a high-grade spirit crystal, far more valuable than a normal spirit crystal. If the value was to be converted to normal-grade spirit crystals, it would be in the tens of billions of spirit crystals, if not more. The lone youth inspected a jade piece in his hand and compared it to the formation sprawled out before him. After checking it for hours to make sure not a single rune was out of place, a satisfied look appeared on his face as he put the jade piece away. "After 3 fucking weeks of this troublesome work, it's finally done," the youth said to himself with great satisfaction, while his gaze shifting to the piles of spirit crystals. "It's such a waste, though. Myself alone is more than enough to ensure the item is retrieved, but I'm sure my master has something else in mind. If nothing else, the entertaining carnage to come should slightly make up for this luxurious waste. I suppose the chaos that's to come will make it easier for me to obtain the item. Still, it better be worth it." Wasting no more time, the youth walked to the very center of the formation circle, where a central node and formation disk was visible. A star-shaped crystal appeared in his hands, one that emanated an incredible aura far beyond comprehension. It was as if the star-shaped crystal contained the power of a world within. He placed the star-shaped crystal into the formation disk, which had a slot that perfectly fit the crystal. As soon as the crystal entered the disk, it flared with incredible power, and the entire formation circle came to life. One by one, the formation runes were lit, and the formation discs flared to life as they quickly absorbed the piles of spirit crystals nearby. The entire circle lit up in unison, followed by an awe-inspiring power that emanated from the central formation disk, one that seemed to bend the very fabric of space itself. Gah! Agonized cries of pain boomed out within a dark chamber that glowed dimly, while rivers of blood could be seen coursing through the edges of the chamber. The four-armed figure, the one that had summoned the elites of the Forbidden Alliance, monster race, and barbarian race, sat on his throne. His gaze lingered on 3 figures seated before him, who also ignored the agonized cries of pain in the distance as if they were no more than birdsong. Unlike the previous cultivators that had spoken with the four-armed figure, the 3 cultivators before him were much less fearful. While all could tell they were guarded and ready to pounce at a moment's notice, they did not fear the creature as the others had. Clearly their strength was something they could rely on, even in the face of the hellish creature. In fact, it seemed as though the 3 seated before the nightmarish creature were having a casual conversation, a sight far removed from what had previously happened in these chambers. "The last of my youths have arrived," a feminine voice echoed lightly within the chamber. The one who had spoken was a woman who appeared to be in her 50s, but was clearly far older than her age indicated. She had blood-red hair that stopped at her shoulders, and a face so sharp and cold that it seemed like it could freeze hell itself. She wore an elegant red and black robe that was like a hybrid between a dress and a robe, making her look beautiful but reserved. With the ancient elder's forbidden alliance finally arriving at full, that should put our numbers at 500, a figure seated to her right said afterwards, his voice tinged with slight displeasure. The figure had pitch-black skin and vertical yellow pupils. His teeth were like sharp fangs, and bat-like wings were folded behind his back. "You act as if the late arrival of my youths are putting our plan in jeopardy, Monster King," the ancient elder replied with equal iciness. "Unlike your monster race that does nothing more than feed and fuck, our human race has other things to take care of occasionally. Some of these matters take time handling." Clearly, there was slight animosity between the two powerful cultivators. They did not treat each other like true enemies, but neither friends. The relationship between the Forbidden Alliance and Monster Race was one of mutual benefit, and neither would hesitate to turn on the other if it was in their best interests, as they put the importance of their own powers over all else. "Why argue like children?" a deep voice boomed out, its power shaking the chamber. "If you have issues with each other, just fight it out to the death. Why use words when you have fists?" The ancient elder and monster race king glanced to their left and gazed at a massive hulking figure that was 3 times larger than them. The figure appeared like a human, only it was slightly hairier and far larger than a normal human. Its muscular body emanated incredible might, and the figure's gaze lingered on the shadowed creature before the 3 of them, as if it wanted to take its own advice and start fighting the creature at a moment's notice. "Huh?" The ancient elder laughed and scoffed lightly. "You call us children, and yet you gaze at our host as if you want to rip his heart out, for no other reason than his body is clearly stronger than yours. Who's the true child? If anything, your barbarian race is nothing but brute-headed children who only seek to fight and feed, although I suppose that's slightly better than the monster race." "What did you say?" Both the barbarian war chief and the monster race king boomed out loudly, their gazes of fire staring at the ancient elder as if they would kill her on the spot. The ancient elder scoffed dismissively, as if she were speaking to mere children who were quick to temper. Her gaze shifted to the shadowed creature before them, who had sat in silence as his blood-red eyes stared at them. Clearly, he was not one for making small talk. "You said your temporary teleportation formation can transport 500 youths into the Jade Dragon Realm lands," the ancient elder addressed the creature. "I still don't see how that's possible. The formation barriers surrounding that trial land are beyond powerful and profound. Even we would not be capable of breaking through in such a manner, at least not without spending a fortune so large that it would no longer be worth it at all. Are you sure you are capable of doing what you said you can do?" As if answering the woman's question, a light suddenly appeared in the middle of the chamber behind the 4 figures. The creature's gaze locked onto the light, while the 3 other powerful cultivators turned to look at it. The light quickly spread to all sides, and soon a sprawling teleportation formation had appeared on the ground, its profundity beyond compare. The ancient elder's eyes widened slightly, as she could tell the mechanisms powering this formation were not only incredibly profound, but would also eat through spirit crystals like they were nothing at all. Clearly, the creature was sparing no expense at all in regards to entering the realm, for reasons they had inquired about but received no answer. "All this just to kill that Asura?" The ancient elder spoke up again, her tone questioning. "Summon your youths," the creature's voice boomed out. "It is time for them to enter the realm." 644 Asura. The lone youth within the hidden valley watched as the teleportation formation flared to life. Despite being the one who had set it up, he couldn't help but be impressed at the profundity of the formation before him. He had only followed the instructions in the jade piece and set up the large formation linking the intricate formation discs and central formation disc. Those discs did almost all the work, their power linking to twist space itself. A rip in space suddenly appeared, almost imperceivable to the naked eye. However, that small rip started to grow, spreading outwards as if it was consuming space itself. At the same time, a powerful shrouding barrier spread over the formation, masking its glow and aura from all to avoid detection. The youth watched as the portal grew, and his eyes locked onto a group of youths that were revealed on the other side of the portal, all of them standing within a hellish-looking chamber. The process lasted only a few seconds, and soon the portal had spread to be dozens of yards wide, allowing for the youths on the other side to enter immediately. "Go and spread anguish and despair," a guttural voice bellowed out from within the portal, and the youths all nodded their heads before they sped forward through the portal. All 500 appeared on the other side in almost an instant and appeared in the hidden valley. Their gazes shifted about the surrounding land before settling on the lone youth standing before them. Several of the youths standing in the front of the pack eyed him curiously, their powerful auras indicating them to be the strongest of the bunch. However, the other 500 youths behind them were not weak by any means, and if placed within the Honorable Alliance, they would almost completely replace the Jade Dragon List, a testament to their overwhelming might and also the fatting power of the Honorable Alliance. "So you're Asuros," Amber Bloodrose said to the youth as she eyed him up and down, slight surprise in her tone. "I never expected you to be a human. I thought you'd look like your master. How interesting." Her hand suddenly flashed out, unsheathing the sword from her scabbard. It slashed towards Asuro's head, reaching it in an instant. Despite being a casual attack, the speed of her slash was beyond shocking, and its sharpness was almost without compare. There was virtually no time to react to the slash at all, and its sharpness and power was enough to cleave a late heaven tribulation beast in half. Chi! The sword slashed through the air uninhibited, reaching the end of its quick arc. Amber Bloodrose quickly sheathed her sword again and raised an eyebrow at Asuros before her. Despite giving no warning at all, he had casually dodged the attack with ease by shifting his head to the side, as if her attack was nothing more than a triviality. "Interesting," she said with a smile on her face. "Try that again, and I'll rip your heart out and feed it to you," Asuros replied. His voice was calm, but everyone could tell a cold-blooded and murderous intent emanated from him, as if he would kill her if she made one more mistake. "Good, you're at least slightly interesting," Amber Bloodrose replied with a cheery yet murderous smile on her face. "It would have been quite disappointing if you had turned out to be boring and weak." The others, including Vargal Plagoth and Zyllos Stonefist, also eyed Asuros, both with heated gazes as if they wanted to fight this instant and test who was the strongest. Both barely resisted the urge, as their main goal was to exterminate the Honorable Alliance youths. Their personal battles could happen afterwards. "You have 3 months," a voice said from the other side of the portal, belonging to the ancient elder. "When that time is up, return to this formation here to leave the realm." The only way out of the formation was the main gate, which was not a possible solution for them. If that were to happen, the Honorable Alliance, with all its powerful formations and defenses at the entrance, would no doubt kill each and every youth. "Now go and settle your battles amongst each other afterwards," the ancient elder continued. The youths all nodded their heads and prepared to leave the area. Asuros raised his hand towards the portal and activated a mechanism, and the portal slowly started to shrink. Just as it was about to close, an overwhelming aura descended over the youths, its power so high as to be incomprehensible. In the sky above the Tao transformation trial, the hooded man watched as John and Leia stepped off the cliff towards the dangers below. He had taken great interest in John's endeavors, and so had been silently shadowing and observing him. The man's gaze suddenly shifted from John and Leia and into the distance, as if his attention was being drawn by something else. A frown appeared on his face as his body suddenly vanished and appeared hundreds of miles away in almost an instant. A powerful barrier, the one separating the Tao transformation trial from the other areas of the trial, appeared before him, but he tore through the barrier like it was paper and appeared on the other side. His gaze shifted into the distance, hundreds of miles away towards the distant mountains. His body flashed once more, and he appeared high in the sky above a picturesque valley. Directly beneath him, 500 youths were gathered, while a portal was starting to close behind them. The man frowned as he saw the youths, and his divine sense flared out as he inspected the youths, and the portal they had seemingly came from. His frowning face instantly turned red with rage, as if he had just seen the thing he hated the most with his entire being. His aura exploded out with absolute might, his power so high as to almost be incomprehensible. Yes, you are a. A warcry of pure rage and anger bellowed out from the man, the power of his voice crumbling nearby mountains and fracturing the land beneath him. The 500 youths all felt their bodies nearly explode from the warcry alone, and each flared their defensive power to the maximum to avoid dying on the spot. Several coughed up blood from the power of the roar of anger, and all 500 youths couldn't help but be stunned stiff as they saw a man suddenly appear before them like a ghost, standing directly in front of the closing portal. His hands reached out and grabbed opposite sides of the almost closed portal and ripped them in opposite directions. The portal suddenly tore open once more, as if space itself was unable to withstand the might of the man. The man ignored the youths behind him as he stepped through the portal, his sole focus on what existed on the other side. The portal quickly closed as the man stepped through, returning the now fractured valley to silence once more. The youths all slowly recovered from their shock, as they had unexpectedly nearly died from the man who had just appeared. Chapter 645, You Will Die Here Today. Who the hell was that? Vargal Plagoth couldn't help but ask as he slowly recovered from his internal wounds, as the event has been beyond their wildest expectations. As soon as they arrived in the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, they had almost all died. The others also slowly recovered, each sustaining some amount of damage from the man's terrifying cry and aura. Whoever he is, he's dead now that he's arrived before my master, Asuros replied calmly, fully confident in his master's overwhelming powers. The true issue is the formation, he continued as he glanced down at his feet and the fractured earth that now replaced the former location of the formation. It had been their way to leave the realm safely, but now it was completely broken. I don't have enough resources to rebuild the formation, so the only thing we can do now is focus on the task at hand and eliminate the honorable alliance. We'll let our masters and elders take care of us when the time comes, he informed the others, who didn't seem to be worried either. They were the absolute pinnacle geniuses of their powers, and the most powerful of their respective powers would ensure one way or another that they left the realm alive. The cost of losing them would be too great to bear, and so the youths knew no costs would be spared to make such a thing happen. With no further discussion, the youths all sped forward, sinister smiles etched on their faces as they excitedly thought about the carnage to come. It was time to hunt. The portal in the hellish chamber finally collapsed as a singular figure stepped through. His aura once again exploded with absolute power as he saw the four-armed creature seated on the throne before him, its red eyes narrowed as it gazed at him. Boom! His aura alone shattered the hellish chamber, palace, and everything else in the massive cavern, destroying everything that was not capable of withstanding his might. The rocky ceiling high above collapsed, raining massive boulders and debris on the sprawling abyssal city below, destroying it for good. 5 figures shot out of the destroyed earth and into the sky above, 4 on one side and 1 standing alone. Without any words or hesitation at all, the hooded man took out a massive battle axe and unleashed an attack at the creature. The battle axe was pure gold in color, although it was stained and rusted in several places, as if it had been ravaged by the sands of time. However, the might of the weapon was not to be underestimated, and its weight was beyond compare, weighing more than a mountain. Space tore apart as the man unleashed his attack towards the creature, revealing the chaos of the void on the other side, and only reformed to normal several seconds later. Die! The man bellowed out, his murderous bloodlust so strong that it seemed to congeal in the air. The man unleashed a terrifying battle art that shattered space itself, as his battle axe image turned into the form of a dragon and slammed against the hellish creature. Boom! The battle art exploded against the creature and radiated outwards for hundreds of miles, destroying absolutely everything in its path. Rivers and lakes instantly evaporated, and craters so deep that the bottom could not be seen within the dark blackness was formed, while all life other than the 5 figures were eradicated in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The man unleashed a barrage of similar attacks on the same spot, as if his rage would only be satiated with the death of the creature before him. His body suddenly flashed to the side as a blood-red sword image slashed by him, its power and sharpness also tearing space apart wherever it traveled. The man's body flashed against as a black beam of chi, emanating decay and death pierced by as well, its power also tearing the fabric of space. After dodging the attack, the man suddenly turned around as a hulking figure appeared behind him, the fist of the hulking figure punching forward with apocalyptic might. Roar. A roar like that of the most terrifying dragon escaped the man's mouth as his body instantly changed. His arms, legs, chest, and forehead became covered with small green scales, while his pupils became vertical and eyes turned green. The man punched out with his full might, and the two fists collided with horrifying power. Space splintered once more, while the shockwave from the meeting fists ravaged the land again for hundreds of miles. The barbarian warchief was knocked backwards over 10 miles in the exchange, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the enemy before him. The barbarian race was famed for having the strongest bodies on the planet, and yet he had just lost out in pure strength to the enemy before him. The Forbidden Alliance Ancient Elder, Monster Race King, and Barbarian Warchief all returned to their initial locations, arriving next to the hellish creature that was revealed after the explosions and dust faded away. Their gazes of caution stared at the lone figure before them, who removed his sleeveless robe, revealing his bare-chested body as if it were his preferred fighting state. Long and wild green hair flowed down to his shoulders, framing a chiseled and handsome face of a man who appeared to be in his 40s. His perfectly proportioned muscular body brimmed with power, as if he was the perfect fighting form. On his back was a sprawling tattoo of a green dragon, its tail running down the back of his right arm. Most noticeable of all was the wound on his chest, which ran across his body from his right shoulder to his left hip. The wound seemed to have been inflicted by something like a claw, as it consisted of 3 separate wounds running parallel to each other, each wound an inch wide. "Who is this man?" the ancient elder asked the hellish creature, as the man's words and actions clearly indicated past enmity. Not only that, they could tell his power was at the very least on their own level, if not a bit higher, shocking them once more. These 3 stood at the pinnacle of the world, and hardly ever ran into one that could challenge them so. The hellish creature was the first exception to this in a very long time, and now the mysterious man before them as well. "You vile Asura spawn, you will die here today, and I will avenge what I failed to avenge back then." The man growled as he pointed his battle axe at the hellish creature, his body trembling with unconcealed rage and fury. "I thought you had died," the hellish creature scoffed with narrowed eyes, his guttural voice like that of a beast. 4 curved sabers suddenly appeared in each of his hands, the size of each saber larger than his opponent. He held the sabers out to his side, as if welcoming the challenge from the man before him, while his aura suddenly exploded with horrifying might, drowning the world in pure malevolence. "But this is much better," the creature said as he gazed at the man with predator-like eyes and a sinister smile. "We can finish our battle once and for all, and after I'm done breaking you, I'll consume your flesh and blood while you're alive, piece by piece. Just like I did to your wife and child, Jade Dragon Emperor." Chapter 646 Shocking Identities, the Jade Dragon Emperor. The ancient elder, monster king, and barbarian warchief cried out in unison, almost unable to believe what they were hearing. The Jade Dragon Emperor was a legend of the ancient world, and his power and prestige had reached a mythical level. He was said to be the strongest cultivator the world had ever known, but had perished in the ancient calamity that had nearly destroyed the world. However, the Asura's words indicated quite the opposite, that he was still alive and standing before them. "Die!" the Jade Dragon Emperor roared as his body flashed forward once more, appearing before the 4 figures in an instant. His battle axe cleaved out towards them, its power beyond anything the world had seen for over 100,000 years. It was as if the world was truly ending. "Amazing," A youth cried out in pure excitement as he plucked a fruit from a tree before him. The fruit's lustrous sheen glowed brightly, while it gave off an incredibly refreshing and sweet aroma. "Congratulations, William," several nearby youths exclaimed, somewhat envious but still excited for their fellow sect member. The group of 5 youths all belonged to the same sect, and the leader of the group, William, was a member of the Jade Dragon list. He was ranked 268 and had guided his fellow members safely through the Heaven Tribulation trial lands. After getting through alive, they had arrived in the final area of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, which appeared to be something akin to a sprawling paradise. Verdurous valleys, awe-inspiring waterfalls, picturesque mountain ranges, sprawling prairies, and vibrant forests covered the land, making it truly look like paradise. It was one of the most beautiful lands the youths had ever seen, and it had been untouched for millennia, and some parts even hundreds of thousands of years. In a land as vibrant as this, a plethora of heavenly treasures such as fruits, medicinal herbs, elemental veins, and other natural marvels had appeared, and had yet to be claimed by anyone. It was as if the final land of the realm was a land of pure treasures, rewards given for getting this far. There were even trials similar to the ones that had appeared before, and the rewards from the trials were beyond imagining. More heavenly treasures, ancient weapons, battle arts, and more were available, making everyone explore the land with the greatest level of excitement and passion. The land was also free of any beasts, as if it were saying that the youths within would be the final tests, each youth needing to claim the rewards over the others. However, with the relatively harmonious nature of the honorable alliance, bloodshed was very minimal, as the opportunities were aplenty. The final area stretched 1,000 miles wide and over 1,000 miles deep, and so the opportunities were truly beyond counting. The group of youths had stumbled upon this fruit almost immediately after leaving the previous realm, and so they could only imagine what laid ahead of them. "Thanks," William replied as he inspected the fruit in his hand, the smile on his face stretching from ear to ear. He could tell the fruit was truly incredible and would help bolster his cultivation base to a new level once consumed. "Don't worry, we'll find a heavenly opportunity for all of you," William said as his gaze shifted to his fellow sect members. "I won't be stingy." "Thank you," they all replied happily, as with his help, that was basically a guarantee. "You may not be stingy, but I am," a calm voice sounded out behind the youths. Despite the voice sounding calm, the youths all felt a shiver crawl up their spine, as they could instinctively feel the murderous bloodlust naturally emanating from the person behind them. "Who are you?" William said as his gaze locked onto a lone female who was walking towards them. He did not recognize her at all, and he should, given that her cultivation was in the half-step Dao transformation realm. Her blood-red hair flowed down over her shoulders, lining her sharp yet beautiful face, and her blood-red dress only added to that terrifying beauty. Her eyes locked onto the fruit in William's hand, a look of greed appearing within. "Amber Bloodrose," she replied without hiding anything. William's face, as well as the other youths, all opened their mouths wide, while pure fear appeared in their eyes. They didn't know how it was possible, but they could tell that she was truly who she was claiming to be. A look of pure ecstasy appeared in Amber's eyes as she gazed at the expression of pure fear before her, as if it gave her the greatest pleasure in the world. Her sword suddenly slashed out without any warning at all, too fast for any of them to react, William included. In a single stroke, the heads of all the youths tumbled off their necks, while blood spurted out with incredible force. Amber caught William's head, her gaze of ecstasy staring closely at the look of fear frozen on his now severed head. A groan of pleasure escaped her mouth, and her tongue moved forward and licked a small drop of blood that lingered on William's cheek. Her eyes rolled back slightly, and her malicious smile widened as if his blood was the sweetest nectar. "Such a beautiful shade of red," she exclaimed as she gazed at the blood of the youths staining the ground beneath her feet. She marveled at the sight of the blood for some time, before she reached over to William's felled corpse and plucked the fruit from his hand. Crunch. Her pearly white teeth bit deeply into the fruit as she started to casually consume it. Her eyes lit up once more as the fruit was truly marvelous, and her malicious smile widened as she started to walk away from the scene of carnage, the bottom of her blood-stained dress painting the ground behind her with a trail of blood. Chapter 647, Rotbreath Drake, Gah. An agonized cry of pain boomed out loudly, followed by the crunching of bone and tearing of flesh. More agonized cries of pain sounded out for quite some time, before silence returned to a beautiful valley. The valley was vibrant with colorful flowers and verdant trees, while waterfalls in the distance coated the valley with a refreshing mist. However, that beauty was contrasted by a scene of carnage, as blood, guts, and dismembered humans covered a portion of the valley. Standing within the valley was a lone figure, his skin black as night. His yellow eyes stared at the scene of carnage before him, while blood dribbled off his chin as if he had just eaten something raw and bloody. "Delicious," Vargal Plagoth said as he licked his fingers clean. "Young geniuses truly do taste the best, especially the females. Their blood is so pure and sweet to think this feast is only the beginning. Marvelous, truly marvelous." His maniacal laughter filled the valley, but it suddenly stopped. Snap! The snapping of a twig filled the otherwise silent valley, causing Vargal Plagoth to gaze towards the sound. His eyes caught the last glimpse of a human head before it ducked behind a distant boulder, and a wide smile appeared on his face as he sped forward towards the boulder. "Gah!" Another cry of pain, higher in pitch than the one before and clearly belonging to a female, filled the valley, which was soon after followed by silence once more. Thick fog surrounded John and Leia as they made their way through the land of death. John's guard was raised, but his eyes were slightly unfocused, as if he were deep in thought. He was recalling his time in the cave after his tribulation, as he entered the palace realm once more. As he had done with all his previous breakthroughs, he absorbed the blood drop from the translucent sphere, and had also touched the chains on the Holy Gate and Sinister Gate, increasing the power being released from both. "Why did you appear during my tribulation?" John called out as he stood before the Holy Gate, but as expected, had received no answer at all. "Useless." He clicked his tongue in frustration as he walked away. He studied the next page of the Immortal Asura body tome after the page had been unlocked, and also the next steps to his Asura transformation art, which was suitable for his heaven tribulation cultivation. The Immortal Asura body tome also contained information for his next limiter, the limiter of healing. The limiter of healing unlocked meridians in his chest and stomach, and used the lingering nourishment of the heavens to infuse his heart with a thick healing energy and change its very constitution, which he was able to replenish by absorbing chi. This healing energy could be released at a moment's notice, greatly increasing his recovery rate in battle. While it was not on the level of Leia's healing, it was still quite impressive, and would be a great boon to his combat prowess should Leia not be around. After recalling all that, his mind shifted to other aspects of his cultivation. "I studied the Celestial Lightning True Jade Origin piece once more, and I feel like I'm almost ready to break through to the next level. If my guess is correct, the levels correspond with the Tao comprehension levels, which means I'm almost at the Tao expert stage when it comes to the Lightning Tao." Lillian had explained the Tao comprehension stages to him, and had revealed that the Tao expert stage was roughly around 20 to 25% comprehension. When one broke through to that realm, their comprehensions would reach a new level in that Tao, almost akin to a Danshin breakthrough. When that happens, the level of my lightning should raise once again, increasing my combat prowess. That will come soon enough, so in the meantime, my real focus needs to be on strengthening my body. His tribulation had revealed that his body had greatly fallen behind what it needed to be. My Immortal Asura body is incredibly strong, and is capable of withstanding my Asura transformation for quite some time, but it cannot withstand both that and my bloodline ability at the same time. If I am to be able to ensure my safety, I need to be able to use both at the same time without the risk of death. The last time I received any heavenly body nourishment was back in the ancient Yuan Continent realm, when I consumed that blood-red fruit. I've increased it here and there since then, but it's not enough. I need to find more heavenly opportunities to increase my body durability. His body had been like a prodigious genius, who started off with heaven-defying talent and then had been starved of nourishment. It had stagnated without constant nourishment, making him fall behind where he needed to be. His bloodline ability and Asura transformation art were only getting stronger as his cultivation rose, and so he needed to constantly strengthen his body to withstand the strain they put on him. "Are you okay?" Leia asked as she noticed John's unfocused demeanor. "Oh, I'm fine, just thinking about some things," John replied as his mind snapped back into focus. "We should be getting close," he said, changing the subject. "MHM," Leia hummed in agreement, as the roars of the mysterious creature were growing louder and louder. John's gaze shifted to Leia, who he inspected for a moment, curious about something. Her cultivation was clearly in the late heaven tribulation realm, but had started to become hazy and shrouded when he inspected her. "I can tell your cultivation has reached the half-step Tao transformation realm," John said to her. "Why didn't you take the astral nirvana pill instead and break through to the Tao transformation realm?" he asked. "It's not that simple," Leia replied with a light shake of her head. "My two main Taos, the Tao of life and Tao of time, are incredibly hard to gain insight to, even for me. With my innate link to these two Tao, they must reach a certain comprehension level before I'm able to break through. My comprehensions into these two Tao are still lacking, and so I cannot break through yet, even with the astral nirvana pill's help." "I see," John replied after a moment of silence. "I suppose your Tao of life and time are both a blessing and a curse," he said. "Yes," Leia replied, mimicking his sentiment of her two Taos. "Roar." A powerful roar boomed out, shaking the land like an earthquake. John and Leia gazed at each other for a moment and nodded their heads in unison. They sped forward through the fog, and a hulking silhouette emerged from within, finally becoming clear to them. A Rot-Breath Drake, Chapter 648 Splinter the hulking figure had finally been revealed to them, which Leia identified as a Rot-Breath Drake. Its body was over 50 yards tall and over 100 yards long. It had grayish-brown scales covering its entire body, which appeared similar to that of a dragon's, only it had no wings. It had a tinge of dragon blood in its lineage, giving it incredible strength. A thick aura of rot and death surrounded the drake, whose cultivation was in the early Tao transformation realm. Before the drake was the corpse of another creature, one that had mostly been consumed. The remaining flesh on the massive corpse had started to rot from being near the drake, whose gaping maw crunched down on the flesh of the corpse once more. "Can you handle it, or should we go around it?" Leia asked softly. The rot-breath drake's head rose from the corpse before it, and its gaze shifted towards Leia and John. Its mouth opened wide as it unleashed another thunderous roar, as it had noticed their presence. "I don't think going around it is an option anymore," John replied calmly. A battle axe appeared in his hands, while Kyrie suddenly appeared beside him after leaving his soul space. "Can you keep yourself safe?" John asked Leia. "I can," she replied. "I might not be as strong as you, but I can still take care of myself." "Good," John replied with a head nod. "In this battle, don't heal me. I need to test my combat prowess." Leia stared at John for a moment before nodding her head. John's gaze shifted towards the hulking drake, and his body flashed forward as he sped towards it, with Kyrie following closely behind. John's body aura skyrocketed as he unleashed his supreme battle art, using the heaven tribulation form to its full extent for the first time. He also unleashed his limiter of speed and power, pushing his combat state to the next level. He appeared before the drake, appearing like no more than an ant before it. The rot-breath drake opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful beam of rot and death that destroyed anything in its path. A confident smile appeared on John's face as he sped towards the beam, while his battle axe slashed out with incredible power. Advent of annihilation. "Haha, we're finally here!" A boisterous laughter sounded out, causing many to gaze towards the source of the laughter. A large group of youths had gathered before the entrance barrier of the Jade Dragon Empire trial lands, several thousand in total. The youths belonged to the human racer, fairy race, and a few from the beast race, and all exuded strong and powerful auras. Miko's laughter was heard by all the youths, who could only look at him with mixed gazes. Some looked at him with curiosity, as he seemed quite a bit younger than anyone else gathered. Others looked at him with dismissive expressions, as the land they were about to enter was filled with danger, and yet the human youth was laughing as if he were about to enter a playground. "Miko, stop making a scene," the fairy palace master chastised him, causing him to quiet down. The Seraphic Soul Palace was just one of the fairy powers that had responded to the call for aid, and the palace master did not want Miko to cause a scene. An elderly man appeared before the gathered youths and elder, and his gaze scanned over all them before a nod of approval and appreciation appeared on his face. "Thank you all for heeding our call for aid," the man said. "As we relayed previously, we do not know what dangers will occur within this realm, only that a terrifying danger will occur. With your help, that danger just might be prevented, and so I express my deepest thanks to all you brave youths who charge in fearlessly. In the interest of time, I will provide what we know of the realm to hasten your progress through the realm," the man continued. He quickly explained the divisions of the realm, from the starting area to the ancient cities and lands between. As the youths summoned were all skilled in combat, they would be marked with the warrior mark. "The trials at the start may be tempting, but do not do any more than is necessary to proceed forward," the man explained. "The rewards at the end of the realm are beyond your imaginations, and also where the danger is most likely to occur. Feel free to take any and all treasures you can find there, as a payment of our thanks." The man explained a few more things about the realm to the youths, before he signaled for them to enter. The youths quickly filed into the formation barrier, entering the mythical Jade Dragon Empire trial lands. "Ha ha ha ha, I Miko Varus have arrived." Miko's boisterous voice boomed out once more, as he could no longer be chastised by the palace master. The nearby fairies rolled their eyes, but said nothing as they were used to his antics by now. "Wait for me, John. Soon we will be reunited, and I'm sure your power will not disappoint me." Boom. The ground shook violently as the rot-breath Drake's body collapsed to the ground. A torrent of blood gushed out of many wounds that had been created on its body, as its life finally faded away. Its back was charred black, as if it had withstood the strongest tribulation attack. John's aura faded away as he undid his supreme battle art and limiters, while his axe disappeared as he stored it as well. His body was bloodied and wounded, but he ignored the wounds as he studied the dead Drake before him. Its body was like a small mountain, and their battle had been beyond intense. Him and Kyrie had unleashed their full arsenal at the beast, as the might of their battle ravaged the nearby land. The land had rotted away from the Drake's breath, and had been fractured from the powerful attacks of all three fighters. As expected, using his supreme battle art alone was not enough to overwhelm an early Dao transformation Drake. However, in the end, John and Kyrie had managed to kill the beast eventually thanks to their teamwork. Without using his Asura transformation or bloodline ability, the battle had been incredibly dangerous and arduous. John had nearly lost his life several times in the process, but his sharp instincts and quick reaction had managed to get him through it. After inflicting enough wounds and slowing the Drake down enough, Kyrie had managed to stall it long enough for John to unleash his ultimate attack, one that he had not used in quite some time. The attack had dealt the finishing blow to the wounded beast, killing it once and for all. "What battle art was that?" Leia asked as she walked up to John, and placed her hands on his back. A thick healing energy flooded into his body, healing the many wounds on his body at a visible pace. "Dragontail Decimation," John replied, revealing the name of the channeled battle art he had acquired in Mystic City. The battle art was incredibly powerful, but also took a long time to use. With Kyrie acting as a vanguard, though, it was the perfect time to test its might with his new cultivation level. It did not let him down, as it had done significant damage to the durable Drake, and had been able to finish it off with one blow. "It's quite an incredible battle art, even for my astral empire," Leia replied, praising the battle art. I didn't know you were also a war mage, she continued after a short pause. I'm not, John replied as he felt the wondrous healing energy revitalize his injured and fatigued body. Then how forget it, Leia replied, giving up on finding out the truth. It was one surprising secret after another with John, and she had come to expect the unexpected from him by now. After being fully healed, John walked over to the felled drake. He inspected the body, and an amused smile appeared on his face as he walked over towards its back left. Embedded into the leg was an ancient sword. The flesh around the sword was still tender, as if it did not allow the creature to heal at all. You were right, John called out to Leia as he pulled out the sword, which took quite a bit of strength to do so. It did have a splinter. Chapter 649, Apocalyptic Battle Chi. John made a sharp incision into the drake's forehead, causing its blood essence to pour out like a waterfall. The blood essence vanished from sight as he stored it in his palace realm to use as fuel for his future Asura transformations. After collecting the blood essence, John turned to Leia and asked if she wanted anything from the drake. No, I have no need for anything from its body, Leia replied. Okay, John replied succinctly as he pressed his hand against its body. The entire drake suddenly vanished from sight as John stored it in his massive palace realm. Leia's eyes widened slightly as she watched the entire drake disappear in an instant. To transport something to a spatial realm, one needed the strength to be able to move the object. That strength could be physical or through the use of chi, but either way, the strength required to move such a body was beyond what she could manage. Let's go, John said, after storing the body away. I'm sure there are many more creatures like this drake, so we'll need to be on guard the entire time we venture through this trial. Leia nodded her head, and the three walked off deeper into the swirling fog, leaving the fractured land from their battle behind. Boom. 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 The land for tens of thousands of miles in each direction quaked violently, as if an earthquake that was about to rip the world in half was occurring. Calamitous explosions rendered the land asunder, destroying anything that managed to withstand the initial damage. A roar of a dragon boomed out, followed by a fist punch that sent an image of a dragon forward. The dragon image slammed against the barbarian warchief, rocketing his body into the fractured earth below and destroying it further. The warchief's body burrowed dozens of miles into the earth before finally coming to a stop. Chi. 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 A torrent of crimson red sword images slashed through the sky, each attack sharp and powerful enough to tear space for a brief moment before it healed back to normal. The attacks reached the Jade Dragon Emperor in an instant, who slashed his battle axe out towards them. Boom. The attacks collided, creating another apocalyptic explosion that ravaged the land for hundreds of miles. The land had already turned into a barren hellscape of fractured earth, molten lava, and abyssal craters. Roar. The Jade Dragon Emperor roared out like a dragon, his voice shaking all of creation. The monster king that had appeared next to him was knocked backwards dozens of miles from the roar, unable to resist its might. The Jade Dragon Emperor ignored the three formidable cultivators as he sped forward once more, appearing before the hellish creature which towered over him. Even when fighting 4-on-1, the Jade Dragon Emperor only had the creature in his eyes and did not hesitate for a moment. The creature viciously smiled at the Jade Dragon Emperor, as if their battle was the most enjoyable thing it could experience. The Jade Dragon Emperor's glowing axe slashed out once more, its might capable of shattering continents. The hellish creature slashed out his sabers towards the axe, using nothing but brute strength to counterattack. Boom. 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 The Jade Dragon Emperor and the hellish creature exchanged thousands of attacks in the briefest of moments. Each attack had the power to destroy entire nations, while space itself became ravaged and chaotic, as if it could no longer resist the might of the battle. The two continued to battle, while the three other powerful cultivators threw in their attacks as well, as the Jade Dragon Emperor's might was truly overwhelming. Despite their collective effort, they were unable to subdue him. Boom! Saber and axe collided, sending both the Jade Dragon Emperor and the hellish creature in opposite directions for dozens of miles. The ancient elder, monster race king, and barbarian warchief all appeared beside the hellish creature and faced their distant opponent. How troublesome, the ancient elder grumbled, her icy eyes locked onto the Jade Dragon Emperor. Even the four of us are only an even match with him. No wonder he dominated the ancient world, the monster race king added in as well. Despite it being a blow to his prestige, he couldn't help but admit it as fact. Ha 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 ha! A guttural and malevolent laughter boomed out from behind them, clearly belonging to the creature the Jade Dragon Emperor had referred to as Asura. "You three are mere ants compared to the Jade Dragon Emperor," he said, his voice causing the three to frown. Despite being sworn enemies, the creature respected strength above all, and the Jade Dragon Emperor was one worthy of respect. "What did you say?" the barbarian warchief replied with narrowed eyes. The two others also stared at the creature with displeasure. They were definitely weaker than the Jade Dragon Emperor, but not by much. To call them ants was nothing else than an insult. "His strength has fallen by more than half since our battle back then," the hellish creature continued, his words causing the others to feel absolute shock. "What? Impossible." They truly couldn't believe it. "And so has mine," the creature's voice boomed out. "Chi." Without warning, the creature's sabers slashed out, each saber carrying unstoppable might. The sabers cleaved into the nearby ancient elder, monster race king, and barbarian warchief without warning, severing the ancient elder and monster race king in half. The barbarian warchief managed to resist being cleaved in half, but his body was almost cleaved through in a single stroke. Another quick strike from the Asuraic creature finished the job. All three cultivators, who were powerful enough to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, could only look on in horror and shock, unable to believe what had happened, even as their heads entered the Asura's mouth. Crunch. 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 The creature quickly consumed the head of the three cultivators, followed by the rest of their bodies. The speed at which he consumed the three was almost instant, as if the creature had an innate talent for consuming flesh and bone. Even the barbarian warchief's incredibly strong body was crushed with ease within the creature's jaws. The distant Jade Dragon Emperor watched on coldly, feeling no pity for the three, as they had been evil to their core. However, his eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the aura of creature rise, clearly nourished by the consumption of the three cultivators. The malevolent smile returned to the creature's face as it gazed at the distant Jade Dragon Emperor. "Those three finally let down their guards, thanks to you," the creature said, his smile barring his blood-stained teeth. "And once I consume you, this world will drown in anguish. Chapter 650, What is there to fear? These rumors are quite worrying if true." A youth clad in a purple robe with celestial designs mentioned to the youths around him, who also wore the same type of robe. They were all seated in a dense forest, sitting on makeshift logs as they discussed recent discussions that had been brewing within the Jade Dragon Empire lands. "We have no confirmation of the rumors," another replied, slightly dismissive of the so-called rumors. "All we know is that some bodies have been found, most of them mutilated beyond recognition. It's most likely different sects fighting for the treasures in this final area, and trying to cover their tracks by making it look like their victims were mauled by beasts." "But there are no beasts in this final area," another replied, dismissive of the second's opinion. "Then how do you explain the deaths?" the second youth barked back. "The rumor that foreign powers have invaded is unfounded, and to be frank, quite impossible. Do you think our alliance elders would just let enemy youths waltz into the land without stopping them?" "No, I don't," the third youth replied. "Then do you think they just magically appeared here?" the second youth asked. "No." "Then there's no other explanation," the second youth concluded, as if his word was final. "I'll set out and discover the truth," a youth who had yet to speak spoke up. He had a bald head and a rosary bead necklace around his neck. "Brother Ainsel, what do you mean?" the second youth asked. In the Heaven Scrying sect, the members referred to each other as brother. Anisel's calm gaze shifted amongst his fellow Heaven Scrying sect members and settled on the second youth, who had been quite adamant about his theory. "You're most likely right, Brother Dumo," Ainsel replied to the second youth. "It is most likely fighting amongst Honorable Alliance members, but this rumor is too dangerous to be left unconfirmed. If it is as the rumors say, no matter how unlikely, we need to spread word to the rest of the Honorable Alliance youths as soon as possible." "And if the rumors are true?" the second youth asked, his tone of caution clear with warning. "Then I will most likely perish in search of the truth," Ainsel replied calmly. "But as a brother of the Heaven Scrying sect, it is our duty to verify the truth of things, no matter how dangerous." The group fell silent before the second youth nodded his head at Ainsel. "Good luck, and let us hope that I am right," he said to Ainsel. Ainsel nodded his head and shared gazes with his fellow brothers for a moment before leaving the area in search of the truth. The others shared silent gazes with each other, hoping that their second brother was right. Ainsel held a crystal ball in his hand, which flared with a profound light as he peered deeply into it. After staring into the crystal for some time, his gaze and direction shifted, as if he was being guided by something. He repeated this process over a dozen times during the next 2 days, wandering around the final Jade Dragon Empire trial lands in search of the truth. His journey carried him over mountains, through valleys and rivers, and eventually to a secluded valley surrounded by a small circling of mountains. The valley was quite picturesque, with waterfalls cascading down several of the nearby mountains, splashing the valley with a refreshing mist and slicking the verdurous trees with a dewy sheen. However, instead of becoming relaxed within the Valley of Paradise, Ainsel's gaze narrowed as he stared down at a scene of carnage several miles away. Near the bank of the crystal blue river that meandered through the valley, a spot was stained red with blood. Several human corpses laid strewn about, most of them no longer intact. Standing amidst the pile of mutilated corpses was a creature whose skin was grayish-black, like charcoal. A row of spiked bones jutted out from the creature's spine, while 2 bat-like wings were folded behind its back. In its right hand was an arm of one of the dead corpses, several bite marks taken out of it. "The monster race," Ainsel exclaimed internally, confirming the rumors once and for all. The monster race consisted of many different types of bizarre-looking creatures, but the most powerful type amongst them all was the King variant. The King variant of the monster race had bat-like wings, colorful eyes, and skin ranging from gray to black. The more dense the bloodline, the blacker the skin. The creature in the valley was a dark gray, indicating that it had relatively pure blood and was a genius amongst the race. Its cultivation was in the late heaven tribulation realm, and the natural aura it was emanating definitely belonged to a genius of the monster race. A jade object appeared in Ainsel's hand, and he immediately relayed his findings to the other jade pieces controlled by his sect brothers. After relaying the information, Anisel put away the jade piece, and his eyes narrowed as the creature in the valley below suddenly vanished from sight. "Chi!" A sharp sound pierced from behind Ainsel, whose aura flared out powerfully as he dashed to the side. A blackened hand with razor-sharp claws pierced by with the narrowest of margins, almost taking his life with a single swipe. "You shouldn't spy on others. Didn't you know that's considered rude?" A chilling voice sounded out before Ainsel as he gazed at the creature. It had somehow managed to spot him despite his caution and distance, indicating that its senses were beyond sharp. "It's also rude to kill others, but that doesn't seem to be stopping you," Ainsel replied calmly. "Oh, are you not going to run in fear?" the monster asked curiously, as it was the first time someone stood their ground before it. However, Ainsel was also the most powerful youth it had fought since arriving, as his cultivation was now in the late heaven tribulation realm, the same as the creature's. "What is there to fear?" Ainsel replied calmly, as if death itself meant nothing to him.